Hello guys, welcome to this channel. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and drop a comment. It really helps me grow this channel and bring you more awesome recaps. Okay, without further ado, let's diving into the story.
In a dark, stormy atmosphere, an intense clash between powerful forces took place. The undead king, surrounded by countless minions, was exuding dark energy, facing off against the radiant Knight of Light. The undead king acknowledged his opponent, calling the Knight of Light a worthy rival. The Knight of Light responded with conviction, stating that the undead king was indeed the nightmare of the continent, but assured that as long as the power of light was with them, they would not lose. Without wasting time, the knight charged forward, illuminating the battlefield with brilliant light, determined to defeat the enemy. While the battle between the undead king and the Knight of Light raged on, someone else seemed far less impressed. In a dimly lit room, a person sipped a beverage, observing the fight. He couldn't help but comment on how theatrical the whole scene seemed. Shrugging, he reminded himself that it was all just a play. He couldn't help but worry about how everything had reached this point, thinking to himself that it was all his doing. Well, let me take you back to the beginning of this story, long before these events unfolded. It was a bright day in a bustling city with tall buildings. Inside one of these buildings, a man stood at the door, facing a visitor from the Transmission Investigation Division of the Superpower Control Bureau. The visitor confirmed that the man was indeed Han Sung-hyun, and he advised him to report to the Bureau if he ever awakened to superpowers. After a brief interaction, the visitor left. Sung-hyun closed the door, reflecting on how this was the first conversation with an outsider in 6 months, which now meant he wouldn't have to open the front door again for another half year. He thought about how it had already been 2 years since he last stepped outside. He considered himself a recluse, bound to his home, acknowledging that some might call him weak-willed or pathetic, but he felt he was just a victim of this cruel world. The scene then shifted to Sung-hyun's dark and untidy room, where he was resting against a wall. He can hear the television, breaking news about a fire in a shopping area, believed to have been started by an awakened who committed a crime before being transported to another world. Sung-hyun sighed and thought about the awakened, those who gained mysterious superpowers. He recalled how people who awakened were forcibly transported to another world within 24 hours, where they needed to meet certain conditions to return to Earth. Very few, however, ever made it back. 2 years ago, Sung-hyun had lost his family and his leg due to one of these incidents involving an awakened. He had tried everything to walk normally again, but found it to be in vain. He often questioned why he even tried, feeling it was pathetic and pointless. He wondered if more courage could have changed things, if only he could step outside again. Suddenly, a voice announced, "A dimensional shift detected." Sung-hyun, who was shocked, saw a system message. "Awakening unique skill." Sung-hyun panicked, wondering if he was truly awakening like this. It was all too sudden. Alerts kept appearing before him, indicating the awakening of the unique skill called Avatar. A vibrant blue light surrounded him, showing the activation of the skill. The system then informed him that he had 24 hours remaining until he would be transported to another world. Overwhelmed by the abrupt turn of events, Sung-hyun felt fear and panic take over. Most of the people who came back to Earth needed a whole year, yet he knew that time in the other world was 10 times slower than on Earth, meaning he would need to survive for 10 years before returning. He doubted he could even survive a single day. Panicked, he tried his best to prepare for this absurd situation. The countdown continued, and after 23 hours, now only a few minutes left, and Sung-hyun found himself wearing outdoor gear and slowly walking toward the transportation circle. His anxiety built up, realizing he couldn't do this. He could barely walk to leave his room. He had no power, no skills, and felt completely useless. But then a thought struck him. His skill. Perhaps he could still make use of it. He activated the Avatar skill, and a duplicate of himself appeared. Sung-hyun was stunned to see his own replica. He suddenly experienced an odd connection to the Avatar, sharing sight with it, which made him dizzy. He struggled to control 2 visions separately, realizing it would be impossible for him to move at the same time. With 1 minute left until transport, Sung-hyun felt a wave of despair. Even with an avatar, he thought his power was useless. But then, an idea sparked in his mind. Maybe, just maybe, his avatar could go instead of him. Acting quickly, he controlled his avatar, sending it to the teleportation circle. He held his breath as the system began confirming the awakened for transport. When the transport initiated, Sung Hyun felt a surge of relief. It had worked. The avatar had been recognized as him, and it was transported to the other world. Sung Hyun was amazed and overwhelmed by a sense of accomplishment. The room filled with blue light, indicating that the process was successful. After the blinding light, he opened his eyes and found his avatar reappeared in a lush green forest, with Sung Hyun sharing its sight. He was momentarily bewildered, believing he had been transported himself, but soon realized he was just seeing through the eyes of his avatar. He became dizzy from the dual perspectives and quickly dismissed the avatar, collapsing on the floor in his room, feeling nauseous. After regaining his composure, Sung Hyun summoned the avatar once more but still felt hopeless, doubting what he could do with such a power. Suddenly, a system message appeared, congratulating him for achieving a great feat, returning to Earth without using the karma shop. Sung Hyun received a special reward, a new skill that allowed him to travel to a previously visited location once per day. His karma increased greatly as well. Sung Hyun could hardly believe it. In that moment, he realized that he had become the awakened who had returned to Earth in the shortest time ever. He was stunned, barely able to process what had just happened. He couldn't help but shout out in disbelief. His life had taken a completely unexpected turn. Sung Hyun was startled when he noticed the system message displaying his current karma balance. It's almost 2 million. It was a staggering amount, and he couldn't believe that he had accumulated so much just by dismissing his avatar. Karma is giving based on the impact you have done on the other world. It accumulates through good deeds, evil deeds, killing, labor, and so on. The most important thing is, karma can be used to strengthen skills or return to Earth. He wondered if this could be some sort of glitch, and worried that he might be asked to give it all back someday. Despite the concern, he couldn't help but feel curious and decided to take a closer look at the karma shop. Scrolling through the options, he noticed that the ability to return to Earth cost 1 million karma points, which seemed pointless to him since he was already on Earth. He then stumbled upon something interesting: strengthen status. He selected it, and a new option appeared: recoverability enhancement, for 10,000 karma points. Intrigued, he then purchased it. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through his body and he could feel his injured leg healing. He looked down in amazement as his leg, once scarred and damaged, began to glow with energy and recover completely. The injury, a constant reminder of his painful past, was gone. Sung Hyun reflected on how much that injury had meant to him. It wasn't just an inconvenience. It was a symbol of his farewell to his family and the reason he had locked himself away for so long. But now, with his leg healed, Sung Hyun felt a new sense of hope and strength. It was as if he had been given a second chance, an opportunity to break free from the self-imposed prison that had kept him isolated for years. A notification from the system informed him that his recoverability had surpassed the threshold, and he had obtained a new skill called Super Recovery. Sung Hyun decided to put his new legs to the test, enthusiastically exercising to regain his full strength. He marveled at how strong he had become. It was almost unbelievable how quickly his fortunes had changed. For so long, he had resigned himself to a life of despair and immobility, but now he was beginning to see a future full of possibilities. He still had plenty of karma left, and he wondered what to do next. Scrolling through the karma shop again, he found an option to strengthen his unique skill for 300,000 karma points. He considered it for a moment before deciding to strengthen his avatar skill. Once strengthened, he summoned his avatar once more, observing the changes. The avatar looked more robust, almost more manly. Sung Hyun could also sense a new connection, a skill called Mind Hub, which filtered stimuli and emotions, allowing only the information he wanted to receive. This meant that the dual consciousness would no longer make him feel disoriented. He had gained greater control, and with it, a deeper sense of confidence. Sung Hyun punched his avatar lightly, testing the new enhancements. The avatar didn't flinch, and Sung Hyun realized that even if his avatar got hurt, he wouldn't feel the pain. This was an exciting discovery, as it meant he could adventure in the other world without any risk to himself. The realization opened up countless possibilities. Sung Hyun smiled mischievously, realizing that he could explore a whole new world from the comfort of his warm room. He now also had not just one avatar, but two. As he grew stronger, he wondered if he could have even more avatars. Now, he decided it was time to give them names. After some thought and glancing at random items around the room, he decided on naming them Hans and Heinz. Hans, with an affinity for magic, and Heinz, known for durability, their traits might have seemed mediocre, but to Sung Hyun, they were just the beginning of his grand plan. He felt a sense of camaraderie with them, even though they were technically just extensions of himself. He sent Hans to the other world, using the return skill, and tasked Heinz with the mundane duty of taking out the trash. Outside, after Heinz walked out of the house and looked around, Sung Hyun was surprised by the absence of anxiety or fear. The Mind Hub skill was working perfectly, filtering out any unnecessary emotions. It felt liberating, almost as if Heinz was a different person altogether. Meanwhile, Hans had arrived safely in a peaceful moonlit forest in the other world. Sung Hyun watched through Hans's eyes as he moved through the forest, noting how serene the setting seemed, until a panther suddenly appeared, lunging at Hans. Sung Hyun sighed, finding the situation a bit annoying, but there was no real sense of danger. With magic-infused strength, Hans fought off the panther, feeling no fear or pain. The sensation was surreal for Sung Hyun, almost as if he were playing a game. Although Hans was still relatively weak, Sung Hyun knew that this was only the beginning. After defeating the panther, Hans spotted a village in the distance, illuminated by the moonlight. He approached it and was greeted by an elderly man named Malcolm, the village chief, who welcomed him warmly. Malcolm was impressed that Hans had made it through the forest at night and offered him a place to stay. Hans, or rather Sung Hyun, felt relieved and accepted the offer. He was given a room and even invited for a drink at the village tavern. It had been a long time since Sung Hyun had felt the warmth of human company, and he enjoyed the moment, thinking that it had been a good day. The warmth of the villagers and the simple joy of sharing a drink filled a void that had existed within him for years. But the good times did not last long. As Sung Hyun relaxed in his room back on Earth after Hans slept in the other world, a bright alert suddenly appeared on the screen, announcing the Avatar death. Sung Hyun's heart sank. Hans was dead, and all of his traits and accumulated data were reset. The relaxed atmosphere turned tense as Sung Hyun realized that Hans had been killed in the village after sleeping. He blamed himself for being careless in an unfamiliar place, suspecting that Malcolm had spiked the drink. The realization that he had let his guard down so easily filled him with frustration. It was a harsh reminder that he was still vulnerable, and the other world was full of dangers. Suddenly, Sung Hyun felt a familiar connection re-establish itself, and he found himself once again seeing through Hans's eyes. He overheard Malcolm and another man discussing Hans's apparent failure, dismissing him as useless. Sung Hyun learned that Hans had been turned into an undead, an elite skeleton, but thanks to the Mind Hub skill, there was no mental corruption. This gave Sung Hyun an unexpected opportunity. He realized that he could still control Hans, even in this new undead form. The fact that Hans had become an undead, yet retained his consciousness, was something Sung Hyun could use to his advantage. The death of Hans was a shock, but it soon turned into a realization. This was his second chance. Hans had fallen, but he wasn't truly gone. He was merely transformed. His essence changed into something darker, something undead. And that, Sung Hyun thought, might just be his unexpected opportunity to get the sweet revenge he deserved. Over the next week, Sung Hyun struggled to understand his situation and discovered his new undead abilities. He tested them cautiously, learning that, although Hans was limited, he could influence and command other undead, albeit only one at a time. That knowledge filled him with a strange sense of determination. After all, having power, even limited, was better than feeling helpless. He started by controlling a rat, a small and nimble creature that could navigate through the village unnoticed. He called it Alfred and sent it to gather as much information as possible. Although Alfred was just a rat, it became Sung Hyun's eyes and ears, scuttling through dark corridors and overhearing secret conversations. It seemed silly, maybe even comical, to rely on a rat, but Alfred was doing the job well. Through Alfred, Sung Hyun learned about the village and its true nature. The villagers were not merely innocent people. They were necromancers, their leader being Malcolm, the village chief. There is one room in this area that is guarded and emanating a strong dark aura. They worked on something they called the Immortal King's Fragment, an object of immense dark power. Sung Hyun knew that this piece of information could be crucial in his plan to strike back at them. For the first time, Sung Hyun felt like he had a direction. However, his espionage was cut short when Alfred was discovered and killed by Malcolm himself. The rat's demise was sudden. A flash of dark energy pierced its body, and Sung Hyun felt a pang of anger. It was irrational. Alfred was just a rat, but for Sung Hyun, it was his companion. And its death represented yet another unjust action by the necromancers. He swore that he would avenge Alfred, even if it sounded absurd to some. This was the moment Sung Hyun realized that he was not merely surviving anymore. He was fighting back. He had a purpose, to bring down the ones who had wronged him, and now, those who had wronged Alfred. Soon after, Sung Hyun set his plan into motion. He waited for the right moment, and when one of Malcolm's subordinates who had killed Alfred passed by, Sung Hyun made his move. When the man began to vent his anger after being blamed for letting an undead rat walk around, he hit one of the undead, but then the skeleton lunged at the man, biting down hard on his neck, sending him into a panic. The man struggled, only to find himself suddenly overwhelmed by other undead that Sung Hyun had managed to influence. Sung Hyun watched the man, terror-stricken and struggling, and he felt a surge of vindication. This wasn't just about his own pain anymore. This was for every victim who had suffered because of the necromancy power in this village. As he loomed over the frightened man, Sung Hyun knew this was just the beginning. The revenge of the victims begins now, he thought, determination solidifying in his mind. Sung Hyun's transformation, from a powerless recluse to someone willing to fight back, to use the darkness itself against those who had hurt him, was well underway. And he knew there was no turning back. At the same time, a young man argued with the guards in front of the village, frustration clearly etched on his face. He insisted that his twin brother, Hans, was in the village, demanding to meet the chief. The guards, annoyed by his persistence, refused to allow him any further access. Just then, Malcolm, the village chief, approached, curious about the commotion. The young man introduced himself as Hans and repeated his claim, stating he could always sense where his brother was. Malcolm found this hard to believe. He was so shocked to see Hans with the same face as someone he had killed before. Meanwhile, back in the village, Sung Hyun had managed to enter unnoticed, thanks to Hans distracting Malcolm. Sung Hyun found himself inside a mysterious room that seemed to pulse with dark energy. There, he saw the Immortal King's fragment, a crystal exuding an overwhelming power. Sung Hyun could feel the dark energy resonating, absorbed by the undead near the crystal. He wasn't particularly impressed with the place, calling it a warehouse for defective goods. Still, he wasn't in a position to be picky. He started to take the crystal. But somehow, he ended up absorbing the energy, and his form enveloped in a deep purple light. Outside, Hans continued arguing with Malcolm, trying to keep him distracted. Malcolm, however, suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He ordered the guards to kill Hans, realizing the fragment was being tampered with. The guards attacked, but their target suddenly disappeared, leaving them confused. Inside the fragment room, Sung Hyun was struggling, the atmosphere filled with swirling purple mist. Negative emotions, pain, and despair flooded into him without pause. Even though his mind hub filtered most of it, the intensity was overwhelming. He could barely stay sane under the pressure of the dark power. His body shook with anguish as he tried to withstand the influx of dark energy, his head pounding as if it was about to explode. The system announced that he had met the conditions for growth, and Sung Hyun's form began to change. He rose, transformed into a more powerful version of himself, now radiating with both blue and purple energy. He was no longer just an ordinary skeleton. He had become an entity of dark magic known as a Demilich. With the new power coursing through him, a new skill, evil wisdom, had been acquired. The merging of the Immortal King's fragment had changed him, giving him an understanding of dark magic. Sung Hyun took note of his surroundings, the dark energy now a part of him. Outside the fragment room, Huyan waited, bored with his job to wait outside. Suddenly, he received a telepathic message from Malcolm, urging him to check on the fragment. Before Huyan could respond, skeletal hands emerged from the shadows, grabbing him. He struggled in disbelief as the undead hands gripped him, terror on his face. Sung Hyun couldn't help but taunt him, commenting on the lovely weather. Huyan was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Sung Hyun could still talk and have complete control while being an undead. Sung Hyun, now more confident and adept with his powers, learned quickly how to manipulate dark magic, watching as Huyan squirmed. It amused him. The once weak skeleton now wielded power that others feared. Sung Hyun tested his abilities further by using an explosion spell, shattering the door. He then commanded the undead to not leave a single person in the village alive, sending the creatures in a mad rush. However, their attack was suddenly interrupted by a bright explosion, forcing Sung Hyun to look up. There, standing before him, was Malcolm, fury burning in his eyes. Malcolm demanded answers, wanting to know how an elite skeleton had managed to fuse with the fragment. Sung Hyun calmly responded, reminding Malcolm of the past, how Malcolm's betrayal had cost him his life and his heart. Now, he was taking what was owed. Malcolm, unable to contain his rage, launched an attack. He poured his power into it, intending to rip Sung Hyun apart. But Sung Hyun, now enhanced by the fragment, remained composed. He mockingly criticized Malcolm's manner of always announcing his spell names, finding it irritating. Malcolm, however, was determined, throwing everything he had at Sung Hyun, dark tendrils of magic trying to bind him. The battle between them escalated, with Sung Hyun mocking Malcolm's lack of power. Malcolm's frustration grew, realizing his attacks weren't having the desired effect. Malcolm shouted in fury, using his ultimate magic, channeling the souls of the necromancers to amplify his strength. The sky filled with swirling purple energy, and the cries of the necromancers echoed as their souls were drained. Sung Hyun observed, noting that Malcolm was using all the power available to him, desperate to win. Malcolm's ultimate magic sucked the life force from the people inside the village. Well, that man is surely crazy. Finally, Sung Hyun decided to end the battle. He channeled his dark magic, launching an attack that pierced Malcolm's heart. This fight is too easy for him, especially since his opponent takes a long time to enchant the magic. Malcolm's eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled, his strength fading. He collapsed, his body falling to the ground, dead. Sung Hyun stood tall, looking down at his defeated foe. He glanced upwards, speaking softly as if addressing Alfred, the rat who had been his companion. He had completed his revenge, and now, perhaps, Alfred could rest in peace. Elsewhere, inside a grand church, a hooded figure kneeled in front of a large statue, praying. She suddenly received a revelation, and her eyes widening in shock. She stood quickly, running to inform Bishop Martin of what she had seen. The bishop, visibly shaken by her words, called for an immediate meeting. The hooded figure, Saint Riesta, spoke with conviction. Signs of the immortal king's revival had appeared in the west. She knew that the being that had once spread fear across the continent might be back. And she was determined that she would not let history repeat itself. Back to Sung Hyun. He stood under the night sky. He looked around and noted how the once numerous undead had been mostly wiped out. It was a pity, but he remained unfazed. After all, the beauty of being a necromancer lay in the ability to replenish lost forces with new ones. He intended to do just that. However, before that, he needed to deal with his own missing arm. Sung Hyun examined the undead limb nearby and decided it looked suitable. He picked up the arm and used his magic, allowing the blue energy to envelop it. As it merged with his body, he activated his super recovery ability, and soon, his arm looked as good as new. Pleased, he turned his attention back to replenishing his forces. He raised his hands, purple magic swirling around him, calling on the scattered remains of the undead to become his subordinates once more. The evil wisdom skill filled his thoughts, guiding him on how to utilize his powers. He attempted to use the fragments inside his body to pollute the dead skeletal remains, but the skeleton fell apart into pieces before his eyes. He sighed, realizing that the process was not as simple as it seemed. Still, after a few tries, Sung Hyun began to get the hang of it. He looked toward Malcolm's lifeless body, contemplating his next move. He decided to make the old necromancer a powerful undead, one with his soul intact, so that Sung Hyun could extract useful information from him. However, when Sung Hyun examined the old man, he realized that there was no soul present. A magic circle glowed faintly on Malcolm's body, revealing that someone had forcibly extracted his soul. Sung Hyun deduced that there was likely an organization behind this, trying to protect their secrets. He shrugged. Well, it doesn't matter. He could still make use of the body. Sung Hyun began to channel his magic, preparing to turn Malcolm into a top-tier entity, undead. He polluted the remaining magic in Malcolm's body, gathering what residual thoughts he could find. The transformation began, and Malcolm's form shifted into that of a death wizard. When the transformation completed, the death wizard spoke, offering to receive Sung Hyun's orders. Sung Hyun was impressed. Malcolm could speak and follow commands, even if he did not retain his old memories. Sung Hyun commanded Malcolm to obey him, and he then hit the skeleton while laughing. Though Malcolm's past memories were lost, Sung Hyun still intended to make him suffer for his past wrongdoings. He found a sense of satisfaction in the irony of the situation. Later, Sung Hyun walked through a field of bones, carrying Malcolm's staff. He paused for a moment, recalling a young zombie with a green face, the same zombie who had helped him defeat one of Malcolm's lackeys. With a gentle hand on the young zombie's head, Sung Hyun muttered a silent wish for the creature to rest peacefully with its family. It was a rare moment of compassion, even for someone who had embraced the darkness. Back in his room on Earth, Sung Hyun leaned back on his couch with a satisfied smile. He felt full and content with his recent accomplishments. Picking up his phone, he decided to check the current price of gold. His mind wandered to the treasure hoard left behind after Malcolm's death. It had been quite a profitable endeavor. He then summons Hans, his skeleton avatar, to assist him. As the skeleton appeared, Sung Hyun quickly dismissed it, overwhelmed by the aura it exuded. He let out a sigh of relief as Hans vanished in a burst of blue light. Sung Hyun scratched his head in frustration, wondering what to do next. He needed Hans, but perhaps it was time to enhance his unique skill again. With the karma shop balance in front of him that now shows over 700,000 points, Sung Hyun made the decision. He spent 300,000 points to strengthen his unique skill, and as a blue light enveloped him, a new skill was acquired. Clear mirror. Still water. The system explained that this skill would protect his mind from external influences and mental attacks. Sung Hyun felt a new surge of confidence, knowing that his mental strength had surpassed the standard threshold. Now he can easily summon Hans and never worries about the aura or mental attack again. With Hans at his side and feeling stronger than ever, Sung Hyun decided it was time to sell some of the gold he had accumulated. He went to a shop filled with bags of gold coins and requested that the money be transferred to his account. The transaction went smoothly, and Sung Hyun left the shop, feeling secure in his preparations. Just to be safe, he had hidden Hans in the shadows using black magic, even giving him a mask for anonymity. Perhaps it was overkill, but he preferred being cautious. However, just as he thought all was going well, the shop exploded. Sung Hyun watched in shock as a werewolf and a masked villain made their escape, carrying a bag of gold. The werewolf seemed excited by the heist, bragging about their loot. Sung Hyun yelled for someone to call the police, knowing that these villains, people who used their awakened abilities for crime, would soon be hunted by guardians. As the werewolf rushed past Sung Hyun, he was knocked aside. Frustration washed over him. He felt powerless to do anything in the face of such chaos. The villains were executing their plan flawlessly, but just then, they noticed a mysterious figure, a glowing skeleton, standing nearby. Sung Hyun's voice echoed in his thoughts. While Sung Hyun could do nothing, Hans was different. With a surge of dark power, Hans unleashed chaos, confronting the villains head-on. The narrative was shifting once again, and Sung Hyun could feel that this was only the beginning of something much larger. Three figures rushed through a dimly lit corridor, urgency etched across their faces. They were guardians, charged with protecting order and delivering justice. The situation called for swift action. As they approached their destination, they arrived at a chaotic scene, a corridor littered with the unconscious bodies of criminals, an undeniable aftermath of a recent battle. The first guardian looked around, confused by what he saw. "What's going on here?" he demanded. A groaning werewolf lay among the defeated. They can only conclude that someone had fought the villains and then vanished. The second guardian reacted quickly, urging everyone to search the area. The battle had not ended too long ago, which meant the mysterious figure must still be nearby. The guardians spread out, determined to locate the one who had caused this chaos. Somewhere, beyond their reach, a shadow moved with unnatural speed through a sunlit corridor, leaving behind a lingering dark trail. That shadow returned to Sung Hyun as he stretched, a look of contentment on his face. The events were exhilarating, even refreshing for him. Blowing off some stress for punching some villains like this once in a while, he thought, wasn't so bad. In another world, Heinz, Sung Hyun's second avatar, stood there. Sung Hyun, observing through his connection, marveled at the sight before them. He had finally arrived. He was at the grand entrance of a different place, a place where possibilities were endless and new experiences awaited. The directions given by the old man Malcolm had led them here, and Sung Hyun could not help but feel a mix of relief and excitement. The journey had not been in vain. This was the moment his new adventure in the other world would truly begin. He stood tall before the grand city gate, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. The city, despite its impressive architecture, seemed strangely empty. The streets were lined with houses and shops, yet not a soul was to be seen. Leaves rustled along the ground, swept by the wind, but the usual chatter of city life was absent. He noted the lack of checkpoints, the indifference towards newcomers. Heinz, who moved ahead, spotted a tense situation in a nearby alley, a young girl being confronted by a bald man. The bald man reminded the girl of her debt. His voice was stern as he demanded 2 silver coins within 3 days, threatening her if she could not meet the deadline. The girl pleaded for more time, her anxiety evident. Sung Hyun observed from a distance, mildly disinterested. The scene felt cliché, just another thug taking advantage of a helpless person. He figured it was not his business and decided to move along. However, as Sung Hyun walked away, he accidentally collided with the girl, who immediately began apologizing. Her words were rushed, but he saw something useful in her. Perhaps this girl knew the city well. He offered her a coin and asked if she could be his guide. The girl's eyes widened at the sight of the silver, and she accepted the offer, her face a mix of surprise and gratitude. That evening, the girl, whose name was Diana, led Sung Hyun to an inn. She beamed as she introduced it, proud of her choice. She explained her situation, her struggles to care for her younger sibling, hoping to earn Sung Hyun's trust and secure a stable income. They agreed on the terms. She would guide him around the city in exchange for 2 silver coins per day. Sung Hyun decided to retire to his room after their deal. As he lay down on the uncomfortable bed, he struggled to fall asleep, the chill air and the stiff mattress keeping him awake. To his surprise, when he looked out the window, he found Diana sitting outside, her small frame curled up against the cold. He called out to her, asking why she was waiting so early in the morning. She explained she wanted to be on time for their meeting, though Sung Hyun suggested she should come around lunchtime instead. Diana was polite and eager, and even after being corrected, her smile remained. The next day, as they moved through the city, Sung Hyun noticed a peculiar symbol painted across various walls. He touched the strange mark, noting the texture. Diana told him it wasn't paint, it was blood. She can smell it. Sung Hyun looked at her curiously, surprised by her sharp sense of smell, almost considering it an ability. She explained that the symbol belonged to a group called Barkalak, a criminal organization that held power over this part of the city. Sung Hyun found himself intrigued but remained detached from whatever trouble the group might pose. As the vampire lunged, Sung Hyun told Aaron to run. Sung Hyun began to grow suspicious. Diana was late, which was unlike her. The minutes seemed to drag on, his concern increasing as each one passed. Then 2 thugs approached, trying to intimidate him. Sung Hyun managed to defuse the situation by bribing them, but as they walked away, he overheard them mention a kid they had taken. A sinking feeling hit Sung Hyun as he realized Diana might be in danger. He confronted Diana when she arrived, and she confessed through tears that her brother Aaron had gone missing. Her eyes were red, and her hands trembled as she spoke, her fear and worry written across her face. Sung Hyun suddenly grew suspicious as he recalled the thugs mentioning a child. He immediately told Diana what he had overheard, and she panicked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Diana, with her voice trembling, explained what she knew. The truth about the city became clear. It was a blood farm for vampires. The Barkalak weren't just thugs. They were monsters who needed blood to sustain their existence. Somewhere in the place where Sung Hyun's avatar had killed Malcolm, a vampire stood, sensing the dark magic in the air. The creature, sinister and calculating, muttered about the immortal king's fragment, regretting missing the opportunity to take for himself. He was confident, however, that he would soon track down the one responsible. The scene returned to Diana, tears streaming down her face as she faced Sung Hyun. She tried to make sense of her fears, speaking of vampires, including the Varkalak, who controlled all the organizations in the city. Diana's voice was filled with despair, and she spoke of how they struggled each day to survive, always knowing that in the end, they would be consumed. She believed that there was no way out. Even if they escaped, they wouldn't survive. She sobbed, believing her brother and herself to be destined to be eaten by the monsters. Sung Hyun stepped forward, holding her face with both hands, urging her to get a grip. He asked urgently if she knew where they had taken her brother, and Diana, in disbelief, questioned if he was really offering to help. She thought it was impossible and far too dangerous, stabbing its eye until blood keeps pouring. But Sung Hyun smiled darkly. reassuring her that he was more than capable of giving those bastards what they deserved. Determination filled his eyes as he declared the beginning of the mission to help Diana and her little brother. The scene shifted to a bustling tavern, coins scattering across a table as if they were playing some sort of gamble. The thug we saw earlier sat around the table, and the scent of alcohol filled the air. The bald thug declared he was all in, causing the others to look at him suspiciously. They questioned how a debtor like him managed to get that kind of money. Laughing, the bald thug bragged about squeezing it out of some dumb outsider earlier that day. Suddenly, the door to the tavern opened, and Sung Hyun stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room. One of the thugs recognized him, calling out to his friends. They mocked Sung Hyun, assuming he was back to make another donation. Sung Hyun's face twisted in disgust as he confronted them. He told them that he knew exactly what kind of scum they were, the type who preyed on other people's families for their own greed. With swift precision, Sung Hyun struck the first thug, taking him down with ease. He counted aloud. 1 down, 2 to go. Panic spread among the remaining gamblers. The bald thug shouted, demanding to know who Sung Hyun was, calling for his death. But Sung Hyun charged with unwavering confidence, boasting about his toughness and rapid recovery skills. The tavern erupted into chaos as Sung Hyun fought the gamblers, moving with fluid precision, dodging punches, and retaliating with powerful blows. One thug tried to stab him with a knife, but the blade did not penetrate. Sung Hyun smirked, explaining that it was thanks to his Korean-made anti-kickbox suit. He took the second thug down, counting 2, and turned to face the bald one. The thug charged at him with a roar, but Sung Hyun's blue energy flared, forming a magical barrier. The bald thug was stunned, questioning how Sung Hyun had managed to get his hands on magical artifacts. Before he could react, Sung Hyun pierced through his defenses, taking him down as well, counting 3. As the dust settled, Sung Hyun looked around, assessing the damage. He wondered if he had brought too many magical items, seeing as he had not even used half of them. Just then, more thugs descended from the staircase, surprised by the commotion. They shouted, questioning who Sung Hyun was and what was happening. Sung Hyun sighed, ready for more action, commenting that this guy had a big mouth. He swiftly countered each attacker, the fight spilling outside. He kept counting aloud. 6, 7, 8. He stood over the defeated attackers, catching his breath, wondering aloud why there were so many of them. One of the thugs hit him, but Sung Hyun quickly regained his focus, realizing he had lost count of how many he had taken down. He shouted, calling out to the last thug standing. He stood amidst the disarray of the tavern, his eyes unwavering. He demanded to know where they had taken the boy they had brought in earlier. He pressed his boot firmly against the thug's face, but the man refused to tell him, taunting Sung Hyun about the master soon arriving. Sung Hyun looked down coldly, thanking him for the information. He raised his foot, ready for more action. After dealing with all the thugs, Sung Hyun made his way to a room and opened it. Inside, he found Aaron, cowering on the floor, trembling. Sung Hyun approached cautiously, telling Aaron not to be afraid. He explained that he had come to save him at his sister's request. Aaron, still fearful, asked if he knew his sister. Sung Hyun nodded, assuring him that he would explain everything once they were out of there. He urged Aaron to leave with him, but before they could move, a bat suddenly flew into the room through the window, transforming into a dark figure. A vampire. The vampire mocked Sung Hyun for interfering with his meal, his hand crackling with dark energy. He questioned if Sung Hyun was part of the Covenant of Destiny, or perhaps related to the child. Regardless, the vampire promised consequences for defying him. Sung Hyun stood protectively in front of Aaron, explaining that he was just an outsider who had been extorted by one of the vampire's underlings and happened to help the boy along the way. The vampire found it boring, expressing his preference for young boys as his meals. He prepared to strike, declaring that Sung Hyun could die now. The storeroom shook as the dark energy exploded, ripping through the walls. Sung Hyun shielded Aaron, and both of them were thrown back by the blast. Sung Hyun noted the smell of alcohol and spotted a destroyed beer barrel nearby. He quickly asked Aaron if he was okay, and upon seeing him nod, he urged him to escape while they had the chance. The vampire watched them, intrigued by Sung Hyun's speed. He commented that Sung Hyun was quicker than expected and decided that this would be a good warm-up before his meal. As the vampire lunged, Sung Hyun told Aaron to run and not look back, pushing him away. The vampire's red eyes gleamed with malice as he struck at Sung Hyun, piercing through his defenses. Blood splattered, yet Sung Hyun remained standing, defiant. The vampire was impressed by his toughness and recovery. Sung Hyun acknowledged the difference in their strength, realizing the vampire was merely toying with him. Despite the overwhelming odds, Sung Hyun was determined to protect Aaron. The vampire laughed, amused by Sung Hyun's resistance, tightening his hold and cutting Sung Hyun's hand with his claws. The vampire whispered into Sung Hyun's ear, promising that his pointless resistance would end now. But Sung Hyun, feeling the vampire's strength, decided to take a different approach. He declared that if there was such a difference in strength, they would just die together. Sung Hyun activated a hidden fire magic tool, flames engulfing him. The vampire stepped back in shock, realizing what was happening. He questioned when Sung Hyun had hidden the fire magic tool in his mouth, snarling as the flames closed in. The room was engulfed in fiery chaos as Sung Hyun grappled with the vampire. He explained that when he had been slammed to the ground, he saw the alcohol spilled on the floor and got the idea to use it to turn the tables. The vampire called him a madman, accusing him of planning to die together. Sung Hyun's resolve was unshaken. He charged at the vampire, fire blazing around him, declaring that he would not go down without a fight. The angry vampire mocked him, calling him a weak piece of flesh that dared to harm a mighty vampire. But Sung Hyun confronted him, reminding him that he had called him a tough delicacy. Fueled by defiance, Sung Hyun roared as the flames engulfed the room, turning the vampire's arrogance against him. The vampire, panicked and surprised, stared in horror at the approaching the fire, his pleas falling on deaf ears. Sung Hyun's determination was palpable as the fiery chaos consumed everything around them, leaving no room for escape. The storeroom erupted into flames, engulfing the vampire and Sung Hyun. Amidst the chaos and heat, Sung Hyun found himself lying among the debris, the intense heat swirling around him. He couldn't help but marvel at the destruction that surrounded him, thinking that it was incredible how he was still alive, despite the devastation. He mused to himself that being too sturdy could be a problem sometimes. Sung Hyun slowly raised his head and looked towards the sky. The mission to help Diana was complete, and despite the lingering heat and destruction, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Outside the burning building, Diana was watching with tears streaming down his face, holding Aaron close. She cried out for Sung Hyun, her voice desperate as flames roared behind them. In that moment, a system notification appeared before Sung Hyun's eyes, marking the end of an avatar. The message read that Avatar Hines had died, with a respawn time of 7 days. Sung Hyun couldn't help but sigh at the realization, but knew he had to move on. The scene then shifted to a bustling town square. Diana was busy polishing a stranger's shoe, trying to earn her keep. She thanked the customer as he left, pocketing the coins with a sigh. Another person approached, and she eagerly offered her services. Suddenly, she heard someone call out, and turning around, she saw Sung Hyun, or rather, a new avatar of him. Diana's eyes widened with surprise and joy. She rushed to embrace him, exclaiming that she was relieved he was okay. Sung Hyun reassured her, though internally he knew that this new avatar, Hines 2, was different from the original Hines. He had decided to use a new avatar, creating one with an acceleration trait. It was his third avatar, and he wondered if Diana would even notice it was a different entity. But Diana seemed convinced that it was the same Hines, remarking how he smelled just like before. She warned Sung Hyun that he should not come back here, as the vampires were likely searching for him after what had happened. But Sung Hyun brushed it off confidently, believing that he had things under control. With the power of his original avatar, Immortal King Hans, at his disposal, vampires were the least of his worries. That evening, Sung Hyun sat inside the inn, checking his status. The cooldown for the isekai transfer was still 10 days away, much longer than he had hoped. He smiled faintly, accepting that things would take time. Just then, a menacing presence appeared behind him. A vampire had managed to find him. The vampire grabbed Sung Hyun by the neck, demanding answers, its glowing red eyes filled with rage. The vampire accused him, sensing traces from the fragment that led to this very place, and questioned why an outsider was staying in the territory of a vampire. Sung Hyun struggled, unable to move as the vampire's grip tightened. He realized that the vampire was incredibly powerful, a true monster. The vampire scrutinized Sung Hyun closely, but, surprisingly, it could not sense any dark magic aura from him, nor smell the blood of a fellow vampire. Sung Hyun, bewildered, had no idea what was happening. The vampire's fangs gleamed, and with a menacing grin, it decided to bite down, sinking its fangs into Sung Hyun's neck. A notification flashed in Sung Hyun's eyes. His race had changed to vampire. and a new skill called Blood Clan Blood Remnant had been acquired. The vampire smiled in sinister satisfaction, certain that Sung-hyun could not lie now. Another notification informed Sung-hyun that his skill, Rapid Recovery, had been altered to Regeneration. The vampire then inquired if Sung-hyun was involved with the Covenant of Destiny reversal. Sung-hyun struggled under the immense pressure. He could feel his blood compelling him to submit to the higher vampire's authority. However, thanks to his mind hub skill, the submissive urge was filtered out, allowing him to retain control. Sung-hyun called the vampire Lord Wirok and stated he was just a traveler and didn't know anything. Lord Wirok eventually decided that perhaps Sung-hyun was not the one they were after. He ordered him to follow along, stating that there were things they needed to take care of. Sung-hyun reluctantly agreed, deciding to tag along in hopes of learning more about the vampires and their intentions. Lightning struck the night sky as they arrived at a grand mansion, the headquarters of the Barkaslak clan's Azantu branch. Inside, vampires socialized, curious about Sung-hyun, who was introduced as Lord Wirok's new bloodling. The other vampires eyed him with disdain, questioning why Lord Wirok would choose to take in such a lowly creature. Amidst the scrutiny, a cheerful vampire named Rosalika approached Sung-hyun, introducing herself energetically. She handed Sung-hyun a glass filled with fresh blood. As he hesitated, an overwhelming thirst for blood surged within him, even overpowering his mind hub skill. Desperate, he decided to use his skill to filter out the taste of blood and then forced himself to drink it as quickly as possible to avoid suspicion. Rosalika then explained the vampire hierarchy, likening bloodlings to knights, purebloods like Lord Wirok to nobles, and truebloods to royalty. She also mentioned the sacred bloods, the progenitors, whom all vampires must obey. Sung-hyun listened intently, piecing together the information. Suddenly, Lord Wirok addressed everyone, calling for complete vigilance. He stood at the center of the room and announced that all vampires must conduct a thorough search throughout the city to locate the missing fragment from the Dark Mage. That's when Sung-hyun realized that Malcolm was a person from Covenant of Destiny reversal, and Hans was the person they are searching for. The Lord's voice echoed across the Grand Hall, instructing them to remain alert and carefully investigate their designated areas. Lord Wirok emphasized that failure was not an option, as the fragment was a crucial part of their plan. After the announcement, outside the mansion, Sung-hyun walked alongside Rosalika. She complained about the sunlight, mentioning that even pureblood Lady Purita was out searching for the fragment, so they couldn't slack off. Rosalika let slip that they had their own fragment of the Undying King, which they planned to fuse with the one that had vanished. This news shocked Sung-hyun, so the vampire clan also have one of the 3 fragments. His mind raced. This was a stroke of luck. If there was only one pureblood guarding the fragment, he might be able to seize it. When he asks Rosalika if she knows where the fragment is located, she only laughs because bloodlings like them wouldn't know that big of a secret location. Back at the inn, Diana suddenly told Sung-hyun that she might know where the fragment was located. Sung-hyun was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. How could Diana know where the fragment was? Sung-hyun's eyes widened as Diana made her bold statement. He asked her, clearly surprised, if she really thought she knew the location of the Undying King's fragment. Diana nodded cautiously, though she expressed uncertainty, mentioning that it was a memory from quite some time ago. She began recounting a memory of her past. She explained that about a year ago, she had taken up a job cleaning tombs. She remembered how every Friday, members of the Barkalak organization would visit one of the stone chambers in the tomb. The atmosphere grew tense as Diana revealed that each time they did, there was an incredibly horrible and evil smell emanating from within the chamber. It was enough to leave a lasting impression. Sung-hyun listened with growing interest, his curiosity piqued. He told Diana that this was definitely something worth investigating. Aaron, overhearing, suddenly recalled the warnings Diana had always given him. He exclaimed that this was the reason his sister had always told him never to go near the tomb. Sung-hyun thanked them both, assuring them that he would go investigate alone, instructing them to stay hidden for their own safety. Diana seemed hesitant as she reached out, touching Sung-hyun's cloaked arm. She nervously mentioned that his smell seemed a bit different than usual. Her sharp senses couldn't be fooled. Sung-hyun admitted that her keen nose had caught on to his recent transformation. He showed her his newly acquired fangs, a clear sign of what he had become. Diana gasped, visibly worried. Despite her fear, she offered to help, saying that if Sung-hyun ever needed it, he could drink a little of her blood, but only a little. Sung Hyun, taken aback, scolded her for saying such reckless things, brushing her offer aside and urging her instead to focus on helping him locate the chamber. The scene shifted to a dark cemetery under the dim moonlight. The silence was abruptly broken by a scream echoing through the tomb. Inside the dimly lit chamber, a man stood, trembling in fear. A vampire loomed over the person, scolding them with impatience, urging them to stand straight. The vampire sneered, offering the terrified individual a cruel bargain. If they could land even a single hit on him with their trembling sword, he would let them go unharmed. The person's fear was palpable, the sword shaking in his grasp. He could not bring themselves to strike, and the vampire quickly grew tired of the spectacle. Blood-like vines suddenly emerged, wrapping around the person, pulling them with a harsh force as he struggled in vain. The vampire watched without pity as the person's blood was drained completely, leaving their lifeless body limp. The vampire sighed, annoyed by how disgustingly boring the encounter had been, ordering his subordinate to dispose of the trash and find a more worthwhile sacrifice next time. As the subordinate began to drag the body away, something unexpected happened. Skeletal appeared at the entrance to the chamber, causing a commotion. The subordinate froze, shouting out in surprise. Lord Tiapol, the vampire overseeing the chamber, demanded answers. He was furious, questioning how filthy undead creatures had managed to enter this sacred place. He commanded his servants to clean up the mess, but it was clear that these skeletal intruders were different from ordinary undead. Standing among the skeletal figures was Hans, Sung Hyun's avatar. Blue flames flickered in his skeletal hands as Lord Tiapol attempted to gauge who had sent them. He asked if the intruder was a necromancer from the Covenant of Reversal. Hans responded in a cold, detached manner, raising his hand as the blue flames grew in intensity, illuminating the chamber. He showed no interest in answering questions, instead preparing for a fight. Lord Tiapol growled, vowing to leave only Hans' head behind as he lunged at the skeletal warriors with blood-infused power. But Hans seemed unfazed. He smirked menacingly, challenging Lord Tiapol to try and do just that. As Lord Tiapol moved to strike, skeletal hands shot out, holding him in place, the vampire realizing too late that the spells of this necromancer were far faster than he had anticipated. Suddenly, reinforcements arrived. Another vampire rushed into the chamber, kicking aside the skeletal warriors. It was Sung Hyun's vampire avatar, Heinz II. Lord Tiapol looked relieved as he recognized his ally, asking if he had reported the attack to Lord Wirok. The Sung Hyun confirmed, explaining that Wirok's followers were already making their way inside, and that he had entered ahead to assist. The tension heightened as the battle continued, Lord Tiapol instructing Sung Hyun's to focus on stalling until proper backup arrived. But the moment Lord Tiapol looked away, Sung Hyun struck, sinking his fangs into Lord Tiapol's neck. The vampire lord gasped, confusion clouding his face, as he realized the betrayal. Dark energy crackled around his hands as he tried to free himself, but it was too late. Hans already blocked his movement. He accused Sung Hyun of colluding with the Demi-Lich, he stating how draining another vampire's blood could corrupt one's mind. But his words were cut short as Sung Hyun drained all of his blood, killing him with ease. Sung Hyun stood over Lord Tiapol's limp body, scoffing at the mention of mental corruption. That no longer worked on him. He can easily block the mental corruption using Mind Hub. His eyes then glowed red as blood magic swirled around him, revealing his sinister transformation. The power of the vampire lord coursed through him, and a notification from the system announced the acquisition of the skill. Sung Hyun relished the feeling of new power, his hand glowing with blood energy. He glanced at the remains of the chamber, realizing that with his new ability, he might even be able to break through the blood barrier and take out the treasure here. But there wasn't enough time for such an endeavor. He would have to settle for something more direct. With a powerful strike, Sung Hyun caused a devastating explosion, the rubble shifting as the force unveiled something hidden beneath. There, pulsing with a dark energy, was the second fragment of the immortal king. Han's eyes locked on it as he reached out, feeling the intense energy radiating from the relic. As his fingers touched the fragment, a sudden burst of energy exploded, the force overwhelming his senses. He struggled with the power, even as his mind hub filtered out the negative thoughts. But the fragment's energy was almost too much. He decided the right thing to do now is focusing all his avatar mental energy into Hans. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Lord Wirok and his followers had arrived. He looked towards the smoke rising from the tomb, realizing he might be too late. The courtyard had descended into chaos, vampires aiming arrows of blood at the source of the power that floating with such incredible dark mana. Sung Hyun absorbed the blows, his aura becoming more menacing with each attack. The scene shifted, revealing Sung Hyun's true form amidst the chaos, his limbs glowing with skeletal energy as darkness enveloped him. The system notification appeared once more, stating that his super recovery skill had evolved into immortality, and that he had also acquired the special skill of forbidden knowledge. Sung Hyun had now become an arch-lich, an entity of unparalleled dark energy, ready to take on whatever came next. The stage had been set, and Sung Hyun was prepared to face all foes, his transformation marking the beginning of a new era in his journey. Near the battlefield, two figures rode on horseback in the forest path. They noticed something strange ahead, a feint of smoke in the air. Outside the backyard city where Sung Hyun had fought, the sky above swirled with ominous dark energy. The first knight's eyes widened as he gasped. The second knight, observing the darkening sky, wondered aloud if there could be a fire. The unsettling sight led the first knight to conclude that the dark clouds were towards the city of Ajantu. Without hesitation, the knight decided that they must return to the cathedral immediately to report the strange phenomenon to the saint. There was urgency in his voice. This wasn't just a natural event, it was something far more sinister. The knight echoed his concern, believing it to be a sign of the immortal king's resurrection. Back in the city, Lord Wirok observed the aftermath of the Han's transformation, his eyes widening in amazement. He noted that the lich had become nearly 5, no, perhaps even 10 times stronger. Emerging from the shadows, Hans, now an arch-lich, was enveloped in a deep violet aura. The system issued a special note, indicating that by using the second fragment of the immortal king, Hans's rank had increased significantly, and his dark magic had explosively grown. Now, Hans would continuously resurrect unless his source was destroyed. The system announces that through evil wisdom and forbidden knowledge, Hans gains an unconditional understanding of dark magic, and receives all secrets and knowledge. He then summoned his staff, darkness swirling around him as he prepared a spell. The spell was activated, and suddenly, the area was covered in thick black smoke. Lord Wirok, still cautious, wondered aloud if the smoke around Hans was merely an illusion. The sudden dark magic was hard to decipher. One of the vampires called out to Lord Wirok, suggesting they retreat and regroup. But before they could take action, a shadowy figure lunged towards them, catching them off guard. The vampire cried out in pain, and Lord Wirok was taken aback, coughing as a dark energy pierced his chest. He struggled to maintain his composure but found himself face to face with an imposing opponent, Hans, the Arch-Lich. Hans looked at Lord Wirok with a mocking grin. He acknowledged Wirok's strength, noting that he was certainly stronger than other purebloods. However, in Hans's eyes, Wirok was nothing more than a blood bag. Enraged, Lord Wirok demanded answers, wanting to know how Hans could have absorbed the fragment's spiritual energy alone. Hans merely smirked, revealing a secret as he answered, because he hadn't done it alone. Sung Hyun, hidden in the shadows, moved quickly, baring his own fangs and sinking them into Lord Wirok's neck. The blood power surged within him as he drained the vampire's life force, feeling his aura grow even stronger. The system informed him that he had met the conditions for growth. Sung Hyun felt his own transformation as he became a pureblood vampire. He looked at his hands, acknowledging his newfound strength. His confidence grew with the realization that he could grow faster by consuming his own kind. With a determined expression, he vowed to devour every vampire that crossed his path. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, a group of vampires led by Rosalika and Lady Parita sensed the disturbance. Rosalika gasped, her voice trembling as she called out to Lady Parita, unsure of their next move. Lady Parita, however, remained composed. She noted that if Lord Wirok had been defeated, their enemy must be formidable. The magical power left in the remains was enough to make her wary. She instructed the group to retreat. With the sun rising soon, they needed to quickly return to headquarters and request support. The urgency of their decision was evident. The power they faced was not to be underestimated. In the city streets, a thug ran, breathless and anxious. He cursed the vampires for their arrogance, frustrated that they had fallen so easily. Suddenly, he felt a skeletal hand on his shoulder. The thug's scream echoed through the empty streets as Hans dealt with the remnants in the city. Meanwhile, Heinz had already left with Diana and her younger brother Aaron, hiring a small merchant group for their journey. Later, at a serene campsite, Heinz, cloaked in shadows, prepared food over a fire. He carefully seasoned the meat, adding plenty of pepper. Diana and Aaron watched excitedly, their eyes wide with anticipation. When Sung-hyun finally declared the special steak ready, Diana took a bite and exclaimed in delight at how delicious it was. Sung-hyun nodded warmly, pleased with their reaction. He encouraged them to eat plenty. They spoke briefly of their destination, an uncle's shop in eastern Rapalasi. Diana expressed uncertainty, worried that their uncle might not welcome them. Sung-hyun reassured them with a playful smile, suggesting that if things went poorly, he could always bribe the uncle with child support money. Deep down, though, he felt a twinge of sadness. He had grown quite attached to the children, and it saddened him to think of parting ways. He reflected quietly, wondering how many years it had been since he had felt emotions like this. He had changed a lot since coming to this world. The siblings, noticing his quiet demeanor, asked if he was okay, worried that he might be low on blood. Sung-hyun shifted slightly, offering them a reassuring smile as he told them he was full. He thought to himself that he had certainly gorged on all vampires left in the village. Back in the city, Hans was busy turning the vampire corpses into undead, ordering them to wait in subspace. Sung-hyun admired the subspace skill, marveling at its convenience. It seemed endless, and combining his forbidden knowledge and evil wisdom traits, provided a perfect synergy. He pondered whether he might even be able to open subspace on Earth someday. Just then, a powerful attack startled him. From above, a vampire unleashed a blood skill. Sung-hyun recoiled from the fierce magic, taken aback by the unexpected power. In the ensuing standoff, Hans faced a group of robed vampires, one of whom questioned if Hans was from the Covenant of Heaven's reversal. Hans decided to play along, declaring himself as part of the Covenant. The pure-blood vampire, Ovor, accused him of lying, stating that the Covenant's hideout had already been attacked and destroyed. Ovor drew a large scythe, vowing to kill Hans. The battle that followed was intense. Ovor's attacks were swift and precise, and Hans struggled to dodge them. The protective barrier set up by the vampires prevented his escape, and Hans knew he needed more time to adjust to his newfound power. Ovor taunted him, threatening to crush his skull and extract the fragment within. Hans, however, was determined. He declared confidently that he would return to fight again, making a dramatic exit as he activated Summon Release. Blue energy engulfed Hans, allowing him to vanish through the barrier, leaving the vampires bewildered. The vampires reeled in confusion. How can someone escape the strongest vampire barrier? But suddenly, a new threat emerged. The Paladin Corps of the Divine Order appeared, their silver arrows striking true, killing one of the vampires. Ovor, now surrounded, realized too late that Hans's lingering presence had been a distraction, buying time for the Paladins to close in. He began to suspect that perhaps this was all part of Hans's plan from the beginning. He clenched his fists in frustration, vowing to find and kill Hans, no matter where he had run off to. Back on Earth, Sung-hyun stood in his apartment, relieved that he had made it back safely. Summon Release truly felt like a cheat key, and he smiled to himself as he thought of his next move. Though the threat of the vampires loomed for now, he had time to prepare. He sighed to himself. The fun of playing a game in another world was just too much to resist. When he recalled his earlier actions, the way he had proudly declared himself as the Death during his Summon Release, this memory filled him with embarrassment. His dramatic behavior and villain-like exit seemed more ridiculous than impressive, if I remember it again. He rolled over, kicking his blanket as waves of secondhand embarrassment overtook him. Next to him, Hans, his skeletal avatar, silently polished his skull, seemingly unbothered by his master's turmoil. Hans broke the silence by complimenting Sung-hyun on his achievements. He praised him for defeating the vampire group and saving Diana and her family from the clutches of an entire vampire-infested city. Hearing this, Sung-hyun's mood brightened. He sat up, grinning. Saying it out loud, he almost felt like a hero in the video game he often played. Feeling better, he stood and decided to open the karma shop. He felt certain that the events he had set into motion would give him plenty of karma. As the system activated, Sung-hyun's eyes widened. His current balance was an astounding 700,000 karma points. He could hardly believe it, considering how he had spent all his karma previously to enhance his skills. Well, he was sure that this massive accumulation might be the result of his manipulation of the Dark Sorcerer and the vampires, turning them against one another. He marveled at how the system seemed to reward him generously for his actions, making it clear that karma wasn't bound by morality, but by impact. Feeling a surge of excitement, Sung-hyun browsed through the shop, and decided to upgrade his unique skills, curious to see what new powers he could unlock. After confirming his purchase, the system notified him of two significant changes. Firstly, his summoning limit had increased, allowing him to deploy more avatars simultaneously. Secondly, he had acquired a new skill called Persona. Sung Hyun delved into the skill's description. Persona allowed him to channel his emotions into his avatars, using them as vessels to store and wield his feelings. He clenched his fists, realizing the depth of this ability. The system seemed to understand his current state of being, granting him a skill tailored to his needs. The possibilities thrilled him, but it also made him introspective. He thought about how much he had grown through his connections with others in this alternate world, helping others and even defeating powerful foes, a stark contrast to the isolated existence he had led on Earth. Reflecting on his journey, Sung Hyun acknowledged that he had always treated his experiences in this world as a game, which made the dangers and challenges easier to face. Yet, in reality, he still just locked himself in his room, bound by trauma that haunted him. His loneliness, sadness, and anger had piled up over the years, and he realized he could no longer ignore the weight of his suppressed emotions. Determined to address this, he called Hans and activated Persona, transferring all his negative energy into the avatar. The transformation was immediate, as the dark aura left his body, moving into Hans. Suddenly, Sung Hyun felt a lightness he hadn't experienced in years. It wasn't that his emotions had disappeared completely, but they were now neatly stored within Hans. Sung Hyun regarded his avatar with curiosity, wondering if Hans could truly handle the influx of negativity. But Hans assured him that pain and despair were merely companions of existence, and that they posed no burden inside him. After all, dark mana and dark thought is a great companion. Looking at his skeleton avatar, Sung Hyun noted a subtle shift in Hans's tone, sensing an emerging individuality within the avatar. Hans seemed to be talking on his own, and he got the feeling that an emotionally charged avatar might develop its own personality, which both intrigued and unsettled him. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud explosion outside his house, so Sung Hyun rushed to the window and saw smoke rising in the distance. He muttered to himself that it was probably another villain attack. Well, it seemed the villains had become more active these days, but never mind, it was not his concern. He was sure the Guardians would take care of it. But suddenly, Hans spoke, looking him in the eyes and asking why Sung Hyun needed a reason to destroy evil. Looking back at Hans's eyes, a realization struck him. Deep down, he had always wanted to eradicate evil, especially because they are the reason his miserable trauma comes from. But his fears had held him back, and after transferring all his negative emotions into Hans, everything became clear. Hans reached into his inventory and retrieved a mask, declaring that the crumbling order of the world needed someone to enforce justice. And now, he will be their new law. Donning the mask, Hans teleported to the scene of the explosion. He arrived atop a building, overlooking the chaos below. Two Guardians in the area were talking about their struggle against a new terrorist organization that had recently emerged. Sung Hyun observed the Guardians. Hearing them, he had just received new information. Those trash villains had formed an organized group, amassing power and spreading chaos. So now, he decided it was time to act. Summoning dark magic, he released two floating eyes imbued with his mana, instructing them to become his spies in the shadows. These eyes would seek out sinners and uncover their hiding places. As the magical eyes dispersed, they began transmitting scenes of injustice back to Sung Hyun. In one alley, bullies tormented a helpless individual, preparing to extinguish their cigarette on the victim's face. In another place, a mother and child endured abuse at the hands of an enraged husband. Elsewhere, criminals ransacked a convenience store and robbed it. Looking all of that, Sung Hyun felt a surge of anger. Though these weren't villains and just normal civilians, they were still stains on society. Determined, he teleported to each scene, delivering swift punishment to the wrongdoers. Sung Hyun didn't hold back. He made it clear that evil would be met with equal ferocity, carving fear into the hearts of those who dared to harm others. He left a chilling warning, urging them to remember this day and promising they would meet him again if they repeated their crimes. With each act of using the dark power, Sung Hyun grew more accustomed to wielding Hans's dark power. He marveled at how efficient and resolute his avatar had become, summoning more eyes to expand their reach. He needed to uncover all evil in this city. By the end of the night, he had only one goal: to purify the city and leave a mark of his newfound surging power as Hans, who dealt merciless justice. This was it. He realized that this was only the beginning of his mission to restore balance. He resolved to continue his crusade, vowing to bring order to a world filled with chaos. After a day spent defeating every criminal in the city, Sung Hyun felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. His Eye of Darkness proved invaluable, but its limitations became clearer. The spell weakened under exposure to light and eventually faded. This realization led him to conclude that he needed a more efficient method to locate his enemies. Using undead in a bustling city was a big no-no, and he began pondering alternatives while reflecting on the best approach for his problem. Suddenly, a bird pooped on his head, snapping him out of his thoughts. Annoyed, he looked up and swore vengeance against the birds. He yelled to kill them and make them his subordinates. But as he observed them flying freely, a new idea struck him. He imagined eyes that could be anywhere, undetected, and free to move. Yeah, this is it, the answer to his question. This inspiration led him to consider using a familiar, a servitude magic, often employed by skilled dark mages to control animals. The possibilities seemed endless, and his determination to create such a tool grew stronger. However, creating familiar was no easy task. Sung Hyun began experimenting in the Goblin Den, his secluded workshop far from prying eyes, but again and again, he failed miserably. He wanted a familiar that appeared ordinary, yet carried a powerful infection. Balancing simplicity in appearance with potent effects was challenging. Lowering the magical output made the familiar less threatening and ugly, but it also weakened its effectiveness in spreading infection. Each failure only deepened his frustration, and he found himself empathizing with programmers, debugging endless lines of code, error, and error. In the end, he realized why programmers often can't sleep properly. Hey dude, I'm a YouTube creator. I also have a lot of work, especially when people talk bad about my videos and make me down. But some of you keep cheering me, and here I am, still in the spirit to make videos for you all. Back to the story. After weeks of relentless effort, his experiments continued to fail. Cats grew monstrous with numerous eyes, and other creations turned feral and uncontrollable, wreaking havoc on his makeshift laboratory. On his final attempt, Sung Hyun infused a bird with dark energy, and to his surprise, it retained its natural appearance. The bird flew as though nothing had changed, and he hoped it could also spread the black magic infection. When the bird approached a flock, the dark magic succeeded, spreading among the others seamlessly, creating a new army of familiars for him. Sung Hyun's experiment had finally worked, and these infected birds would now serve as his eyes and ears, silently surveilling the area. He then commanded them to search for his enemies, scattering into the skies. Not far from there was a knight and a priest. The priest, sensing traces of Hans's energy, grew excited, believing they were close to finding their target. The knight, Tuscan, approached with resolve, vowing to capture Hans and extract every secret he held. He declared that the vampire was not allied with the Undying King's descendant and demanded to know the reason for their conflict. The bishop agreed that they still needed more clues, but they had to find the enemy as soon as possible, because, while they delayed, he was certain the enemy continued to grow in power. Suddenly, his pendant began to glow and shake. Clutching it tightly, he started speaking, revealing that the necklace was a communication device. On the other side, the saint reported she received a revelation from their god. She declared that the Undying King's aura had been detected in a cave to the northwest. With renewed resolve, the bishop thanked her and stated that they would certainly live up to the saint's expectations. Meanwhile, Sung Hyun, seated in his cave, monitored his familiar's movements with growing unease. He noticed something strange while he ordered them to monitor the area from the monster. His familiar appeared to be fleeing instead of gathering information. The erratic behavior puzzled him until a chilling realization dawned. It wasn't monsters that had caused his familiar fear, but humans. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw a group of knights heading straight for his location. Panic set in as he realized he was being ambushed. But how? He could not fathom how they had tracked him so precisely, especially a big group like them, capable of concealing their presence so effectively. This situation is so dangerous. Suddenly, Tuscan entered the cave and shouted for Hans, declaring that no evil could escape the gaze of their god. His voice echoed through the cavern, a palpable threat. He unsheathed his holy sword, radiating divine power, and demanded Sung Hyun to surrender. Recognizing the danger posed by holy power, the antithesis of his dark magic, Sung Hyun raised his hands in feigned surrender. He then questioned how the Holy Order had found his hideout, but Tuscan's anger only grew. Without waiting for answers, Tuscan attacked with unrelenting force. With disgust on his face, he stated that he never gave Sung Hyun permission to speak. Sung Hyun, realizing there was no escape, retaliated with dark magic, tried to attack him. The clash between their powers illuminated the cavern in bursts of light and shadow. However, Tuscan countered with holy energy, nullifying Sung Hyun's attack with ease. Without warning, he stabs his sword into Sung Hyun's chest. Sung Hyun tried to attack again, but he realized that for some time now, something sinister had been interfering with his magic. The blow sent Sung Hyun hurtling out of the cave, where many priests awaited him. They began chanting a hymn, their sacred song reverberating through the air, infused with holy power. Hearing that song, Sung Hyun felt immense pain coursing through his body, further weakening his powers. Seeing his enemy falter, Tuscan ordered the priests to continue their chanting as he raised his holy sword again, striking our boy from behind. With no other options, Sung Hyun struggled to summon his remaining strength. The divine energy surrounding him felt suffocating, pressing down with unbearable weight. Not letting Sung Hyun attempt another trick, Tuscan ordered all the priests to use their ultimate move. The priests then summoned holy chains, luminous and unbreakable, which moved swiftly toward Sung Hyun, immobilized him. In the end, the chain tightened, leaving Sung Hyun vulnerable and binding him completely. Sung Hyun tried his hardest to act, but despite his efforts, he was unable to move or call upon his magic. The chains shimmered with divine energy, crafted explicitly to bind undead like him. Around him, the priest's chants echoed, their voices merging in a crescendo that strengthened the binding. They had planned every detail to ensure his capture, leaving no room for escape. He cursed himself for letting his guard down. Trapped and powerless, he finally realized how far they had gone to kill him. Now, he looked at Tuscan as he remarked bitterly how much effort they were willing to expend to catch him. The captain of the Holy Knight Order sneered at his predicament, taunting him that no evil had ever escaped their divine binding, and asked if Sung Hyun had already given up by now. Their confidence was well-founded, but Sung Hyun's reaction shocked everyone. A chilling laugh erupted from him, echoing through that place. Sung Hyun's laugh, calm yet menacing, broke through their chanting. He mocked them for leaving no space for negotiation, then declared that this would be his goodbye, for now. He demanded them to try to catch him later, if they can find him again. As if sensing trouble, the captain used his holy power again, aiming for a decisive blow. He yelled that, even if he didn't know what Sung Hyun's plan was, he wouldn't let it happen. But our boy only smirked. All of this was useless. No matter how tight the binding was, he had the perfect trick to undo it. With that, he used Summon Dispel and called Hans back. In the end, the holy strike from Tuscan passed through empty air, striking nothing. The last thing they heard was Sung Hyun's laughter, echoing through the air, before he vanished, escaping right under their noses. Tuscan eyes widened in disbelief. Realizing their target had slipped away, the captain's disbelief turned to frustration. He questioned how such a feat was possible, and began to doubt the identity of the opponent they faced. What kind of power allowed Sung Hyun to evade their flawless binding? In the modern world, Sung Hyun lay sprawled on his bed, panic in his face. He mulled over the complexities of his situation, scratching his cheek in frustration. The list of enemies he had accumulated felt overwhelming. First is the shadow organization Covenant of Defiance, the vampire clan Brokoslak, and even the continent's most powerful religious force, the Church of the Host. With each name he recalled, he couldn't help but wonder if he had created too much chaos. And suddenly, he realized something big. Wanting to confirm his suspicion, he opened the karma shop and scanned the balance, which had grown alarmingly large. The realization dawned upon him, the reason why his karma kept increasing. Perhaps his exploits in another world had drawn aggro on a continent-wide scale, and that was the reason. Sighing, he closed the shop, deciding to postpone his worries for another day. His focus now shifted to the next plan he intended to do. In a bustling alley filled with stray cats, Hans, wearing a mask to conceal his identity, began his preparations. Sung Hyun had infused dark magic into cat food and scattered it, intending to use the animals as familiars. The principle was simple. Each infected subject would spread dark magic upon contact with others, creating a network of eyes and ears across the city. He envisioned this as the most effective way to cover a place like Seoul with minimal effort. His experiment proved successful. Soon, the number of infected cats grew, and with them, his reach extended. Suddenly, one of his familiars signaled an unusual event. Through the cat's eyes, he witnessed a chilling scene. A woman trapped in a basement, pleading for her life, begging and asking to let her go. But the sinister man loomed over her, mocking her futile cries. Realizing a person walking past the window, she yelled and tried her best to ask for help. But no matter what she did, nobody helped her. The man grabbed the woman by her hair, dragged her, and urged her to keep screaming. He even pushed her toward a microphone and ordered her to scream again, claiming her screams were too beautiful. Without hesitation, Hans appeared behind the man. From observing the man, he discerned that his abilities allowed him to silence the woman's screams from being heard outside. The man spun around, startled, as Hans coldly declared that the abilities won't work on him, and the vile acts would end now. Panic overtook the man as he tried to use the woman as a shield, threatened to kill her if Hans moved. But Hans swiftly neutralized the situation, using his dark power to rescue the victim with ease. The man, realizing Hans's power, accused him of being a guardian and angrily shouted that he would kill him. However, Hans used his power again, immobilizing him with binding magic and rendering him powerless. He then walked toward the villain, touched his head with his finger, and planned to take a look. Examining the man's memories with necromantic skill, Hans uncovered a history of all his crimes. It became clear that the villain frequently committed such acts, making him a serial killer. He then decided the punishment should fit the enormity of the man's sins. With a single touch, Hans ended his pathetic life. Well, because he needed undead on Earth, this would be a double reward. He then transformed the villain into an undead, and luckily, the man became a mid-tier undead, called a ghost, to serve him from now on. Now, he looked at the woman and decided to clean things up before leaving. Afterwards, the police and media began to crowd the scene, eager to uncover what had happened there. When the police finally swarmed the scene, led by Detective Park Han-cheol, they found the serial killer dead, but no trace of the vigilante who had stopped him. One of the police officers stated that, based on the recording tape, the man who died here was actually a serial killer they had been tirelessly pursuing. However, the body wasn't found, and they only detected an overwhelming presence of dark magic in the area. The man sighed in relief. At least the one who deserved to die had met his end at the hands of the villains who killed him. But Park Han-cheol dismissed it. He was frustrated by the mystery and muttered about the audacity of individuals taking justice into their own hands. He wondered aloud what kind of person could possess such power and resolve everything as they pleased. Standing there, our man rubbed the back of one of his familiars. Yes, this was it. The vision he wanted to see. As the new emerging law, and as Hans, this was only the beginning. At the Korean Returnees Association, a young woman entered the office as she called out for the branch director. She paused in frustration when she saw the familiar sight of her boss, Yoon Ji-yoon, slouched in her chair, sound asleep. With a sigh, she approached and shook her awake, kinda irritated. She explained that she had received a request from the Ability Management Bureau, presenting a folder filled with documents. Ji-yoon rubbed her eyes as she examined the papers. She realized the case involved 3 villains who had stolen jewelry, with their actions detailed in the report. Her curiosity piqued. She asked if this was related to the recent murder cases. She theorized that the perpetrators shared similarities: black magic users, long coats, and eerie masks. Despite her speculation, she quickly grew annoyed, muttering complaints about the lack of support from higher-ups. She suddenly shouted about, if only they could control the masked man, she mused sarcastically. Perhaps he could be a useful tool. She even entertained the thought of recruiting the masked man as a guardian, though her secretary dismissed the idea, urging her to focus on the task at hand. In the end, she could only keep shouting, villains are already make headache. Now she even need to handle the masked man. What a bad luck. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun felt refreshed after dealing with a group of villains. Unless it involved a serial killer, he was content with planting the curse of fear, then delivering fitting punishment. He considered his actions merciful, but remained aware of the bigger problem. To purely cleanse this city, he need to find and stop the chaos caused by villain organizations. Yup, he resolved to track down the source of the disturbances. Yet, he feel all his doing on Earth is enough for now. In the end, he was sure this is the right time to shifting his focus to other worlds. Sung-hyun's journey continued as he safely delivered Diana and Aaron to their uncle. The reunion brought tears of joy from their uncle, and Sung-hyun felt relieved to see the man's genuine gratitude. Initially, he was worried that the uncle might not have good intentions, so he had prepared himself for confrontation. But now, looking at those people crying like there was no tomorrow, he felt no need for concern. The uncle thanked him profusely, while Diana suddenly hugs him, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Sung-hyun reassured her gently, promising to visit often and reminding her to stay healthy. Looking at Sung-hyun, Diana comments on the changes in Sung-hyun's personality. She was grateful for his kindness, but couldn't ignore the transformation she sensed. Hearing that, Sung-hyun was shocked. Thus, he, reflecting on Diana's words, considered the influence of his persona skills, particularly when each avatar received a different emotion. He chooses the best emotion for his avatar, like Hans, with attention-seeking emotion, and Heinz too, for cool and calm emotion. When Diana asked about his next destination, Sung-hyun replied with determination. He was embarking on a pilgrimage. His journey took him to Talaria, the capital city known for its divine church and the largest temple on the continent. Upon arriving in a secluded alley, he summoned his newest avatar, the fourth one. He named it Heinrich, imbued with the trait of martial spirit. Heinrich's individual trait, which is martial spirit, grants him bonuses for skill and experience from combat training, enhancing its capabilities. Sung Hyun then instructed Heinrich to take his bag, deciding that navigating the holy city in his vampire form would be too conspicuous. So using his fourth avatar would be the right choice. After walking for some time, Heinrich approached the church, throwing down a bag filled with gold coins. He declared that it was all his wealth, and he decided to dedicate himself to God and pursue his dream of becoming a holy knight. So far, his avatar can be considered an evil being. So with this new avatar, he would wield a sacred sword and be respected by all. A priest accepted his donation with pride and promised to make him a fine knight through rigorous training. Another priest voiced opposition, cautioning against accepting strangers so easily like this. However, the first priest, Marco, assured him that evil intentions would be revealed during training. Turning to Sung Hyun, he asked if he was confident. Yeah, this is the moment. So of course, Sung Hyun replied with resolute that he was more than ready. But for our boy, his choice to become a holy knight is a nightmare. A month into the regime, he could feel that the training was grueling, pushing him to his limits. Now, he realizes that the noble image of the holy knights is just an illusion. The real them are masked with macho excess. He grasped the essence of their training, to strengthen faith and holy power through repetitive prayers and extreme situations. And yes, the training was effective, but also exhausting. Despite his discomfort, he pressed on, determined to achieve his goal. He considered escaping the bizarre environment, but reminded himself of the purpose driving him forward. Near him, two trainers discussed his progress. They marveled at his resilience, noting his physical transformation is top-notch, and how his muscle is now impressive. But to Sung Hyun, their unsettling enthusiasm only fueled his resolve to maintain his distance. He questioned why his surroundings seemed filled with such a pervert, and why the hell the instructor kept looking at his body. This was all too creepy. For 3 months, Sung Hyun endured the grueling training program. If it weren't for his quick recovery skill, he would have surely fainted long ago. He was grateful for his improved stamina and physique, but the constant nagging of his trainers annoyed him endlessly. One day, while catching his breath, someone patted him on the shoulder. It was Marco, one of his trainers, who reminded him that after completing his leg exercises, he needed to focus on holy chest training. Before he could respond, another trainer chimed in, arguing that it was a perfect day for back training instead. Watching his trainers bicker like fitness maniacs, Sung Hyun reluctantly agreed, silently cursing them as muscle-obsessed freaks. Later, after finishing the torturous workout, Sung Hyun sat in the garden with a fellow trainee. He complained about the madness of the training regimen and the relentless enthusiasm of their trainers. His friend smiled sympathetically and encouraged him, mentioning that the seniors had high expectations for him. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion in the distance. A crowd was gathering, and it seemed they were there to welcome someone. From afar, Sung Hyun saw two people entering the church, and he could hear people calling them Grand Archbishop Latius from the main church and Lord Tuscan. Sung Hyun's eyes widened as he recognized the arriving figures. He tried to look at them again. Yes, he had really seen them before. His friend whispered that he had heard they had gone on an expedition, but it seemed they had returned from it with the paladins and holy warriors. Seeing Tuscan made Sung Hyun's heart race. This was the paladin who had once fighting with Hans. If Tuscan had just returned, could they have spent the last 3 months hunting for Hans? Shortly after, all the trainees were summoned to the church, and a priest stood at the pulpit, announcing a baptism ceremony for those who had met the standards. The priests say this was unusual, as such ceremonies typically occurred only twice a year. He explained that special circumstances necessitated the early event. As names were called, trainees stepped forward, one by one. Feeling something was rushed, Sung Hyun's friend leaned over and whispered, asking why the church seemed so desperate. Hearing that, well, Sung Hyun guessed the only reason possible. They needed more knights to track down the heir of the Undying King. In any case, this is a perfect opportunity for him to save some time and be stronger faster. When Sung Hyun's name was called, he stepped forward with a plan in mind. For months, he had contemplated a new way to use his persona and mind hub skills. He knew that those baptized offered all their mana to God, losing the ability to handle magic in exchange for divine power. The strength of this blessing depended on one's faith in the deity. The purer and more genuine the faith, free of lies or doubt, the stronger the holy knight they would become. And that's where Sung Hyun intended to manipulate this process. Until now, he He only used MindHub to suppress external stimuli or restrain his own emotions. But he realized something. The opposite is also possible. Then, as the priest began the baptism, Sung-hyun used his MindHub skill to filter out emotions like doubt and disbelief, leaving only pure faith. He then activated his persona skill, focusing all mental power and channeling all his faith-related emotions into Heinrich. The result was extraordinary. Holy power erupted from Heinrich, exploding like a light born from the star, the power shocking everyone present, including Lord Tuscan. To be precise, the radiance reached the head of their god's statue, leaving the priest in awe. He then placed a hand on Heinrich's shoulder, proclaiming that such devotion and faith to be receiving this massive holy power must be unparalleled. After the baptism, the system rewarded Sung-hyun with a new skill, Holy Baptism, which enhanced the potential of his avatars and improved the sharing of mental strength between them. Testing his newly acquired holy power, Sung-hyun noted its limits, but he felt relieved his fake faith had worked. However, his initial skepticism about the church's deity wavered. During the baptism, he had seen a vision of a radiant figure resembling God. The essence of the vision seemed to acknowledge him, but also warning him to use this power for good. Sung-hyun looked up at the statue, pondering whether deceiving God with his skill was allowed. The next day, Lord Tuscan and Grand Archbishop Ladius, now looking at a map, discussing their failed search for the undying king. Tuscan suspected that vampire forces within Talia had grown bolder during their absence, intensifying conflicts with the Covenant of Reversed Heaven, their church. The Archbishop realized the possibilities of such a thing happening, especially after their fight when pursuing the undying king. He lamented the political pressure from Talia to disband the extermination squads was immense, and because their power was declining in this kingdom, there was no other option but to disband the group. Hearing that, Tuscan could only nod and then leave the room. Outside, Tuscan was deep in thought, realizing there was too much evil power he had to tarnish. As he walked, something caught his attention. Newly baptized holy knights were fighting in the area. Seeing them suddenly reminded him of someone. In the distance, Sung-hyun was sparring with another holy knight. When he took a blow to the stomach, he didn't flinch. Instead, he used the punch to his advantage, turning the fight around and winning. Suddenly, the system explained that, through repeated training, Sung-hyun had now acquired the Holy Warrior combat technique, and the wound he received healed almost instantly, thanks to his rapid recovery skill combined with his holy power. Instructor Marco, who had been observing, asked if Sung-hyun had purposely taken the hit to turn the situation around and win. But Sung-hyun only smiled, helping his opponent to his feet. Deep inside, he felt that his progress still wasn't enough and that he needed to keep pushing forward. He knew he had to find new training methods to continue improving. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts, making him jump in surprise. It was Lord Tuscan. He stepped forward and remarked that the holy power Sung-hyun wielded had already reached the level of an instructor, or even a senior holy knight. But Tuscan also noted that Sung-hyun still lacked the experience needed to become a full-fledged holy knight. He was certain that Sung-hyun had already sensed this himself, and he explained that he could help him grow stronger, suggesting that Sung-hyun would accompany him to the Grand Temple of Rosalia, where his training could be furthered. Tuscan seemed to sense hesitation in Sung-hyun and asked why he appeared unsure. Yet Sung-hyun quickly denied any doubt, stating that he was ready. Tuscan, satisfied with the response, invited him to follow immediately. When Sung-hyun requested time to pack his belongings, Tuscan dismissed the idea, explaining that others could handle such matters. He acknowledged that everything might feel rushed, but assured him that everything would make sense once they arrived at their destination. At the Grand Temple of Rosalia, Sung-hyun marveled at the sight before him. The grandeur of the sacred site, the largest holy place on the continent and home to the Pope and the Holy Maiden, left him awestruck. As they entered the church, the saint greeted them warmly. Sung-hyun and Tuscan bowed respectfully, offering their salutations. Yet Sung-hyun couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of affirmation that this was the place where Heinrich would grow stronger in the light, destined to become a holy knight admired by all. At the same time, he envisioned that the darker and grimmer tasks would remain the responsibility of Hans, working unseen in the shadows. At the same time, back on Earth, Sung-hyun found himself staring at his phone after killing all the trash, skimming through news reports about the recent elimination of a human trafficking ring. His masked persona had gained significant notoriety, with many speculating about the identity behind the mask. However, what lingered in his mind was repeated mention of Divine Retribution Association, during the cleanup of gangsters before. He decided not to concern himself with the details for now, confident that continuing to eliminate wrongdoers would eventually reveal the answers. As he walked through a bustling street with his vampire clone, Sung Hyun contemplated his next move. He acknowledged that, with Hans being actively hunted, so dealing with large quantities of valuable items of unknown origin would make him a prime suspect. He concluded that he needed a discreet location to handle such transactions. Entering a small, dimly lit establishment, Sung Hyun observed the quiet atmosphere. The shopkeeper, seated at a table and engrossed in a book, greeted him with mild disinterest. When Sung Hyun mentioned his intent to sell items, the shopkeeper scoffed, remarking that the place wasn't a pawn shop and dismissing him. However, when Sung Hyun placed a bag filled with coins on the counter, the shopkeeper's demeanor changed. The clinking of coins caught his attention, and he recognized the badge of the Sangho Human Trafficking Organization among the contents. He recalled hearing rumors that the organization had been wiped out by a masked figure. Sung Hyun, noticing the reaction, asked if the shopkeeper was still uninterested. The shopkeeper, visibly nervous, gestured toward a door at the back and instructed Sung Hyun to head through without taking any detours. Following the directions, Sung Hyun entered a concealed room where another individual awaited him. The mysterious figure greeted him and asked what he had to offer. Sung Hyun handed over the bag of coins and stated that he wanted payment in something other than cash. When the mysterious figure inquired what he was looking for, Sung Hyun requested a winning lottery ticket. He thought this was the best way. Overall, cash was worthless if it couldn't be spent. He emphasized that the sooner the ticket expired, the better. The mysterious figure, understanding the request, informed him that the commission for such an arrangement would be high. Sung Hyun, unfazed, agreed and asked how much they could provide. The figure gave him a ticket worth 6.1 billion won, noting that the claim period would end in 4 months. Sung Hyun expressed his satisfaction and requested 2 more tickets of similar value. The figure hesitated, explaining that the amount Sung Hyun had provided so far was insufficient for that. Yet our boy just opened a portal from his wrist and revealed glowing gold bars. He placed them on the table and asked if those would suffice. The mysterious figure leaned in, visibly astonished, and remarked on the use of a spatial tool. He reached out excitedly, questioning Sung Hyun's background and where he had obtained such an item. Sung Hyun, angry by the reaction, pulled his arm away and firmly suggested they finish the transaction quickly. Sensing the shift in tone, the figure apologized and moved to conclude the deal. As the transaction continued, a faint and unsettling aura began to fill the room. The mysterious figure, clearly unnerved, remarked on the faint smell of blood he had been sensing, confessing that it hadn't been his imagination after all. Sung Hyun assured him to keep the deal clean, hinting that their interactions might become frequent. Later, under the night sky, Sung Hyun stepped outside, clutching the winning lottery tickets. He felt a sense of satisfaction, reflecting on how he had achieved the dream of a lottery win in such an unconventional way. He wondered aloud to himself what he should purchase first and mused about how useful it would be to have some subordinates to handle such matters in the future. Breathing in the cool night air, Sung Hyun stretched and took a moment to appreciate the surroundings. He noted the lively atmosphere of the area, recalling how it had been plagued by human traffickers only a few months prior. The streets had been dangerous and desolate then, but now they were vibrant once again. He found it satisfying to think that his actions had brought about this change, even if most people would never know who to thank for it. As Sung Hyun basked in his brief moment of peace, a stranger quietly approached him, catching him off guard. He felt a jolt of tension as he realized someone had managed to get close without him noticing. Turning quickly, he demanded to know who he was and accused him of being suspicious for sneaking up so suddenly. The stranger, unbothered by his defensive tone, simply grinned and revealed their fangs, stating calmly that he was a vampire, just like him. The stranger introduced himself as Gamma, a vampire from another dimension with a rank of 6 from a place called Dotmire. He then casually asked for Sung Hyun's name and inquired about when he had returned to Earth. Sung Hyun suddenly stated his name was Heinz and claimed to have returned to Earth not long ago. As the words left his mouth, he realized with alarm that he had answered far too easily. It occurred to him that this could be some form of mind control ability. Gamma smirked at Sung-hyun's response, commenting on how he seemed to be a rookie who had just made his return. He then pulled out a card and handed it to Sung-hyun, explaining that he represented an organization called the Blood Pact. The group, he said, was dedicated to recruiting vampires who had returned to Earth from other dimensions. Sung-hyun studied the card, a mix of curiosity and caution swirling in his mind. He hadn't expected such an organization to exist, but remained wary of Gamma's intentions. Gamma elaborated, explaining that vampires needed to stick together to survive, as they faced unique challenges in a world that often sought to destroy them. When Sung-hyun asked about the dimensional rank Gamma had mentioned earlier, Gamma seemed intrigued Sung-hyun's interest. Rather than explaining further on the spot, he suggested that they discuss it in a more private place. He gestured to his car, parked nearby, inviting Sung-hyun to join him for a deeper conversation. After a moment's hesitation, Sung-hyun agreed and followed Gamma to the car. As they got in and drove off, neither noticed the woman with long black hair watching them from a distance. The woman, speaking into an earpiece, reported to her headquarters that the target was moving as planned. Standing with a group of individuals, she assured them that she would continue tracking Sung-hyun and monitor his every move. Gamma gestured for Sung-hyun to enter the dimly lit space, welcoming him inside. Sung-hyun asked about the nature of the place, his gaze drifting over the strange objects and glowing crimson crystals lining the shelves. The atmosphere felt oppressive, shrouded in mystery and unease. Gamma began explaining that every vampire possessed something called a vampire factor, which determined their strength. In the Blood Pact, he said, they measured and quantified this as a level. Sung-hyun's eyes shifted toward the center of the room, where an intricate magic circle, inscribed with arcane symbols, lay surrounded by cloaked figures. Gamma pointed to it and remarked that the circle was used to measure a vampire's level. Sung-hyun regarded the circle warily, his instincts telling him something was amiss. He thought the arrangement seemed far too elaborate for a simple test. Still, he stepped forward, reasoning that if the situation turned dangerous, he could always dispel the summon and escape. But his gaze fell on a skull embedded in the circle, and he noted traces of dark magic interwoven with sorcery, curses, and alchemy. The level of craftsmanship puzzled him, as such complexity was virtually unheard of in the modern age. He reflected on how, even 2 decades after the first returnees had appeared, magic tools remained rare due to the varied laws governing supernatural abilities across dimensions. The Blood Pact, he realized, must be a far more significant organization than he had initially assumed. Gamma instructed Sung-hyun to extend his arm for the test, and a cloaked figure approached with a small knife. As the knife pricked his skin, almost immediately, 5 blood orbs materialized in the air, crackling with energy. The cloaked figures observed the orbs and announced that Sung-hyun's level was 5. He commented on the tightly connected orbs, suggesting that his regenerative abilities were quite strong. From that information, Sung-hyun remarked that pureblood vampires from his other world must typically fall into levels 5 or 6. Gamma, visibly relieved, admitted that he had overestimated the situation. With Sung-hyun's level confirmed, he instructed the cloaked figures to begin the next phase. The figures complied, initiating a ritual that caused energy to swirl ominously around the room. As the energy intensified, Sung-hyun's unease grew. He suspected there was another purpose behind the magic circle. He began summoning Hans in preparation for an escape, his thoughts racing as he tried to anticipate what was coming. Suddenly, the ritual was interrupted by a loud voice commanding everyone to freeze. A woman entered the room with a group of individuals. She identified Gamma by name and declared his arrest for abducting and murdering fellow vampires. The tension in the room shifted immediately as the woman's identity became apparent to some of those present. Gamma smirked and addressed the woman, calling her Jin Saran. He remarked on the rudeness of her sudden intrusion. Saran keeps accused Gamma of betraying their kind, stating that she had initially doubted the reports of his crimes, but now had undeniable proof. She ordered him to release Sung-hyun and surrender. Gamma, however, dismissed her accusations. He mocked her loyalty to the Blood Pact and questioned why vampires, far stronger than humans, were forced to live in hiding, bound by restrictive rules. Soren retorted that it was the reckless actions of extremists like Gamma that forced their kind into the shadows in the first place. Yet Gamma questioned whether Soren's comrades shared her views, his words trailing off ominously as a sudden surge of energy filled the room. Without warning, one of Soren's allies turned on her, attacking another member of their group. Chaos erupted as Soren shouted at the traitor, demanding to know why they had betrayed the team. The man, radiating a dark aura, stabbed her in the stomach and coldly explained that in his home dimension, he had been a noble of great renown. Back on Earth, however, he lived a lowly existence, working as a club bouncer in a semi-basement. He declared bitterly that not every vampire had the luxury of living as comfortably as Soren. Soren, stunned by the betrayal, demanded to know what Gamma planned to do with the abducted vampires. Gamma approached her with a chilling smile, revealing that their experiments aimed to uncover a way to grow stronger without the restrictions of the Blood Pact. Soren's expression darkened as she accused him of attempting to create mad blood demons, a dangerous practice that had once led to the persecution of their kind. Gamma confirmed her fears, stating that their research had uncovered a method to remove the will embedded in blood, making their victims excellent raw materials. Gamma then uses the power on one of Soren's teams. As the ritual intensified, Sung-hyun watched in shock. He realized that the magic circle wasn't merely for measuring or binding vampire factors. It was designed to transform vampires into medicine, eliminating the side effects of severe mental contamination entirely. The ritual was successful, and the vampire body now turned into red orbs. Across the room, the man who had betrayed Jin Soran's group demanded assurance from Gamma. The man reminded Gamma of the risk he had taken to come along unnoticed and insisted on being rewarded. Gamma, calm and collected, tossed a small dark red orb toward the accomplice. The man eagerly caught it, his excitement palpable. Without hesitation, he swallowed the orb, and its effects were immediate and overwhelming. The man convulsed violently as a blood power consumed him, his form twisting into that of a monstrous being. He growled, then roared in agony and exhilaration, marveling at the transformation. He muttered about the infamous practice of vampiric cannibalism and exclaimed that the growth rate was beyond anything he had imagined. His thirst for power only grew stronger, and he turned his attention toward Soran. Gripping her, he demanded more of the drug, reminding Gamma of the promise to reward him further for the vampires he had delivered. Gamma, unfazed by the display, instructed the accomplice to wait, reminding him that there was an order to these things and that Hans were still waiting for their turn to die. From there, Sung-hyun finally spoke, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. He commented on the effectiveness of cannibalizing vampires from other dimensions, noting the presence of 2 purebloods and 4 half-bloods in the room. His curiosity sharpened as he wondered aloud how strong he might become if he devoured them all. His eyes gleamed with dark ambition as he contemplated the possibilities. Hans suddenly emerged from the shadows, bringing with him an eerie and commanding presence. He criticized the lack of security in the room, despite their concealment abilities being decent. He then summoned his undead, declared that no one would be allowed to leave the room without his permission. Panic gripped all the people as they stumbled backward, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of the undead. Gamma, however, barked orders for everyone to stay together, warning that scattering would only lead to their defeat. The man before desperately fought back, his monstrous strength clashing with the relentless undead warriors. Hans observed the transformed man with curiosity, remarking on the unusual nature of his body's transformation. The differences in vampiric forms across dimensions intrigued him. But not wasting a time, he then stabs the man in one swift magic. Sung-hyun clicked his tongue in frustration, muttering that he had hoped to capture the vampire with minimal bloodshed, but now had no choice. With a wry smirk, he quipped about the trouble of organic farming and resolved to handle the situation more directly. His resolve hardened as he prepared to unleash his darker instincts. As the battle raged on, he sucked the man's blood. Gamma, watching the scene unfold, was horrified as Sung-hyun began cannibalizing one of the vampires with terrifying ferocity. He questioned aloud what kind of lunatic would engage in such an act. This would be a disaster. Meanwhile, after finishing his big meal, Sung-hyun could feel the effects of the forbidden power coursing through him. His body underwent a transformation as the vampire factors fused and evolved within him. His physical abilities surged explosively, each new factor amplifying his power. The system confirmed the changes, granting him a special skill called hybrid evolution, which allowed him to steal the bloodline abilities of consumed vampires. Reveling in his newfound strength, Sung-hyun remarked on how fortunate it was that he had avoided losing control to bloodlust. He turned his attention to the remaining members of the bad guy and expressed his intent to take control of the organization, declaring that he needed subordinates to carry out his plans. He then chose Blood Pack and would eat anyone who dared to resist. The room fell silent, the suspense thickening as Sung-hyun's sinister smile grew wider. He announced that anyone who resisted him would either become his meal or join his undead army. Sung-hyun proceeded to eliminate every vampire present using his blood power without hesitation. He felt the rush of new energy flowing through his body. The system then announced that he had acquired a new vampire gene. It informed him that, thanks to hybrid evolution, he had gained the skill Insight. System noted that Insight would let him measure his opponent's physical conditions and stats, so he believed it might be very practical. He also realized that vampires each carried special bloodline abilities. He concluded that with hybrid evolution, he could absorb those abilities for himself. He then turned his attention to Gamma, who was still bound in midair. Gamma appeared overwhelmed by the slaughter and seemed horrified that Sung-hyun remained sane after consuming members of the same race. He wanted to know how Sung-hyun endured the mental pressure, so Sung-hyun explained with a casual tone that it was easy. He just needed to ignore any disturbing voices or bloodlust. Hearing that, Gamma thought it was absurd, yet he had no time to refute it. At that moment, Sung-hyun dealt a final blow, killing him in one swift strike. He then acquired the conceal skill from the system soon after. He smirked and used dark magic to read Gamma's thoughts. Strange images of laboratories, hidden documents, and references to a figure called Beta filled his mind. Again and again, he noted the repeated mention of the Divine Retribution Association, suspecting their deep involvement. He wondered what they might gain from lending technology and support to the vampires here. Later, under a moonlit sky in a busy city, Soren gradually woke up in the passenger seat of a moving car. She jerked up, looking frightened, and directed her anger at the driver. She thought that the driver was the one who killed her friend before, but Sung-hyun claimed that he was the vampire who had been captured before. She paused, realizing he was not the traitor she had assumed. She then asked for an explanation, wanting to understand the previous conflict, especially why their enemies had let them be. Sung-hyun could only mention a Ha-ho mask and told her that he had saved them during the mayhem. In the end, she thanked him and introduced herself as Jin Soran from Nocturnia. She also invites Sung-hyun to join the Blood Pact and come with her to their base. Hearing it, Sung-hyun recognized her name and voice as vaguely familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered her before. They then drove into a calmer district and parked near a modest building. Saran led the way inside, gesturing for him to follow. Upon entering, a small voice called out for Saran as soon as she stepped inside the building. A young girl hurried over, relief apparent on her face, and asked if Saran felt all right after the events from the previous night. Sung-hyun could only observe the scene, wondering who the child in front of him was. Saran responded by greeting the girl warmly and asking if she had been well. The girl then peeked at the stranger next to her, who Saran introduced as Heinz, and appeared to be joining the Blood Pact from now on. Inside, Saran prepared to guide Heinz to the space he would use from now on. Sung-hyun then asked about the girl before, and Soren explained to Heinz that the small girl's name was Nahi and that she had not come from another world as a returnee. They paused in the hallway near family portraits. Basically, Nahi had been born on Earth, but had been turned into a vampire by her father out of desperation to cure her of a fatal disease. Sung-hyun listened thoughtfully and realized that the government's strict control on vampires probably sprang from such incidents. But Saran added that infecting someone on Earth required a great deal of energy, and Nahi's father had nearly exhausted himself to protect his daughter's chance for a normal life. Saran then showed Sung-hyun to a simple bedroom. She told him that he should get some rest because it was already late. She then gave a playful wave and said bye. But Sung-hyun suddenly recognized the wave and the cheerful tone of her voice. It reminded him of a streamer he had seen online. A recollection came to him. Saran was actually a content creator known as BJ Orchid. Embarrassed, Soran asked him if he was a subscriber, but our boy said no. He recalled stumbling on her channel a few times through algorithm recommendations. Soran's site, she explained that she had once been an idol trainee before awakening at 18, and that she was now 22 years old. He felt mildly stunned because he realized she was older than him. After a goodbye, he suddenly felt relieved that his intervention had saved her from what could have been her final broadcast, noticing she had posted a short break notice online right before getting involved in that dangerous situation. The next morning, Sung-hyun heard a commotion outside his door. As he went downstairs, he saw Soran on a telephone and had a discussion about the lack of evidence at the site they had visited the night before. When Sung-hyun asked what had happened, she said her colleague had found nothing in yesterday's place because everything had been burned to ashes. She admitted feeling frustrated that she could not pressure the hardliners within the vampire faction any further. Hearing that, Sung-hyun silently acknowledged that he might have been overzealous in erasing Hans's traces from that place. Maintaining an innocent facade, he asked if Soran could mark the locations of the hardliners on a map. She immediately worried that the blood pact did not meet his expectations, but he calmly reassured her that he simply wanted to know where not to go. Fortunately, Soran seemed convinced by that explanation and compiled a detailed map of key locations. Sung-hyun accepted the map and glanced over the large number of spots marked. When Soran asked him to have breakfast, he refused her offer to prepare food and mentioned that he had already taken a look around the neighborhood. He admitted that there were many interesting restaurants nearby, which made him decide on a personal food tour. His eyes glinted with amused determination as he tapped on his phone. He intended to explore the city, though his true motive involved securing a way to advance his power. After all, there are so many restaurants nearby. He laughed maniacally. Vampire's Blood restaurant is what he meant, guys. The next thing we knew, Sung-hyun now was in the room that was dark and filled with tension. Blood covered the floor, and lifeless bodies were scattered everywhere. Sung-hyun stood in the middle, looking satisfied. He joked that the meal had been delicious, as if he just enjoyed dinner at a fancy restaurant. One injured enemy glared at him and called him a bastard, vowing that his clan would find him. But Sung-hyun smirked, asking how they could track him down when he had stolen a concealment power from one of the vampires here. From the CCTV, all they can see is nothing, so there won't be any evidence. He then demanded to know about the enemy's base location. Leaning over the wounded man, he used his ability to read the man's memories. In his mind, Sung-hyun saw one vampire ordering all Gamma members to gather at a villa the next day. This was crucial information because the leaders of the hardliners would be there. He smirked and felt excited about the opportunity to take them all out at once. But first, he had to clean up the scene. Sung-hyun activated his blood bloom ability. The blood on the floor formed a fiery flower that burned only what he wanted. He believed this would destroy all evidence, and he planned to use his concealment skill to hide any magical traces. Flames spread across the room, turning everything to ash. He grinned, confident that no one could trace him. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit him and he realized his body was evolving. The pain was intense, and a system message appeared. His bloodline, pure blood, had changed to bloodline, true blood. A skill called blood flow, amplification, appeared, and his regeneration ability upgraded to hyper regeneration. With this, Sung-hyun understood that he had become a true blood and gained stronger powers. He tested his abilities by cutting his wrist, but the wound healed instantly as his blood flowed back into his arm. He realized that combining True Blood's blood control with hyper regeneration would make him nearly unstoppable in battle. He can suck another vampire's blood to heal himself unlimitedly. But then, looking at a photo on the wall, he wondered how powerful someone with a holy bloodline could become. Later that day, Soren was in a cheerful mood. She was live streaming online and received a large donation from a viewer. She smiled, thinking the money would cover her monthly supply of blood packs. At that moment, Sung-hyun entered the room with a flat expression. Shy, he mumbled an apology for interrupting before leaving quickly. Soran could only flush and sighed, complaining that he should have knocked. Later, Sung-hyun told her the reason he came here was because she received a mysterious letter addressed to her. The letter contained evidence of crimes committed by the hardliner vampires. She was confused because the sender was unknown, but the details matched the locations she had previously shared with Heinz. She wondered if the mysterious helper was Haho Mask or if Heinz was secretly involved. Uncertain, she decided to keep the suspicion in mind. That night, Sung Hyun stood outside a large mansion. The place was heavily guarded, and he sensed that the hardliner leaders were inside, likely planning their defenses against Haho Mask. Using his insight ability, he noticed an invisible blood barrier protecting the first floor. He also sensed many dangerous individuals with high levels of energy inside. Sung Hyun prepared to infiltrate the mansion, hiding his undead companion Hans in the shadows. He then leapt through a window and landed inside the villa, expecting to find the enemy leaders. Instead, the room was empty. Suddenly, an unfamiliar group of vampires appeared. One, who seemed to be their leader, complained that they had expected Haho Mask, but found someone else. Two others, Beta Wan and Beta Shin, commented that they didn't recognize Sung Hyun, but could tell his power level was at least 7. Sung Hyun recalled that above the Gamma rank were the Betas, and above them was the Alpha. And by the look of it, what's standing before him now was 2 Betas. However, those 2 others wearing masks seemed more dangerous to him, especially because they were suspected to come from the Divine Retribution Society and could hide their energy. The leader then ordered his men to capture Sung Hyun and whoever was hiding in the shadows. Shocked, Sung Hyun realized they had already detected Hans and intended to fight. Without hesitation, Sung Hyun activated blood flow amplification, moving so quickly that the vampires struggled to follow him. He combined it with acceleration to enhance his speed. The vampires were horrified to see Sung Hyun absorbing the essence of those he defeated. They called it monstrous for a vampire to cannibalize his own kind. Yet Sung Hyun brushed off their shock, warning that he was just getting started. A loud explosion suddenly shook the door as a vampire attempted to escape. Hans appeared and declared that no one could leave, revealing that he had placed a barrier around the mansion. Sung Hyun smirked, ready to fight alongside Hans. They faced their enemies with confidence and yelled that, from now on, it was a death match. While the battle raged on, Sung Hyun fought the vampires with ease. One of them, a Gamma, realized that Sung Hyun wasn't just an ordinary level 6 or 7 like he knew. Sensing the danger, the Gamma changed tactics and activated his skin-hardening ability, making his body as hard as stone. But Sung Hyun smiled excitedly, thinking that such an ability would be useful for himself. Determined to win, he used more of his power and struck the Gamma with a powerful attack. And of course, the result was, the hardened skin shattered from the force. Gamma was shocked. His ability, which had always protected him and never been defeated in close combat, was useless. When the other vampires rushed to help, Sung Hyun easily defeated them. Desperate, Gamma managed to cut off Sung Hyun's hand, but Sung Hyun smirked and said it was pointless. He absorbed the blood of the fallen vampires around him, regaining his strength and becoming even stronger. The system notified him of a new skill, and he immediately used invisibility, disappearing from sight. Gamma could only be panicked, unable to locate him. Moments later, Sung Hyun reappeared behind him and delivered a fatal blow, saying, "Checkmate," while killing him. After that, the system announced that Sung Hyun had unlocked a new vampiric factor, and his blood magic skill had evolved into a special skill called Mystery of Blood. This new skill combined abilities like Blood Bloom and blood flow amplification. And now, Sung Hyun could now control his energy much faster and more efficiently. Looking his friend died, another Gamma stepped forward to challenge him, but Sung Hyun activated Mystery of Blood, trapping his opponent in chains made of blood. Gamma sniffed and called it a petty trick, but our boy ignoring the insult. For him, killing trash doesn't need to be fair play. He then ended her life as well, repeating, "Checkmate," like he was playing chess. The vampire leader watched the fight in disbelief, shocked by Sung Hyun's overwhelming strength. He suspected that Sung Hyun alone is strong, but Haho Mask made it impossible to win. Feeling no other way, the leader ordered 2 members of the Divine Retribution Society to activate a mysterious orb. The orb activated, emitted a blinding light, and shot towards Sung Hyun. But Hans appeared from the shadows, effortlessly deflecting the attack and eliminating the orb's user. The other member of the Divine Retribution Society panicked and tried to run. Disgusted by this cowardice, the vampire leader killed him on the spot. The leader then activated a teleportation spell to escape. Hans, unimpressed, said such tricks wouldn't work against him. Using his powers, he followed the leader. Far from the villa, the vampire leader collapsed in exhaustion, thinking he had escaped. It had been a close call, especially since he never thought the barrier made by Haho Mask was so strong. But Hans appeared behind him, grabbing him by the collar. He expressed his disappointment that their game had ended so quickly. He then used his powers to dive into the leader's memories, searching for information about the Divine Retribution Society. Suddenly, the leader's body began to glow, and Hans realized it was a security mental mechanism, possibly a memory protection technology used by his enemies. Then, he was suddenly pulled into an unfamiliar and strange and abstract space, so he realized this must be a mental realm. Suddenly, a voice greeted him, surprised that Haho Mask had managed to follow him there. Hans turned to see a figure sitting on a grand chair, watching him calmly. The figure introduced himself as the leader of the Divine Retribution Society and said he had been observing Hans's battles. Not wanting to drag their battle, the leader offered Hans a place in their organization. Intrigued but cautious, Hans asked about their mission and the reason why they caused so much chaos. The leader explained that they wanted to grant freedom to returners and build a world ruled by them. Hans laughed, calling their goal too ambitious for a new group, but the leader's response surprised him. The Divine Retribution Society had been around for a long time and had been fighting for freedom for years. Hearing this, Sung Hyun grew angry and accused them that they must be causing terrorism throughout history. His emotions surged despite the system's warnings. The Mind Hub skill struggled to control his rage, but Sung Hyun's emotion was too big to handle. The leader remained calm, dismissing Sung Hyun's accusations by saying the past didn't matter. The only important thing now is he encouraged Hans to make the right choice. Can't handle it anymore. Sung Hyun attacked the leader, but his strike was blocked by a barrier. The leader scoffed, asking, "Is that was Sung Hyun answer?" He then explained that in the mental realm, only mental strength mattered, so magic didn't work here. He confidently stated that Sung Hyun couldn't defeat him in this space. No one could. He was invisible in this realm. Hearing that mocking, Sung Hyun laughed. This was too funny for him, and declared that if mental strength was the key, he would dominate this realm. With his countless mental avatars, Hans believed he was unbeatable on the battlefield of the mind. And again, checkmate. This would be his other win. He was the real god in this realm. Heinrich trains harder, passing his limits. After non-stop effort, he finally gets the blessing, Iron Body. This power strengthens his body, making him tougher and more resistant to damage. But he doesn't stop there. Through constant practice, he also develops Outerika Sacred Art, a powerful aura technique. Heinrich never thought simple physical training would help him grow this much. But now, he has divine power equal to a high priest. This means he is strong enough to become a paladin. Just as he gets ready for his next step, he meets the Saintess from the Church of the Divine Lord. She greets Heinrich with a warm smile, and he greets her back, sensing the sacred energy around her. Curious, he asks why she's alone. The Saintess laughs and says she was watching ladybugs in a flower field. She thought they were so cute that she lost track of time. Heinrich feels a little confused. Before he can say anything else, she suddenly congratulates him on receiving a blessing. Heinrich is surprised that she noticed so fast. She explains that blessing, Iron Body, is a power that only the person themselves can earn through effort. No one can give it to him, so he should feel proud. Then, the Saintess invites Heinrich to come with her for the prayer. As Heinrich walks beside her, he remembers something from his history lessons. The Saintess has a deep hatred for Hans because of past events. Long ago, the first immortal king spread destruction across half the continent. Even when all the nations fought together, they couldn't completely stop him. His closest ally, a dark sorcerer, secretly recovered his heart, allowing the immortal king to return. With his new life, he destroyed the Western Empire. It was only when a chosen warrior from the church finally shattered his heart that the immortal king was defeated. But his heart didn't disappear. It broke into 3 fragments and scattered across the continent. Ever since then, every time a new immortal king rises, the Church of the Divine Lord is the first to fight against him. Because of this, they have lost many people over the years. Heinrich now understands why the Saintess cares so much about her followers and why she hates the immortal king so much. As these thoughts fill Heinrich's mind, he suddenly focuses his mental energy on Hans. Meanwhile, Lord Wilder is coughing up blood, struggling to maintain his focus. His assistant rushes to help him, but Lord Wilder pushes him away, telling him not to interfere. He is fighting a battle of wills, something he never thought he would lose. At the same time, Hans is attacking the King of Rebellion, who is under Lord Wilder's control. Hans is completely overpowering him. Earlier, Lord Wilder had the upper hand, but something has changed. Hans is growing stronger at an unnatural speed. It feels like multiple people are adding their strength to him. Lord Wilder doesn't understand how this is happening. It's not just a contest of mental power anymore. There is a clear gap in skill. Realizing the danger, Lord Wilder orders his assistant to send a top priority command to the Seoul branch to stop all operations, destroy all records, and go into hiding. He also sends a high priority warning to the Korean branch, telling them that there is a monster in Korea. In the Battle of Wills, Hans finally kills the Emperor of Rebellion. Even after using his overpowered skills like Mind Hub and Clear Mirror Serenity, his opponent still had strong mental abilities. However, of course, he could still defeat him. Hans picks up a piece of his body to study him more. By consuming karma, Hans evolves one of his skills. His dark magic transforms into a powerful new ability called Path of Sorcery. Hans realizes that this karma fragment is connected to the broken remains in his mental world. If he can absorb karma, it means he can absorb his opponent's experience. Using this, he can read the memories inside the fragment. Through these memories, Hans discovers the Phantom Heaven Society. They are hiding deep in the forest. He refuses to let them get away. This time, he will uncover all their secrets. Late at night, in the Phantom Heaven Society, an injured man lies on the floor. Hans has attacked them. Lord Wilder already told them to evacuate, but no one warned them that a monster like Hans was coming. Hans quickly realizes that the evacuation order has already been given. Most of their important documents and records are gone. Till, at least some information remains. He grabs a document from the injured man's hand. The delay has cost him, and much of the key information has already been destroyed. Hans decides to look into the man's past and sees the truth, countless acts of evil. Then, Hans remembers something deeply personal. The Phantom Heaven Society was responsible for his family's death. They took everything from him. He won't make the same mistake again. This time, he will not let a single one of them escape alive. Initially, Sung-hyun used to believe there was nothing he could do about losing his family. He told himself that the Seoul Station terrorist attack, in which he lost his family, was just an accident. But now, he knows the truth. It was planned by a powerful organization called Divine Retribution Society. They are stronger than any enemy he has ever faced, but that does not matter. He will find a way to defeat them. Heinz clenches his fist and activates his power. A glowing red crystal appears in his hand. This is his new ability, Refined Blood Essence. Heinz can transfer his extra blood into other vampires, making them loyal and more powerful. Meanwhile, Soren is shocked when she hears that Heinz has defeated all the Hardliners, the most dangerous faction within the Blood Clan. If he is telling the truth, then he is more powerful than anyone expected. Heinz tells Soren that he wants to meet the moderate faction's leader. Soren hesitates, but Heinz decides to show his strong aura, filling the room with his overwhelming presence. Soren's body freezes in shock. She realizes that he must be at least level 7 or higher, a level far beyond her own strength. She quickly agrees to contact her leader. When Soren's leader hears about Heinz's actions, she is amazed. She finds it unbelievable that Heinz has wiped out the Hardliners and now wants to take their survivors into his own forces. Heinz calmly explains that he wants to maintain peace and destroy Divine Retribution Society, but the leader is skeptical. She asks if those two objectives do not exist against each other. Heinz's response, it depends on her perspective. The leader still seems hesitant, and Heinz prepares to use force if necessary. He clenches his fist and prepares himself. But to his surprise, she suddenly agrees. She says that she believes in herself and in her ability to make the right choice. She will help him destroy the Hardliners. To help with this process, she assigns Soren to work with Heinz. Before he can say anything, the leader asks him if they should start planning their new faction. Heinz understands that this is just the beginning. First, he will destroy the Hardliners. Then he will take over the Blood Clan. Later that night, Heinz stands in front of Saran. He tells her to remain calm, and he puts the red crystal into her back. Saran's body shakes as she feels a powerful transformation. The refined blood essence spreads through her veins, accelerating her blood flow. Her muscles and bones strengthen, and she feels herself being reborn. Her power increases by 30%, a significant boost. When the process is complete, Soren strangely calls him Lord. She asks what their next step should be. Heinz is confused by her sudden change in attitude. Soren explains that he has created a new vampire clan. Since this is the birth of a new clan, it needs a name. Heinz thinks for a moment. He wants something that highlights their unique trait, mutation through his dominant genes. Finally, he decides the name of his clan, which is Heterosi, which means hybrid vigor. From this moment on, Heterosi will rise to become the strongest clan within the Blood Clan. Meanwhile, Sung-hyun relaxes and believes Heinz's side is settled, but it is still not enough. They are not yet strong enough to destroy Divine Retribution Society. The Phantom Heaven Society has disappeared, but they are still a global threat. Sung-hyun needs to prepare for the final battle. He thinks about different ways to gain power and influence. He prefers war or terrorism, as these methods can help him accumulate karma, but they would also harm innocent people. Sung-hyun feels disturbed by his own thoughts. He wonders about a way to create incidents without harming civilians. At first, it seems impossible. But then, his eyes fall on a book cover, and suddenly, he has an idea. He thinks of a story about a hero named Heinrich and a demon king named Hans. The demon king gathers corrupt nobles to build his forces, while the hero defeats them and earns glory. It is a perfect cycle, destroying villains while gaining karma. Sung-hyun smiled and thinks this is the perfect plan. Sung-hyun calls his fifth avatar, Holly, and gives him a mission. Holly's special ability is adaptation. He can quickly adjust to extreme situations. Han has been training him for a long time, but now, he wants to take his ability even further. Meanwhile, Hans finds a place that might help, an underground laboratory that once belonged to Divine Retribution Society. This lab was used for inhuman experiments, transplanting the bodies of demons into human. The process was meant to create chimeras, mixed beings with monstrous abilities. Among the research in that lab, Hans is looking for one thing: dragon blood. Dragon blood is special. It evolves continuously, adapting and improving by accepting only the strongest traits. If Holly can adapt to this procedure, he will become an ultimate living weapon. Hans feels resolute as it is time to work on his planning. The Saintess is standing alone in the rain, deep in thought. Heinrich approaches and asks if something is bothering her. She acknowledges his presence and tells him it's nothing. The gloomy weather feels like a weight on her chest. Heinrich insists that if she catches a cold, it will be a problem, so they should head inside. Meanwhile, in a hidden laboratory deep in the mountains, Hans and Heinz are conducting experiments on Holly. Hans remarks on the Saintess's impressive abilities, noting that despite the barriers and isolation, she has sensed their presence. Heinz is relieved that she hasn't fully realized their exact location. Hans and Heinz are finally ready to begin proper experiments using the dragon's blood, a substance that evolves by absorbing its target's traits. With research data from the Vanshan Society and forbidden knowledge, the three of them, including Hallie, believe Hallie is the perfect test subject. At the church, the Lord asks Heinrich if he promises to become a holy knight, protecting the innocent. Heinrich agrees, and the Lord officially appoints him as a holy knight. During the investiture, Heinrich receives a divine blessing called Leap, which allows him to transcend space. He gets astonished when he realizes that this is a teleportation skill with no apparent restrictions. That moment, he felt the God presence again. He wonders why the God is directly watching over him, and the only answer he can think of was perhaps because he came from another world. Feeling grateful, he offers his prayers. The other people in the church are moved by his faith and devotion. They are excited to see which knight order he will join. After the ceremony, a knight congratulates Heinrich and explains that he'll be temporarily assigned to various knight orders. Representatives from different orders approach him. The Sky Shield Order specializes in lance techniques and defending the sanctuary's outer perimeter. The Sunwolf Order leads charges in battle and focuses on destructive greatsword techniques. The Thunderclaw Order handles internal security and excels in both offensive and defensive swordsmanship. They ask which order he wants to train with. Heinrich doesn't hesitate. and tells them he will train under all of them. With his abilities like boneless and growth acceleration, he has no limits and intends to master all Holy Knight techniques. He then notices another representative and asks why she hasn't spoken. The representative explains that their order only selects the best of the best. With Heinrich's divine power ranking among high priests, he might qualify. Curious, Heinrich follows the representative, who explains that their order is responsible for guarding the most critical location within the Great Temple. When Heinrich asks what that location is, she tells him he will find out if he passes the test. Inside a room, a masked man is waiting. Heinrich immediately recognizes him as an inquisitor. The representative instructs him to read a text on the desk aloud so the Lord can hear him. Heinrich hesitates, realizing this is a test to identify spies. His identity might be exposed. He questions the procedure, calling it insulting, but the representative insists it's standard. Seeing no way out, he begins reading. As he recites the oath, his mouth starts to burn. The Lord acknowledges his words, allowing him to enter. Confused, Heinrich asks what just happened. The representative explains that it wasn't a restraint, but the blessing of silence, preventing him from disclosing certain information willingly or unwillingly. She reveals that their order, the Radiant Guardians, is tasked with protecting the Great Temples underground. This is the first and last time Heinrich will see what they guard. As Heinrich steps deeper into the temple, he realizes the reason behind the church's massive presence here. The layers of security and blessings make sense now. At the very heart of the Great Temple, locked away under the highest security, lies the final fragment of the Immortal King's heart. Heinrich is surprised to see the Immortal King's heart. This is the final piece of the fragment. The Church of the High God, one of the continent's greatest powers, has been searching for a fragment of the Eternal King for hundreds of years. It would be ridiculous if they still couldn't find one. To be honest, he wants to take the fragment now, but 4 Knight Orders guard the temple. Even for Hans, stealing it from the inner hideaway is impossible. Heinrich decides to take his time and find another way. Just then, the representative tells Heinrich that she will explain everything as part of the procedure, but he must never share this information. Heinrich understands and promises to keep it a secret, excluding his clones. Meanwhile, Hans performs an experiment in the laboratory. He is excited about finding the final fragment, but focuses on Hallie's unstable surgery. The dragon blood should have settled, but something is wrong. Hallie coughs and feels like it is bubbling inside him. Hans considers adjusting the intensity, increasing it, but Hallie's condition worsens. Hans wonders if Hallie has surpassed hyper-recovery limits. If this continues, he will lose both Hallie and the research. With no other option, he injects the remaining dragon blood into Hallie. Hallie screams in pain as a strong light bursts from his body. Hans worries it is a failure and apologizes to Hallie. Suddenly, a status window appears, which informs about a new unique skill: growth, unlocking potential and increasing the number of avatars. Hans complains that there is no growth, only corpses. Then, body mutation appears as a special skill. Hallie's super recovery evolves into regeneration, and his adaptation evolves into mutation. Hallie suffers from intense shocks, but finally stands up, breathing heavily. Hans celebrates, realizing the connection is complete. His experiment worked. Hallie feels like a completely new species. Hans is excited about an avatar increasing through natural growth without using the karma shop. This is an unprecedented breakthrough. Hallie decides to set aside new avatar plans and test his abilities. After that, he enters the forest, breathing fresh air. His senses are sharper than ever. He can hear even the faintest breath of a beast stalking him. A leopard watches from behind before jumping to attack. Hallie recognizes it as the same species he encountered when he first arrived in this world. He picks it up by the throat and apologizes, saying his skills have evolved. He slams the leopard to the ground and kills it. He cuts its body open to take the monster core. To improve his mutation ability, he decides to consume the core. He eats it and gains enlightenment. He wants to confirm his concept with body mutation. A larger body would be advantageous in battle. He acquires the skill Devour, which speeds up digestion and allows greater consumption. Using body mutation makes him hungry, but Devour should help. He removes the leopard's heart and eats it, finding the raw meat sweet and the blood refreshing. He wonders if mutation is causing this reaction. Hallie remembers about a barbarian tribe in the southern continent. With this in mind, he decides to change his job. In the Troot Kingdom's capital, Tarak, people on the streets are shocked to see Hallie. A man welcomes Hallie, who is now dressed like a barbarian. The crowd is intimidated, but Hallie thinks he looks cool, though maybe a bit excessive. His goal is to become a hero who leaves an unforgettable impression on the continent. The man asks why he is here. Hallie informs him he is here to kill monsters in the northern mountains, near Steel Fortress. The man agrees and offers to guide him to the ship. Meanwhile, Heinrich continues training with the Order representatives. He wins a sparring match and is declared the winner. The representatives praise him for mastering all the Order's weapon techniques. He has also acquired comprehensive weapon mastery. Heinrich believes this will benefit all his avatars. Then, he notices the Saintess in ceremonial robes. Curious, he asks what she's doing. She greets him and explains she is sharing her holy power to help earthworms. Pointing out her dressing, Heinrich asks if a special event is happening. The Saintess reveals that a powerful guest, capable of tracking the immortal king, will arrive soon. Heinrich gets curious. Tracking Hans is nearly impossible due to multiple barriers, so this guest must be incredibly strong. The Saintess invites Heinrich to participate as a guardian knight for the event. He immediately agrees. Later, in the Church of the High God, someone announces that Lord Granwood has arrived. Heinrich watches as an unfamiliar face enters. Seeing the person capable of tracking Hans, he is eager to witness their power firsthand. Lord Granwood greets the Saintess. Heinrich gets shocked. The guest is a high elf from the Elven Kingdom, Ropery Granwood. Well, is our next avatar gonna be elf then, guys? Somewhere else, a guy named Hubert, who is the 6th clone of Sung Yun, is inside a shop, checking out different items. He is gained through Harley's growth. He examines a bronze object when the shopkeeper interrupts, reminding him he has been there checking the items for 2 hours. The shopkeeper asks if he plans to buy anything. Hubert apologizes, admitting he still lacks knowledge. His initial ability is appraisal, which lets him see an object's information. He checks an item and sees details like material. Since his proficiency is still low, only general information appears. But with time, he can grow into a powerful merchant controlling trade across the continent. First, he needs to stop opposition from existing merchants. To do that, Hallie's heroic reputation must grow. In the northern mountains, Hallie arrives and looks around, checking the landscape. He spots a bear and identifies it as the biggest troublemaker in the area. The bear gets angry and charges at him. Hallie prepares for battle, jumps forward, and swings his axe. But he misses, causing him to panic. The bear attacks and slams him to the ground. Holding his head, Hallie realizes his axe is useless. As the bear rushes toward him, he decides to rely on physical transformation instead. Using his ability, he lands a powerful punch, knocking the bear away. He realizes he is stronger with his hands than with weapons. However, this kind of power won't make him a hero, it makes him a monster. He wonders if he can use the monster's vitality without transforming. He decides to try drawing energy without transformation. Hallie has also achieved an insight and unlocked the special skill, Blood Aura. Excited, he feels like he finally gained a more human-like ability. Then, he senses something behind him. A giant ogre emerges and attacks. He sees this as a chance to test his new ability. But before he can react, the ogre steps on him. The ogre laughs, amused. Hallie, however, bursts out from under its foot and mocks him. He prepares for battle, ready to show the ogre true power. As they fight, Hallie shows a terrifying presence, causing the ogre to hesitate. In an intense battle, Hallie defeats the ogre. Victorious, he feels one step closer to becoming a hero. Suddenly, he smells something strange. It is both nostalgic and disgusting, like a belly button smell. While moving, following the scent, he recognizes it. It belongs to the vow of the defiled. He doesn't know what they are doing in such a remote place, but their plans are obvious. He decides to kill them and destroys their base. Meanwhile, in the Church of the High God, Lord Granwood enjoys tea, thanking the Saintess for the hospitality. The Saintess is happy he likes it, and the main sect appreciates his efforts in coming this far. Heinrich watches, amazed. A high elf has become an ally of the sect. Even though the Elven Kingdom worships the World Tree, they still communicate with the main sect. Acknowledging another faith and choosing to worship it are different matters. High elves are the elite of the Elven Kingdom. Heinrich wonders if they are using the World Tree's power to find Hans. He is also fascinated by Lord Granwood's star-shaped pupils. Lord Granwood calmly asks about finding his pupils fascinating. Heinrich is caught off guard. The Saintess apologizes, saying she didn't realize she was staring. Heinrich gets relieved. Thankfully, he was not the only one that helplessly staring at the eyes. Lord Granwood explains that his eyes are the mark of a high elf priest. These special elves act as a link between the World Tree and the elven people. However, only a few are born in each generation, typically 2 or 3. Recently, most of them have been elderly, making the birth of new elves an urgent matter. The Saintess asks if this is related to their request for help, and Lord Granwood confirms. He reveals that a recent divine revelation has confirmed the birth of a new qualified child. Unfortunately, slave hunters captured the child and sold them to a dark mage as a sacrifice. The elves desperately seek the sect's help in finding this child. The Saintess asks if there are any clues to the child's whereabouts. Lord Granwood explains that they tracked the child to the northern mountains. However, the child's high elf abilities have not awakened yet, so they currently appear to be a normal elf. Their human age is in the mid-teens, and they have green hair and orange eyes. Heinrich freezes as a sudden realization hits him. At the same time, deep within a cave in the northern mountains, Holly stands face to face with an elf child. He looks down at the child and asks for their name. The child is terrified and reveals the name, Cecily.
Screams rang out through the icy forest as Holly dashed through snow, a young elf girl tied to his back. The ground behind him was littered with dead bodies, and 2 panicked guys in black hoods shouted at each other about protecting the storage room. One of them wondered how anyone was supposed to stop a monster like Holly. He didn't waste time worrying about them. He just kept charging ahead, sending the men flying as he barreled through, getting closer to the storage room. The elf girl clung to his back, her eyes glassy and blinking fast, probably dizzy from the ride. When Holly asked if this was the right storage room, she nodded with confidence. She stated that there was something she needed to grab before they tried to escape. Holly trusted her and kept moving. Soon, they spotted it, a branch from the World Tree. The elf girl accepted the branch and held it like her life depended on it. Holly grinned, telling her to hang on tight because things were about to get real crazy, though she weakly begged him to slow down. But Holly wasn't the type to slow down, not with a bunch of guys in hoods chasing after them. He broke into a run again, so fast it nearly made the girl lose grip, and she started tearing up, pleading for mercy. Elsewhere, over at the old church, Hans had a suggestion to help the high elves. They listened, feeling kind of desperate to find the girl. Hans brought up the kid, Cecily. He said he might know where she was. At first, the elves couldn't believe it, wondering if Hans had some secret blessing or spell to track people. Hans shook his head but explained he could somehow sense her presence. Another guard scoffed, thinking they shouldn't trust something so uncertain. But Saint Riesta lifted her hand, signaling everyone to stop and listen. She wanted Hans to share every detail. Back in the woods, Holly felt hope spark. He finally saw the exit out of the forest. Unfortunately, the bad guys caught sight of him and yelled, realizing Holly was escaping with that thing. One of them blew on a weird flute. Suddenly, the earth rumbled, and a ginormous worm, almost as big as a bus, busted up from the ground right in front of them. Holly realized he had no choice. He squared his shoulders and told the worm to get lost. But the beast lunged forward, gaping jaws wide, ready to swallow Holly and the girl whole. At that moment, Holly glimpsed something weird inside the worm's mouth. A glowing symbol. He knew, right then, the worm was being controlled. No wonder a desert monster like this managed to pop up in the snow. Everything clicked. With a wild grin, Holly decided to play hero. He grabbed the creature by the fangs and, with a yell, heaved the worm several kilometers away, sending it flying into the sky like it was shot from a cannon. Holly told the worm to go live a better life and quit letting people use it for weird stuff. But before he or the girl could catch their breath, the elf girl, now looking green as she fought nausea, another problem showed up. Wolves, dozens of them, started slinking out from the shadows, teeth bared, circling around Holly and the elf. Monsters kept popping up, and Holly was getting real tired of it. He figured the guys behind it all were just trying to pile on as many threats as possible, planning to stop him no matter what. At this point, Holly felt totally done with their tricks. He didn't care what they were planning. He was just going to smash every last monster in his path. High up in the mountain, a group of robed people whispered, watching everything go down. They were ticked off. Tomorrow, they'd planned to use the half-elf girl as some kind of sacrifice and offer the World Tree branch to achieve their goal. But now Holly had ruined everything, despite them hiding the place with some fancy artifact. The leader, Elder Nurabe, felt sure Holly was about to get wrecked. It'd be impossible to fight through so many monsters. Then, just as a wolf leaped at Holly, something wild happened. Scales burst out over Holly's skin, his arm shifting like it was morphing into another creature. The wolf bit down with all its strength, but its teeth shattered against the tough scaled arm. Even though there were a ton of wolves, Holly just waded into them, cracking skulls and ripping out magic stones from their corpses. He swallowed a magic crystal, and boom, his stamina filled up, making him feel like he could run all day. His body twisted and transformed, taking on a wolf-like shape. Holly moved on pure instinct now, his form wild as he smashed through the pack. He fought alone, devoured power alone, and let out a thunderous roar that shook the forest and made even the bravest monsters freeze. At that moment, the system claimed he was fulfilling a condition and gained enlightenment, granting him a skill called Savage Instinct. The people up above went pale, whispering that Holly had to be some kind of monster, totally crushing the wolves. They were freaked out, asking Elder Nurabi what to do now. If things kept going like this, Holly would just break out through brute force. Elder Nurabe made a split-second call to activate every summoning circle they had, even though the idea scared the others. It was embarrassing to reveal their secret weapon so soon, but they didn't have a choice. They either used it now or met their end. He ordered them to let out 2 special monsters, hoping that would be enough. Holly, swiping the blood off his hands, grinned. This kind of wild, no-holds-barred fight? It was his favorite thing. He was ready to end this, right here, right now. As he moved in to finish off the last wolf, something hit him, hard. 2 sharp objects pierced his arm. When he looked down, he saw that they were crystal arrows. The craziest part? The arrows popped out of his flesh magically, floated right back, and rejoined the person who launched them. A shadowy figure gripping the gemstone-tipped projectiles with insane power. Holly locked eyes with the new challenger, feeling the air thrum with serious telekinetic energy coming from the jewel set in their chest. He realized that this was no ordinary enemy. Holly barely had time to recover before another monster showed up, dropping out of the sky. The elf girl on his back noticed it right away and tried to warn him to be careful, yelling about the danger above. The new beast landed hard, shaking the ground with crazy force. With a sword blazing with fire in its grip, the creature declared that Holly wouldn't take a single step further, calling him a filthy half-breed. Holly let out a scoff, thinking great, now there were demons too. Still, he figured raw muscle alone wasn't going to bring him down. Right as Holly got ready to throw another punch, another crystal arrow came flying out of nowhere. It slammed straight into his ribcage, making him grunt in pain before he even had a chance to react. Then, the demon made its move, smashing a wicked punch right into Holly's face. Things were going south fast. The demon demanded that he give up, telling Holly that there was no way he could win. The elf girl was panicking, shouting to check if he was all right while watching the demon raise its flaming sword high. It really looked like the end was near. The demon smirked with absolute confidence, lifting the fiery sword for the final blow. But, out of nowhere, a blinding light beamed down from the sky, slamming between Holly and the demon. The light was so bright it forced everyone to stop in their tracks and stare. Both Holly and the demon were hit with the overwhelming feeling of some wild holy power filling the area. The demon looked around, confused and stunned. Through the pain, Holly couldn't stop a crooked grin from spreading across his face. He knew exactly who had brought that holy energy. Holly smiled because he realized Heinrich had arrived, swooping in right at the perfect moment, and honestly, he was downright relieved his backup had finally shown up. A couple of hours ago, arguments broke out among the church's people. A knight doubted the plan, questioning how they could trust Heinrich's hunch in such a serious situation. He noted Heinrich's loyalty to the church, but questioned because he never received a divine guidance in searching for magic. Despite this, the saint remained insistent, reasoning that since the divine god had noticed Heinrich multiple times, perhaps he had indeed received a sign from their god. The elf was done with all the talking. He practically jumped to his feet and slammed his hand on the table. He shouted that if this helped them find the child, guessing or revelation didn't matter. He'd follow wherever Heinrich led. All eyes spun to Heinrich, waiting for him to show the way. Then, back in the present, things were getting explosive up in the mountain pass. Heinrich faced down the demon wielding the flaming sword, blades clashing with sparks everywhere. As their swords met, Heinrich summoned up all the divine energy he had, pouring holy light into his blade. He cut through the demon with one perfect, unstoppable swing, splitting the monster apart in a blink. The demon's last thoughts were all shock and awe. He couldn't believe the power of Heinrich's sword or the overwhelming divine force. This paladin's power far exceeded his expectations. Nearby, the gemstone-covered monster stared at its fallen demon buddy. It barely had time to react, because Holly had already closed the gap, fist cocked and ready. Holly landed a heavy taunt, but right before his punch landed, the monster wrapped himself in crystal arrows. The jewels shot everywhere, hitting Holly in a bunch of spots, including right in the eye. Holly grit his teeth, called the attack not bad, and then grabbed the monster's head tightly. He smirked, promising payback for the eye he just lost. With a scary grin, Holly squeezed until cracks splintered through the gem critter's head, finally shattering it. Groaning in pain, he yanked out the arrow still stuck in his ruined eye, and then told the broken monster that he'd just use its own gem as a replacement for the eye he lost. Without wasting time, Holly jammed the jewel into his empty socket. Immediately, a system notification popped out through his head. New body part successfully transplanted. New power received. Jewel eye. Psychokinesis unlocked, baby. Holly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Now he could hit fools from a distance. He tested the new power and felt the gem eye glow, humming with energy. The cultists watching all this happen started freaking out. Both their monsters had gone down. Now they wondered who that sudden paladin was with the holy power to mess everything up in seconds. Someone warned not to get reckless. It was just one guy and a kid after all. They needed to stay focused, prep for the ritual, release more monsters, and get ready to retreat if things got uglier. Suddenly, a big thud broke the air. Elder Narabe, the cult leader, watched as one of his men crumpled to the ground, head smashed by an iron club. A paladin charged in, leading the Holy Knight Order on horseback, battle cries rattling off the cliffs. The cultists started panicking, some yelling about starting the teleport spell to get out of here. But Narabe was furious. There was no going back. He grabbed the arm of a faithful cultist and kicked off his twisted ritual. One after another, cultist souls were sucked dry, their bodies dropping dead. Wearing his scariest grin, Elder Narabe offered every last soul as a sacrifice, chanting for the incarnation of greed to descend. A giant pentagram spread across the ground, glowing nasty red. Elder Narabe's voice boomed, ordering the demon to burn their enemies to dust. As something monstrous demon-like creature started crawling out, it seemed like chaos was about to devour everyone. But then, an unreal pure light ripped through the darkness. A divine force slammed straight at the forming demon, erasing it before it could even finish forming. Only ashes remained where the monster should have stood. A priest called out, voice full of relaxed justice, warning Narabe that the only thing burning today was going to be him and his heretics. He then summoned more holy light under the elder's feet. A blinding explosion rocked the whole mountaintop, so massive everyone in the valley below stopped and stared at the sound. Down in the aftermath, Holly dusted himself off, grinning that things probably wrapped up. He called out for the elf girl, telling her it was safe to come out of hiding. She popped out, shaky on her legs and voice trembling. The fight had left her shaken, feeling sick to her stomach. Holly just laughed, saying a little fear meant she was still human, and as long as she was unharmed, it was all good. St. Riesta let out a little laugh of relief. Heinrich had totally come at the exact right time. She thanked Paladin Tuscan, who rode in leading the Shining Knight troop. Heinrich thanked Tuscan, and then the High Elf leader, Ray Fury, finally showed up. He was emotional, amazed Heinrich was right about the girl's location. He wanted to know how Heinrich had known Cecily would be here. But Heinrich could only shrug. He didn't know, he just felt it. That's what he said. The reunion was something else. Ray Fury, seeing Cecily for the first time, knelt with shaking respect. It was an honor to finally meet her. Cecily just looked confused, blinking as Ray Fury poured on the fancy greetings. Holly stepped back, watching, amused. He could feel the weight of Ray Fury's gaze. The High Elf's presence was undeniable. Holly smiled. He truly felt lucky to have gotten Cecily safely back to her kin. It was an honor to help, he said. Cecily thanked him with a big, warm smile. Not missing a beat, Ray Fury offered whatever thanks he could for protecting Cecily. Even though Holly insisted he wasn't looking for payment, Ray Fury was clear. Elves repay debts the proper way. Holly grinned, deciding to accept. Ray Fury asked him to kneel, and the whole scene got a bit awkward. Then, Cecily leaned over and gently kissed Holly's forehead, quietly blessing him. Instantly, golden light blossomed on his skin, and a crazy surge of energy hit him, like the world tree itself had patted him on the back. Ray Fury explained that this was nature's blessing, a rare and super powerful magic that only high elves could share, and only a few times at that. Cecily wasn't a high elf yet, so her blessing was weak for now. Once she awakened, though, she'd reinforce it and make Holly even stronger. With ceremony, Ray Fury pulled something from his pocket, a tiny, intricate token. He pushed it into Holly's palm and said it was an elven symbol of promise. If Holly ever needed them, the elves would come running. Holly blinked in surprise, then thanked them, deeply moved by the gifts and kindness. Finally, Ray Fury handed over one more item, and Holly studied it, full of curiosity for what this last token might mean. While all the blessings and promises were happening, another conversation was coming together nearby. Tuscan saw Holly, and he couldn't help but comment on how strong the young guy looked. That Holly really had some wild muscle. Tuscan figured he looked just about as tough as a paladin. Heinrich, who was close by, asked by Tuscan if they already knew each other. Heinrich shook his head, saying this was actually their first meeting, but he had a feeling this was going to be a solid connection. Tuscan also realized the order needed to give proper thanks too. Heinrich smiled. This was a jackpot. Not only had he gotten on good terms with the Elven Kingdom, but the Grand Divine Order was also now on Holly's side. Gaining the respect of both legendary groups? That was next level. Just then, someone called out to Tuscan, thanking him for handling the latest disaster with such speed. Ray promised it was the elves' turn to help. That pumped Tuscan up. He said just hearing those words gave him real courage. But now, there was just one big ask for the sake of peace across the entire island. The elves needed them to find the immortal king. Heinrich let the words sink in and took another slow breath. So this was what all the talking and handshakes with the high elves had really been aiming for. It was all about connecting the right folks to pull off something huge like locating the immortal king. Heinrich gazed up at the sky for a moment, letting his thoughts wander. The world tree, after all, was supposed to be the source of all trees, spreading its roots everywhere across the land. He realized that meant the high elves could tap into that massive power and sense magical energy anywhere trees grew, anywhere life was busy. Ray Fury broke his thoughts, cautioning that searching for the immortal king's energy would still need a bit of backup. They needed some real info about the energy in question, the kind that could only come from the immortal king himself. Tuscan agreed, and asked him to follow. After that, they backed to the great church to go to the basement. Heinrich never thought he'd be seeing that place again so soon. Even after all he'd experienced, the church's insane holy barriers always took his breath away. The entire thing was wrapped in a shield so colossal and complicated, not even Heinrich could fully understand it. Throwing outsiders into this mix just made the whole thing crazier, twisting the inside into a wild maze that even Hans would need lots of time to break through. When they arrived, everything looked just as secure as before. The place was crawling with holy knights and high-ranking guardians. No one could sneak in without the entire fortress turning into a storm of swords and spells. At last, the group reached the core of the basement and gazed at something legendary. A fragment said to have come from the immortal king himself. The high elf announced it was time to start mapping out the energy trail. He got to work, the elves using their connection with the world tree to try and track Hans, following the signature of the immortal king. Elite squads started closing in, everyone bracing and ready for what came next. There really was a path now, leading straight toward Hans and the undead king. But wait, Heinrich suddenly smiled and thought of something. The time was too good to miss. If he played it right, he would have a chance to grab the last piece of the immortal king's legacy. This time, there was no backing down. In the next scene, an empty chair sat in a dark room, looking way too spooky for anyone's comfort. Something was up. It was time. The air felt heavy, as leaders from all kinds of powerful background gathered. Shadows shifted everywhere, making it all feel like something out of a nightmare. It was the Vow of Defiance executive meeting room, the kind of meeting where decisions could shake the whole world. The first to check in was a shadowy figure, the Empire's representative. Next, a dark violet figure shimmered into view, standing for the east. Then, there should have been another person, Nurabe, but someone coldly said he was dead, so he definitely wouldn't be showing up. The room grew real quiet after that. Someone else finally spoke up. Everyone had now heard the bad news. Nobody could explain how the Order or the High Elves managed to track down and wipe out Nurabe so fast. Marcos, who'd been dealing with a fragment, was already gone. Now even Nurabe, who hid so far away, had been hunted. It was like everyone here was getting way too sloppy. Another figure slipped into the conversation. Maybe the Order's sudden strength was tied to the appearance of the immortal king's heir. Someone else wondered about the immortal king's heir. Couldn't they use this mysterious guy to their advantage? There was pushback, of course. But then someone found the idea super interesting. Somewhere else, Sung-hyun realized it became clear that the High Elf had used the fragment's energy to track Hans. So, he now had a plan. He tried to put away the fragment in his space, but it got rejected and bounced right back out. Maybe, instead of tossing the fragment into some subspace, he could just hide it with creating a new subspace inside Hans's body. It was a weird idea, but worth a shot, right? That way, all that energy would go off the radar. So Hans decided to give it a try. He let the fragment sink into his body, and it actually worked. Now he could use the full power of the fragment while staying totally hidden. That headache vanished, finally. The next step was to erase all traces of what happened. With just a snap of his fingers, fire exploded all around, burning everything to pieces until his room was nothing but ashes. He grinned like someone flipping a switch before the big show. He was going to let everyone know. He was done hiding. He dropped all his barriers, sending his energy swirling through the world. The message was clear. Come and get him. He wanted the entire divine order to show up right at his door. At that moment, Hans sent a huge wave of dark energy into the sky for everyone to spot. He was pumped to go after the last fragment of the immortal king himself. Far away, the sacred world tree finally nailed down his location. The trail led to monster-infested forests, out west on the continent. Divine Order instantly ordered all paladins to mobilize. The hunt was on. Even archbishops got dragged into it. No one was sitting out this mission. Suddenly, a mysterious paladin stepped up, acting a little miffed about not being invited. This was Paladin Piri, from the great temple of Giron, a super-strong cardinal known to everyone. His arrival calmed a few nerves. Only the top leaders, real archbishops and big shots, joined this expedition. Saint Riesta announced, bold as ever, that she was going too. Some objected, saying she had to stay and be everyone's anchor. Heinrich was told to guard her, and he agreed, saying if something happened, he'd look after the saint. The knights said their goodbyes and got ready to leave. Heinrich only smirked. He would kill everyone except the saint. After all the paladin gone, Heinrich reassured Saint Riesta not to worry. The big fight might be scary, but it felt like the holy power was on their side, even if nobody could promise victory for sure. While all that was going on, Hans crept close to the church, his dark energy buzzing as he scoped everything out. He couldn't see through the divine powers that laced the walls like crazy chains, but he could sense how strong they were. If he managed to sneak through one, there were even more barriers inside. This time, Hans figured he'd make them come to him. He hurled magical blasts high into the sky, lighting up the night like epic fireworks. The guards freaked out as soon as they saw the dark shapes and glowing magic. The alarm rang. Shouts echoed everywhere as everyone scrambled. Out in the gloom, Hans's undead army started closing in, a horde of skeletons and monsters pouring out of the darkness toward the church. Meanwhile, deep in the monster forest, the high elf and his hunters grew more and more frustrated. They had tracked Hans so carefully, but now there was nothing. The elf insisted he should have been here. Suddenly, doubt rose. If the undead king knew he was being tracked, he could have set them up. The order to fall back came fast. It was a trap, all along. Back in the church, everything was wrecked. The ground was littered with the bodies of both holy warriors and undead, a ruined battlefield. And there, calmly standing where everyone would see him, was Hans. His eyes glowed with power. Finally, this was the moment. The last fragment of the immortal king was his for the taking. Right then and there, Hans began to absorb the final piece, determined to trigger the immortal king's resurrection with his own hands. Suddenly, chaos broke out. The bell in the church tower rang wildly, warning everyone they were under attack. Undead were marching fast, and defenders had to move even quicker. It looked like things had gotten way more serious than anyone thought. Well, good luck to them, Heinrich figured. Since he'd been put on garden duty, all he was supposed to do was hang back, wait a bit, and then sneak in when no one was paying attention while Hans did the heavy lifting down below. Soldiers rushed past, following shouted orders not to slow down, but as Heinrich watched, he couldn't help feeling a twist of dread. There were even more people here than he'd guessed. Paladins, warriors, and strangers he didn't recognize at all. If nothing else, at least nobody knew Hans had already made it deep into the dungeon. Everyone was too busy tied up with fighting undead both inside and outside the castle. Just then, a presence floated above Heinrich, nearly glowing, like some kind of hologram. The figure spoke, their voice ringing over the chaos. Everyone needed to listen up, because the undead outside were just a distraction. The real enemy, the heir to the immortal king, had already slipped past them and reached the deepest chambers. That was all it took to shock Heinrich. He wondered who this person was and then realized with horror, that was an inquisitor. How did they figure out the plan so fast? Heinrich pushed forward through the crowd. If he didn't do something now, everything would fall apart, and Hans would never grab the last fragment in time. Suddenly, above, the massive ceiling started cracking. Saint Riesta stared in disbelief. She couldn't grasp how an intruder got all the way to the ceiling chamber with nobody noticing. Were they saying the enemy had actually teleported inside their sacred temple? One of her followers admitted they didn't know the answer. Panic swept over the saint. The immortal king really had been right here the whole time, and she hadn't even realized it. Tears streamed down Riesta's face as guilt rammed into her. She blamed herself for not sensing anything, thinking her failure would cost so many lives. What could anyone do if the immortal king came back to life once the fragments reunited? It felt hopeless and totally overwhelming. Someone tried to comfort the crying saint, letting her know there was hope. Heinrich had arrived through the dense crowds and was ready to take command. The mood flipped in a flash. Cheeks still wet, but now with relief, Riesta actually smiled through the tears. Having Heinrich there to lead gave everyone strength. "Please help us fight this evil," she said, grateful for the warrior's presence. Meanwhile, Hans was busy counting the losses. He was impressed with how many of his undead the defenders had managed to beat back. Among the fallen, he spotted Malcolm's undead. But Malcolm wasn't just another opponent. He'd fought bravely, like a final boss in a game. Hans gave him a moment of respect before turning his eyes back to the prize, the final fragment of the immortal king, which finally appeared before him. Without hesitation, Hans started to absorb its energy, wanting the king's last legacy for himself. He drew out every last drop of power, drinking it all in. But when it was done, something felt off. Instead of feeling stronger, Hans felt nothing. Maybe it just took time, he wondered. That's when he heard footsteps. Paladins swept toward him through the smoke, weapons drawn, ready to strike him down. Hans reacted instantly with a blast of magic, hurling the paladins backwards. They crashed hard. Everyone stared, shocked at his strength. The saint dashed over with healing magic, purging dark energy from the wounded holy warriors. Heinrich knew it was his time to step up. He wanted to charge in and fight, but Saint Riesta caught his wrist, pleading with him to wait. They needed to analyze the immortal king's power first. They couldn't risk a reckless attack. Inside, though, Heinrich was in turmoil. His whole plan had been to stall by pretending to fight Hans. The defenders weren't done. Someone shouted to keep attacking. Warriors and saints rained radiant swords and beams of holy light on Hans, hoping to overwhelm him, stop his regeneration, and chain him in place. Hans fought back, raising barriers and tossing warriors aside, while sneering at their attempts to provoke him. The battle heated up with spells and spiritual weapons flying everywhere. The defenders realized Hans hadn't mastered the fragment's full power yet. They pushed hard, keeping him on the ropes. Suddenly, Hans laughed. It was all too late for them. The final fragment was his now. He'd fused it completely. Power thumped through his veins, and weird visions flashed behind his eyes. Hans started laughing deeper, madness and power twisting the air around him. The room thickened with energy that made it hard to breathe. Saint Riesta stared at him in terror, barely able to process what she was seeing. Heinrich's face was filled with joy, almost like he was seeing history unfold. But the saint broke, sobbing. They had failed. The immortal king really was returning. In the chamber, Hans began to transform before their eyes. A system alert rang in Hans's head. He had died, conquered death, and now he had transcended everything. An achievement unlocked. The immortal king had returned. The calamity of the sidereal dimension was here. The immortal king, Hans, now stood at the center of the storm. The paladin who came back with the elf rushed up the winding stairs. Their armor clanked and their hearts pounded. They all wanted to help Saint Riesta as fast as possible, but the moment they pushed into the chamber, everybody just froze. All eyes locked on a single figure. The guy in front of them looked more human, not like some scary skeleton. He had solid muscle and skin now, but something about him felt way more powerful than ever before. They realized this could only be the true immortal king, Hans, and they all wondered if they'd already messed up. Maybe it was already too late to stop him. Yet one brave soul refused to give in. He remembered this holy spot was meant to drain the immortal king's power. If he had to give up his life to stop Hans, so be it. He called everyone together. They had to give it all they had. Hans, on the other hand, thought none of these people could even touch him. They couldn't see his system window, so it was easy for them to dream big. In his head, Hans saw the notification. He had just unlocked a new achievement. Immunity to instant death had been granted. Decayed heart and immortal skill fused into immortal heart. He felt unstoppable, way beyond anything normal. Hans even felt he could beat death at its own game now. He covered his eyes and focused. The Eye of Darkness woke up, sending chills across the whole room. All the soldiers locked eyes with him and instantly fell under his spell. They sweated and shook as terror ate at them. Some started hallucinating bugs slithering under their own skin. His power wasn't just fear. He even started to control lower-level demons who looked his way. Everyone knew, stare too long into those creepy eyes, and you had no shot. Still, Hans wanted more chaos. He built power in his hand and called for the undead to rise. All the skeletons, bones, and random corpses lying around dragged themselves up and fused together. Before long, a gigantic corpse golem stomped around, knocking down pillars and smashing everything in its lane. The golem left a trail of destruction while Hans stood there thinking this all looked pretty lame. He was so close to ending it all. Desperation crept in for Saint Riesta. She was out of time and options. If she slipped up now, it wouldn't just be her church. Whole continents would burn. Gripping her cross tight, she suddenly had an idea. She called over Heinrich Landgard and pressed a token into his hand. She wanted him to escape, get stronger, and one day take down the immortal king for good. The order ran through the whole team. Guards had to open a path for Heinrich so he could bail. Everyone shielded him, buying precious seconds. Some even threw themselves at Hans just to slow him down. The rest kept moving after the immortal king, determined to stop him at any cost. Hans wasn't worried. Everyone just sounded like buzzing flies to him. He planned to squash the lot of them. But then, out of nowhere, a soldier went for a sneak attack. Hans spotted the move instantly and grabbed the guy with dark magic, squeezing tight. The soldier, though, didn't panic. He said it didn't matter what happened to his bones, as long as Heinrich escaped. Hans called him a fool and prepared to crush him, but didn't get a chance. That was because Heinrich suddenly burst in with a massive punch. Their act starts now. The hit landed square on Hans's face, bursting with divine energy. Before Hans could even blink, Heinrich whipped out his sword and unleashed a flurry of wild, clean strikes. Hans was shocked by how fast Heinrich moved. But when the blade hit, Hans noticed it was dull. There might have been sparks, but Heinrich wasn't doing much damage. Hans retaliated by shooting a handful of black magic spears right at Heinrich. They slammed into him so hard his armor bent inward, but Heinrich somehow took it and shrugged it off. He smiled. He could feel it. The attack was just for show, so it only pierced his armor. With this, he could show everyone that the real battle had begun. The biggest fight so far. Not backing down, Hans whipped out a massive explosion spell. The whole chamber shook. St. Riesta's heart nearly broke, thinking Heinrich had risked everything. She cried out, wondering why he hadn't just run when he could have been their hope for the future. The answer came when Heinrich, battered but not broken, explained he never joined the order just to save himself. He believed true protectors fought alongside their friends, no matter how dangerous things got. In Heinrich's hand, the pendant started to blaze with super bright light. Hans's earlier insult about Heinrich's dull blade stuck in his mind, but this new light blasted through those words. Heinrich became truly enlightened. The system claimed blessings always followed courage, and this time, new power filled him. He received the Rod of Light, his third blessing so far. Heinrich got why people called it awesome. With everything on the line, Heinrich charged ahead and slammed Hans with a direct hit to the chest. For a moment, even Hans had to admit it was a cool move. He even joked quietly to them that the emotional line was top-notch. In a weird way, both of them seemed to enjoy the final clash. With that, everyone else stared in disbelief at what just happened. While the audience gawked, Hans demanded Heinrich's name. Heinrich said it. Hans glared, ticked off to finally take a hit. But right as Hans took what could have been a final blow, his instant death immunity kicked in. The moment everyone thought he was done, Hans just vanished, leaving the crowd stewing in disbelief. Frustration set in, but Heinrich suddenly went unconscious from all the trouble. Another paladin scooped him up, amazed at how Heinrich had actually landed a hit that reached the immortal king's heart. From Earth, Sungyun clapped his hands. Yeah, this is it. The best soap opera he ever watched, even directed. This scene was legendary, a saga to make people cry happy tears. In the end, the two legendary rivals were locked in the perfect clash. Hans, reborn as the immortal king, and Heinrich, the chosen hero with a god-blessed weapon. All that was left was to collect the big reward. Heinrich saw the system menu. Wow, he had gained so much karma. 1 million karma just for that small fight. Of course, he bought exclusive skill enhancements. Suddenly, a fresh system screen popped up saying customization unlocked. He could now tweak everything, his powers, outfits, even silly stuff like colors and horns. He chuckled. Sometimes his skill really did feel like one wild game. After gaining the customization power, Sungyun saw there were two big choices. He could either shape an avatar using the new creation system, or tweak his current avatar to match an updated feature. When he tried the modify option, a bunch of screens popped up so he could mess with details. Hans could change his hair, face, muscles, and even some stat bars marked all his status and power. This allowed him to adjust his character's looks and numbers however he wanted. On the other side, the Create Avatar button let him build someone new from scratch, assigning even the smallest details, like eye color and hairstyle, and even picking a gender. It was a wild upgrade. He got a little hyped up, realizing one difference. He could flip between being a guy or girl. Sungyun tried the female option, curious what would happen, denying to himself he was doing anything weird. Still, when he pressed the button, a big locked alert flashed up, blocking access to the female side, making male the only active pick. Ah, what a shame. I want to see the female clone. Suddenly, a third option glowed below. Medium selection had shown up. It said Sungyun could make special creatures if he used a rare item, or medium, from the real world. Sungyun blinked, and the first thing to pop into his head was that world tree branch from Cecily. Technically, he'd kept it for the nature air purifier ability, but it looked like now was the perfect time to toss it in for an elf build. The system agreed, instantly detecting the branch and sliding him onto the elf creation screen. The new avatar rose up on the panel, a tall, sharp-eared stranger with awesome hair, looking every bit a fantasy hero. Sungyun took full creative control and tinkered, cranking up the beauty meter, tightening limbs, stretching the dude's arms and legs, doing his own take on what an elf should be. Gorgeous. Obviously. Stats and sliders showed that as an elf, the main focus was on a talent called Nature Affinity. Using the World Tree branch made this boost grow way faster, since the profile now listed the trait, Child of the World Tree. Hans came up with the name Harris for this new elf. In the final preview, Harris turned out looking super regal, with blonde hair shining bright and a model's stance straight from an elven royal poster. If bro come to Earth, he would become a model for real. A menu described all the upgrades from being born via the valuable branch, explaining how Harris would shoot ahead in magic growth and nature tricks. Sung-hyun was grinning wide, patting himself on the back for the cool pick, until Harris's avatar threw him a nasty look, gagged, and nearly lost it on the spot. An urgent warning in his mind reminded Sung-hyun that Han's dark magic clashed hard with nature. Basically, Harris started wilting, as if a healthy plant was being choked by darkness. Sung-hyun was shocked. He hadn't even thought through what his dark magic would do to the elf. In a panic, he quickly canceled the avatar before it totally crashed. He told himself to save elf mode for another day. There was still more to do, so Sung-hyun wandered over to his shelf and pulled down a fat book called Conan the Barbarian. With all this drama, it seemed like the right moment to dream up the next story, maybe becoming some hardcore mercenary king for his next run. Meanwhile, Harley was out there in the city, stoked. He was enjoying a new feature of his recently purchased coat that allowed him to make his ears float. The seller giggled, happy the look suited him. Harley thanked her for the support and gave a nod to Hubert, who'd found the perfect item for helping him fit in. After all, Tarak was packed with expert craftsmen. Outside, the day in the city rolled on like nothing special was happening. People just hustled around, running everyday errands, smooth as ever. Then Harley remembered a rumor about punks causing a mess in Hubert's shop. He figured it might be time to step in for a lesson or two. A small group of guys started talking trash as Harley rolled by. They pointed at his beat-up clothes and body markings, spouting off nonsense about Southerners always looking rough and wild. Maybe people like Harley were the reason why Southerners are sometimes looked down on here. Harley tried to let it go, but just couldn't ignore it. He shot back, asking these punks to own up to their words and promising to teach them some manners if they weren't careful. Pretty soon, things heated up. One guy tried swinging a wooden club, but it blew apart the second it smacked into Harley's arm. The other guys looked at their buddy like he was an idiot for breaking his own gear. Harley could only laugh, realizing that these fellas were true Southern warriors, big, tattooed, wild-eyed, the type of crew who carried their own trouble. Harley got pumped up at the thought. Maybe it was time he tried living like one of them, making real barbarian friends and finally earning his stripes as a Southern hero. One of them yelled that Harley had to sort out his look. He scolded him, stating that those festival clothes were way too out of date and made him stick out in a bad way. When Harley stated his attire was normal Southern dress, the lead guy, angered by this, challenged Harley to a classic Southern duel. The rules were bare fists, no tricks, just fighting. Harley grinned and told them to bring it. He even upped the ante, saying all three could come at him at once, or two while the other warmed up for their turn. The trio didn't believe their ears, thinking Harley was either crazy or suicidal, but Harley's eyes flashed with a wild, even scary energy. He made it very clear that he was about to give them a real schooling and dared them to step up. Sounds of blows and fists hitting bone echoed through the street. By the time the dust settled, the thugs were knocked out cold, and the two other guys could barely stand. He mumbled why someone as strong as Harley could really be a Southerner and not be famous. Plus, the fact Harley had no warrior's mark just made it weirder. Harley remembered those traditional marks. All true Southern fighters had them, but he didn't have a single scratch. So, he spun a dramatic tale. This wild story all kicked off about 20 years ago. Back then, the tribe needed a new chief, so everyone gathered for a big, rowdy duel in the arena. Two of the tribe's toughest warriors battled it out while the crowd cheered and hollered from the sidelines. In the end, Harley's dad, known as the strongest warrior by far, came out on top. Everyone showered him with respect and praise, basically calling him a legend after his big win. As per their tribe's old-school rules, the king congratulated Harley's dad and announced that he could make any wish he wanted. The king told him to speak his desire. Luckily, Harley's dad had figured out exactly what he wanted, long before the fight even started. He shocked the crowd by asking not to be married to the chief's daughter. That request sent everyone into a frenzy. The crowd couldn't believe what they'd heard, calling it totally ridiculous and demanding some kind of explanation. But Harley's father kept his cool and explained he had a good reason. He and the chief's daughter were actually siblings by blood. This new twist left the girl totally speechless, staring in disbelief at him. Even the chief's daughter, who thought she knew everything, turned to her dad with questions. She couldn't understand how her father would let someone get away with saying such a crazy thing. The old chief, looking a bit lost, apologized to her and told her it was all true. He admitted she wasn't really his biological daughter, but someone he'd adopted a long time ago. Of course, all order broke down at that point. The chief, trying to regain control, ordered his guards to capture Harley's dad and punish him for speaking out. In the chaos, Harley's mother, who was pregnant with Harley at the time, realized things were about to go south in a hurry. While her husband bravely stood and fought off the tribe's warriors, she slipped away to safety. She hid out in a dark, secret cave where she raised her son far away from all the fighting. Harley's dad sacrificed himself trying to give his family a chance to escape. In the end, Harley grew up hidden from the world. Sadly, even his mom passed away not long ago from an illness. That's why Harley had no warrior's marks. He never got the chance to join the tribe's traditions or get those tough guy tattoos. Hearing that story hit the guys so hard that all three of them started bawling. They apologized and called Harley a real Southern warrior. Of course, Harley knew every word he'd told them was fake. But man, his acting skills were top tier that day. The celebration was in full swing as everyone raised massive mugs of beer to welcome their new brother, Harley. They toasted loud and proud, making the tavern practically shake. Then someone cracked a joke about how far away this place was from the south and wondered what brought Harley all the way up here. Harley said there was a whole story to that as well. After his mom died from sickness, Harley had been left completely alone in a brutal world. He wandered around with nowhere to go, not knowing how to survive or what he should even do next. At his lowest, the only person who didn't just ignore him on the street was a young merchant named Hubert. This guy actually stopped and offered to help, which no one else had done. Hubert even went out of his way to get Harley on his feet. Over time, they became best friends, and Harley always said Hubert was his savior, a real one-of-a-kind bro. But not long after, Harley found out Hubert was in deep trouble and some nasty bandits were shaking him down. No way could Harley ignore that, not after what Hubert had done for him. That was why he journeyed so far, determined to give help back. One of the new crew got so worked up he slammed a fist on the table, declaring that any jerk messing with their brother was an enemy of the whole squad. Everyone cheered and swore to help Hubert too. Harley felt a wave of gratitude as he gave everyone a big group hug, deciding he could definitely use these dudes when it came time to take care of those punks bothering Hubert and also launch his bigger plan. See, Harley had a grand idea ready. He wanted to import loads of pepper, a rare and pricey spice around here. In exchange, he'd export all sorts of magical tools, which were pretty common in this world but super scarce back on Earth. That way, the business would help everybody out, and of course, line his own pockets. He figured he could turn that first profit into even crazier growth down the road. The team got pumped. They decided to visit Hubert's shop to make sure it was safe and protect it together, making all sorts of promises and cheerful shouting. Harley knew having a crew to rely on made life 1,000 times easier. Now that Hubert was being looked after, Harley got ready to move to his next big step, debuting as an elf. Soon, in front of a soaring castle, Harris arrived. He was ready, standing tall. This was the great temple of Rosalia. Harris announced himself as a skilled mercenary and Harley's close friend, also a pal to the Holy Knights Order. He said he'd come by because he'd heard some elf envoys were around, and he hoped he could meet them. Of course, he wasn't empty-handed. He handed guards a letter of introduction. The paper looked like a train wreck, with wild scribbles and sloppy, over-the-top handwriting, which made it kind of obvious it was from Harley himself. The guards checked it and probably entertained, waved Harris in. They led him to the guest accommodations where the elf envoy was waiting. Harris chilled out, and soon Ray came in to greet him, a full-on high elf from the Elf Kingdom. Ray told him to get comfy, since any friend of Harley's was already a welcome guest. Harris introduced himself again, but as the two elves chatted, Harris noticed how intense it felt to look at Lord Ray directly. It was like those gleaming eyes kept drawing him in and making him dizzy, a surreal feeling that had to be thanks to being stuck in an elf body. While they spoke, Ray noticed the bracelet on Harris's wrist. It was a present from Harley. Ray explained he was happy, not offended, to see a family member wearing it. Eventually, talk turned serious. Harris admitted he wanted to ask about using nature's power and about making contracts with spirits. Since he'd always lived alone, he'd missed out on all those magical rites and wanted to catch up. Ray looked Harris over and sensed unreal power pouring from him, thinking Harris might as well be part of the world tree itself. Ray said he would love to help but was about to leave soon, so he couldn't be Harris's teacher. Instead, he invited Harris to come to the Elf Kingdom, a legendary spot, deep on the Enchanted Continent, where the top elf training happened. There were stiff rules. Normally, only High Elf's children could enter, but there was a rare exception for anyone who had High Elf qualities. Ray told Harris to look directly at his eyes, and suddenly everything spun, and Harris felt himself falling into some kind of mind space, a realm way cleaner and more magical than any place he'd ever been. Out of the blue, he spotted a dazzling elf with hair as pink as cotton candy, standing high in a world tree. Was this the elf goddess herself? Maybe it was the source, the sacred world tree. The magical moment continued as the beautiful elf floated down, face glowing with peace. Harris watched, not sure what was happening, as the elf came closer and, just like that, touched his face gently. Harris had no clue why the goddess, or whoever she was suddenly paying so much attention to him. And just like that, something big was about to change in Harris's world. Harris blinked, still in awe from his crazy encounter with the beautiful elf. That magical elf, probably the world tree herself, stroked his face and spoke a strange language, sounding soft and dreamy. "Oh, poor child. Come to the realm of the elves," the beautiful elf said. Right after, she disappeared into thin air, leaving Harris alone and super confused. He thought she might really be the spirit of the world tree, but what did her words even mean? He didn't understand a single bit of that elf language. He wanted to ask, "Hey, come back, explain." But before he got a chance, he had snapped right back to the garden. The mystical elf was gone, and Harris was left wondering what the heck was going on. Ray suddenly said he had felt the world tree's presence and had seen an elf spirit, probably the actual world tree, suggesting that maybe the tree picked that form to say hello. He seemed impressed too, telling Harris it looked like the world tree had taken a special interest in him. All Harris could do was think, seriously? First the gods, now the world tree was after him too? Wild. The next day in town, the story switched to Hubert's shop opening up for business. Outside the store, 3 rough-looking guys with weird tattoos showed up to intimidate Hubert. They acted tough, saying they'd told Hubert to close shop and skip town last week, but Hubert remained calm and classy. Wearing nice clothes and neat gloves, Hubert suggested they try this week's new tea and asked if they'd care for a cup. The thugs did not get it. Hubert's polite talk sailed way over their heads. The leader threatened Hubert again, saying he'd better hand over the shop or be ready to die. At that, things got wild. Before the thug could finish, Harley barreled in and decked the guy with one punch, sending him flying. He told the punks to get lost, and after seeing their leader knocked out so fast, the other 2 freaked out. Harley and his friends charged in, and soon the thugs were getting the worst pounding of their lives. Inside, the shop echoed with their yelps. That night, the group celebrated with a feast. Harley gave thanks to his brothers for protecting Hubert, saying all the food and drinks were on him. The table groaned with meat, bread, barbecue, and mugs of beer. As they laughed and ate, someone said it was too easy. But one thing was clear. After seeing Harley fight, he really needed a warrior's crest. He explained, pulling off his shirt to show his tattooed warrior's mark. Word had it there was an old southern shaman in the city of Turok who could carve the real deal. Harley perked up, eager to track her down, and hoisted Luong up, running off before his friend could complain. Not far away, that same gang of bullies was now hassling an elderly potion seller, demanding protection money. The old lady tried to explain she just didn't have that kind of cash, but one goon grabbed her clothes and got in her face. But they stopped when they saw a big shape coming. It was Harley again, charging in like a bull. He stormed straight up and greeted the old lady respectfully, saying he wanted a warrior's crest. Luong nearly lost his lunch from the wild ride, but the old lady let them inside, glad for some backup and sick of those thugs. She explained the crest business right away. While a crest gave you loads of power, it also drained your life force and only true warriors could handle the real thing. Harley barely blinked. A little danger wouldn't stop him. The old shaman checked him out and said, "Honestly, if anyone could handle the supreme crest, also called the warlord's mark, it might be Harley, but the technique had been lost for centuries." Harley told her not to ruin the mood and said she could give him another crest, maybe the great warrior, one like his friend. But there was another problem. She was out of carving materials. More importantly, she insisted only folks who had performed true heroics, like slaying a dragon or saving a kingdom, could get one. To be fair, she said, Harley would have to kill the ogre way up north beyond the Iron Fortress to prove himself before earning the crest. Luong was horrified. The ogre was supposed to be a monster bigger than a whole house, with a skull the size of Harley's body. The challenge was no joke. But while they talked, Harley rummaged around and, with a grin, hauled out a gigantic ogre skull from his space magic, acting like it was nothing. The old shaman was speechless. If he'd really taken down an ogre, she'd give him some credit. But even so, she needed rest before she could carve anything. Especially right now, she doesn't have strength because she hasn't been eating properly lately. Hearing that, Harley told her food and rest were his specialties, promising to set her up right away. Then, as quick as lightning, he vanished, leaving her to hope he wouldn't cause more chaos out there. Sure enough, out in the street, the same bullies saw Harley again and were just about ready to lose it. Harley strolled up and landed another blow, rattling the teeth of the thug, reminding them never to threaten their shaman again. The punks panicked, apologizing, learning the witch they bullied was actually the southern shaman and promising never to mess with her again. Harley let them off with a warning, smashing his fist into the ground instead of their faces. They promised to behave. Right on cue, Luong finished gathering loot from the goons' hideout and called for Harley to help carry crates. Their plan was set. They'd have a barbecue feast that night with the old lady, celebrating a day of justice, sick teamwork, and Southern spirit. As Harley and the crew returned, they found the old woman sweeping outside her shop. The guys greeted her, saying they were back. She startled when she spotted the huge haul in their arms. She wanted to know what on earth they were bringing back with them. All that stuff meant tonight was for eating meat and drinking together, they explained. Didn't she think that was enough food and drink to fill her up and keep her strong? Looking at all that meat, the old woman's mind wandered back to when her own son was young. If he'd survived, he would have been Harley's age by now. Still, she joked she could barely chew meat at her age. Wait, so she wasn't going to try any? Maybe just a nibble, she teased, since Harley had gone to all the trouble. That nibble turned into the woman single-handedly finishing almost the whole feast, washing everything down with a bottle of wine. Apparently, Southern grandmas had the biggest appetites of all. After she finished and seemed full and happy, it was time to get started on carving the warrior's crest into Harley's skin. Lying in bed, Harley braced himself for the tough ritual. The old woman prepared her tools. Harley said he was no stranger to lying on a bed for experiments, thinking of all the times Hans had used him as a test subject. Before he could get too cocky, the old woman shoved a stuffed bear between his teeth. She explained her son had bitten down on that same toy when he got his own crest. She warned Harley that it was going to hurt. She pressed the needle to his body, but it just snapped right in half. No matter how she tried, Harley's skin was way too tough to pierce. No chance at switching techniques, though the shaman wasn't about to back down from a challenge. She shifted her hold, powered up the markings on her own arms, and forced all the energy from her meal into the ritual. Then she showed them all what a true Southern tribal shaman chief could do. She pressed and carved until finally, a new blazing crest burned across Harley's chest. A fiery sun, kind of like that famous pirate crest. As soon as it finished, system messages popped up. Harley had achieved enlightenment, unlocking the special Chaco-style combat symbol. Current symbol, Great Warrior, glowed on the display. The mark was so powerful, he agreed that with it, he could take down an ogre in a bare-fisted fight, even without his old mutation tricks. The old woman had basically passed out from using all her strength. Harley checked to make sure she was okay. She was just tired, she said, since it had been ages since she'd done such a powerful engraving. With some rest, she'd be back to normal. Still, Harley was determined. He told his buddies they'd need to score even more food for her if they wanted to make more warrior marks. The woman huffed, telling him to let her rest first. Elsewhere, a tense scene played out. Heinrich lay in bed, totally covered in bandages. The saint stood over him, praying hard and whispering divine words to heal him. Cardinal Pion walked over and said if she kept using her power without a break, she'd hurt herself. The saint insisted her heart wouldn't let her rest. She kept seeing Heinrich standing up to the immortal king in her mind. It felt like she'd watched a real hero being born that day. Suddenly, Heinrich woke up, and the saints become so happy. The cardinal asked if he was okay, and Heinrich said he'd been out for days, but he was healing thanks to the saint's care. Suddenly, the saint declared Heinrich wasn't just any champion now. He was officially the hero of Erica. Hearing that, Heinrich grinned, thinking that now both sides had their main actors, the hero and the demon king. It was time for the next chapter. He called to Hans in his mind, asking him to raise a toast. On Earth, Hans realized that with the hero now born, he would embrace his role as the demon king, spreading dark magic and fear across the land. But now he has a more urgent matter. It's time to cleanse Earth of dirty bastards and villains. Meanwhile, chaos stirred elsewhere. Emergency shouts filled the hall of a big hospital. Somebody yelled to clear the way for a patient who had come in first. Police rushed around, complaining about more trouble. The Ha-Ho mask had apparently struck again. Out of nowhere, a police officer walked over and started questioning An Sang-jin, the guy who was known for using dark magic. The officer wanted to know if Sang-jin had any clue about what was going on. Sang-jin, working for the skill management department as a dark mage, explained what he thought. He said it was obvious. Whoever had ended up like this dead body got mixed up with someone incredibly dangerous. According to him, these folks had all messed with the wrong person, gone down the wrong road, and now there was nothing left of them but empty shells. Sang-jin muttered that whoever wore that creepy Ha-Ho mask was a total monster, not even human by his standards. The kind of dark magic the Ha-Ho mask used was beyond anything people could really understand. He figured the victim's soul had probably already been snatched away and trapped for good. If it had been Sang-jin in the victim's shoes, he'd rather take the easy way out than risk getting captured by a monster like that. He was sure that his skill was nowhere near that level, and having a dark mage as strong as the Ha-Ho mask as an enemy was pretty much the worst-case scenario. Nobody wanted to be targeted by that kind of freak. He then decided to check out the dead body more closely. He used his own magic to scan the man's head, trying to see the curse up close. But as soon as he tapped into dark magic, he felt a sudden jolt, as if something or someone huge and scary was watching him. It was terrifying. A force pressed down on him like a mountain. He dropped to the ground, totally shocked and shaking. The police officer rushed over to help, asking what on earth had just happened. Songjin called out the team leader, saying he could die from pure fear. Struggling to catch his breath, the dark mage stammered that Haho Mask had just seen him, and that monster was no joke at all. Songjin started to panic, saying the Haho Mask had noticed him. Since he just messed with the curse by himself, if he got caught, it would be game over. He figured there was only one choice left. He could try to fight the masked Haho, but honestly, it made more sense to just jump off the building and died peacefully. The police officer suddenly jumped in, calling Songjin crazy for even thinking like that. Only bad guys got hunted by the Haho Mask. Songjin was innocent, so he should calm down and just breathe. Those words helped, and Songjin's heart rate slowed. He began to relax, saying thank you, and finally passed out, hitting the ground. The police officer called for nurses, worried because Songjin had fainted out of nowhere. Outside the building, Hans had watched the whole thing. He found it pretty interesting that Songjin had a talent for dark magic, even if it was kind of weak. Since Hans didn't feel any evil aura from the guy, he figured there would be no problem meeting him one day. The next day, news and mystery posts flooded the internet, buzzing about the masked Haho Mask. Sunghyun knew that the Haho Mask had become so popular that nobody could keep up anymore. People wondered about his powers, calling him everything from a vigilante to a shadow hero. Sunghyun knew all this attention could become a real headache someday. He scratched his head, wondering how he was supposed to keep working in secret with all eyes on him. Just then, someone knocked at his door. It was a surprise, fried chicken delivery. But when he opened the door, Sunghyun realized it wasn't just food. His old friend Kang Taesun was here. It had been years since he'd seen Taesun. Taesun teased Sunghyun for acting so shocked at the visit. Even though they joked around now, Taesun was high up in the Criminal Investigation Division for the Skill Management Bureau. He was also Sunghyun's only true childhood friend. When Sunghyun became a shut-in, Taesun had kept showing up to check on him and give support. He really cherished having a friend like him. Taesun commented that Sunghyun finally seemed to have found a reason to live again. Sunghyun nodded, figuring it really was about time to move on from the past. Staying stuck in those old memories wasn't a way to live, and his parents would never have wanted him to end up that way. Taesun was overjoyed to hear Sunghyun admit it, and said he'd worried for ages watching his friend refuse to go outside or talk to people. Sunghyun insisted it hadn't been so bad these days. He'd actually left the house a couple times this past week. Taesun was shocked and happy to hear it. They cracked open cold beers and toasted to Sunghyun's progress. Feeling relaxed, Taesun decided it was time to share a little secret. He reminded Sunghyun that he'd joined the criminal division after Hans's parents died, especially since he'd always felt like family. Taesun brought up the old accident, the one everyone believed was a random attack by an awakened. Even back then, something felt off about it. Now, Taesun explained there was a shady group called the Society of Divine Retribution that he suspected had been hiding in the shadows for years. No one could prove they existed, but odd clues were coming up, and hints linked to the masked figure called Haho Mask that were giving investigators their first real leads. Taesun told Sunghyun he'd keep him in touch, but he shouldn't tell anyone about it. Sunghyun playfully asked who he would even tell. He is a shut-in after all. Taesun then wondered why the Bureau was so eager to chase someone like Haho Mask, who was actually taking out villains and doing good. Hearing that, Sunghyun was relieved to know his best friend was on his side, even if Taesun didn't know the whole truth. They spent the night chatting, eating fried chicken, and making fun of Sunghyun's stories about heroes, demon kings, and his very original idea of giving the demon king the name Hans. Taesun joked that Sunghyun should just give up on writing, and that the name sounded totally lame. Maybe he should just pretend Hans was short for Hannibal Strauss or something fancy instead. Suddenly, Taesun's work phone buzzed. The boss of the Dawn team told him to show up, so Taesun grabbed his things to leave. Sunghyun stopped him at the door, asking if Taesun's grandmother was doing okay. Taesun hesitated, then admitted her health had gotten worse and it might be time to prepare for the worst. Sunghyun felt a pang of sadness, wishing there was something he could do. Taesun told him not to worry. He'd manage, and Sunghyun should just focus on his writing. When Taesun left, Sunghyun couldn't shake the memory of Taesun's grandmother caring for him when they were kids. She treated him like family, offered him food, and filled his life with some of his only warm memories. Now she was so sick, and Sunghyun had no way to help someone like his own grandmother. He felt powerless until a genius idea struck. He realized that, with his system powers, he could call upon Heinrich, the paladin with overwhelming divine healing, to help their grandmother. Sunghyun checked the system and saw Heinrich's profile. who was famous as one of the greatest figures of faith in the other world, a priest who could heal anyone. But then Sunghyun realized there was a hitch. If Heinrich disappeared from his world right after becoming a hero, rumors would spread and the saint would notice. It'd be smarter to wait for the right moment, maybe at night or just as the day turned, before doing anything that could bring questions. For now, he made plans and waited, determined to do something for the friend who had always been there for him. The next day, on a busy city street, a girl and her little brother walked together, the boy singing loudly as he carried a heavy bag of apples. The girl, Diana, asked her brother Aaron if the apples weren't too heavy for him. Aaron cheerfully said he could handle it, but then, when he got distracted, one of the apples slipped out and rolled away into the crowd. Aaron chased after it, and the apple came to a stop at the feet of a well-dressed stranger. The man smiled and told Aaron he should be more careful with his apples. At first, the children were startled, but then Diana lit up with joy. She recognized the stranger. It was Heinz, the guy who had helped them before. Aaron stared, amazed, because Heinz looked way different than he remembered. Older, maybe a bit fancier. Heinz grinned, admitting it had been almost 7 months since he visited. Diana teased him for showing up only when he was busy with business. Heinz insisted he'd really come just to see them, but Diana wasn't fooled. She softly told him to just get to the point, since they knew him too well. Heinz, knowing he couldn't win against the two siblings, got right to it. He pulled out a couple of gold coins and asked Diana if she would use her information-gathering talents for him again. Diana grinned and agreed to help Heinz out. Later that afternoon, at a big house with a nice garden, things felt even busier. Soren, flustered, was told to check on places selling magical tools. Shiny jewelry, rare magical items, and all sorts of treasures were spread across a table. Soren wondered out loud where Heinz had gotten such high-quality loot. Heinz just winked and said there are always ways to find good stuff. Thanks to Diana's help, he'd gotten excellent magical tools from a shop in Talia, plus the latest news on Brokoslack, a vampire clan that had been quiet for a while. The pepper Heinz requested was all stacked in the storage room, so now a friend could sell it. He also mentioned the end of a recent purge. Soren didn't understand and asked what a purge was. Heinz explained, almost laughing, that he'd hunted down anyone who had betrayed their clan or tried to hide. With a flick of his hand, he showed cards of all his defeated targets. He announced it was finally safe and stable for their clan. From now on, said Heinz, all they needed to do was keep trading magical tools and spice, and he asked Soren to run their little group of traders from now on. Soren was stunned. She wasn't sure she could handle something that complicated, but Heinz told her that she was smart and totally capable. With that encouragement, Soren blushed and promised to live up to his trust. Heinz, in his head, was amused at how easy she was to convince. Now that he was trading between two worlds, he felt like his group had become a small business. Switching scenes to later that night, the city glowed with lively music, laughter, and moonlit crowds. Heinz, having gathered clues from Diana, crept toward a secret spot he believed was the base for the Broko clan. 2 tough-looking soldiers guarded the door. So he tossed a little stone to create a distraction and slipped in through the back, moving like a shadow. Inside, in a fancy room, Rosilica, someone he knew before, gulped down a glass of fresh blood and sighed about how lonely it was to drink alone. Then she heard a sound. Hearing someone, she grew suspicious but saw no one in sight. Heinz released his concealment skill and called her. When Rosilica didn't remember him, he introduced himself as Heinz, a vampire she'd actually met before, though she barely remembered. Rosilica tried to be polite, pretending to mix her own blood into the drink she was offering Heinz. Then, she called on blood magic to attack him, flinging her blood to create a binding spell on Heinz. But Heinz just laughed, and then he did something shocking. He controlled Rosilica's own blood, forming ropes out of it to tie her up. Rosilica was stunned. Only a true-blooded vampire could do that kind of magic, freely manipulating another person's blood. Realizing Rosilica seemed genuinely not to remember him, Heinz claimed he belonged to a branch family of Brokoslack. Rosilica doubted it, remembering stories about some clans being persecuted, and Heinz confirmed it, adding that he would grant her more power if she cooperated. Although she was stubborn at first, one touch made her helpless. Heinz pressed a magic crystal to her, and suddenly she was overwhelmed by a powerful energy rushing through her body. Rosilica, caught in the magic of the crystal, felt a wave of ecstasy rush through her. The sensation was stronger than anything she had ever felt before. The crystal's power took hold, filling her body with energy, making her whole world feel stronger and sharper. At the same time, she could feel a shift, like her old master had vanished, and someone new now controlled her fate. She wanted to resist, but Heinz's command was impossible to disobey. With her will in his grip, Rosilica revealed everything she knew. She confessed that the true blood who ruled over this whole region of Talia was Lady Freya. If anyone asked about Freya, It was easy to explain. Her greatest trait was the way she could use her demonic eyes to control and destroy. Far away, in a mansion high above the busy city, Lady Freya herself sat calmly, sipping coffee in a sunlit room. Her skin was pale as snow, her blue eyes sharp, and her slightly pointed ears gave her an unusual beauty, almost like an elf. A butler came over and politely offered her more tea, asking if Lady Freya was enjoying her time in the human world that day. Freya replied that she found it fascinating to watch humans struggle with their small, weak bodies. She enjoyed observing the way their lives played out. From their mountaintop home, she could see all the city's rooftops far below. The butler mentioned that some new religious group was gaining ground in a place called Rafalashi. Lady Freya just smiled, certain that their clan, Broko, already controlled the kingdom from behind the cover of human nobility. She was confident any threat could be crushed easily. But before Freya finished speaking, something shocking happened. In a split second, the butler's head was ripped away, blood spraying everywhere. Freya spun around to see a stranger standing there. She hadn't seen his face before. He looked strong, maybe pure-blooded, but didn't carry the presence of a true blood like herself. Meanwhile, Heinz, who was the stranger, drank the last drops from the butler and faced Freya boldly. Freya sneered, guessing he was from a low branch of the vampire family. She made a mocking face and took a slow, dramatic breath, ready to show him what a real ruler could do. With a flicker in her gaze, she activated her terrifying demonic eye. Her eyes turned pitch black, ready to destroy him with her power. But nothing happened. Heinz stood strong, brushing aside the magic like it was nothing. Freya was stunned. No one had ever evaded her demonic eye before. Heinz laughed. He had already realized exactly how her power worked. The fact that her attack didn't affect him meant only one thing. Now, it was Freya who started to doubt her place in the world. Heinz just grinned, as if asking her with a smirk, "So, who really doesn't know their place?" In that moment, Freya realized that Heinz was a true blood vampire after all. She was furious that someone would dare to attack right in the middle of Broko Slack territory, and demanded to know his real goal. Heinz didn't hesitate and made it sound like it should be obvious. He wanted everything in Broko Slack and aimed to become king of the vampires in the cities. Hearing this, Freya thought he was either out of his mind or insanely bold. Still, she reminded him that she was true blood too. Suddenly she activated both her demonic eyes and moved so fast that even Heinz couldn't react in time. She landed a powerful punch straight into his stomach, her hands wrapped in magic and martial energy, and forced him to spit up blood. In her mind, she felt sure his ridiculous plan could never work with skills that weak, especially since he couldn't even dodge her blows. Her arm bulged with veins, and Heinz realized with surprise that she was a martial artist, completely different from what he had expected because of her magic eyes. Without missing a beat, Freya began summoning blood from her umbrella and launched a blood attack straight at him. Heinz could barely keep it together, still standing but feeling the pressure as he kept coughing up more blood. He understood she was seriously tough. She pushed ahead, swinging her umbrella like a pro swordsman, and Heinz scrambled to dodge, knowing her quick attacks would eventually wear him down, and every dodge left him a bit more battered. Freya decided it was time to end it. She summoned a massive wave of blood, a huge area attack. Heinz tried to charge through the wave, but something strange happened. Freya suddenly disappeared from his sight. In an instant, his vision tilted, and she hit him with an elbow that broke his neck and sent him flying. His body lay on the ground, soaked in blood, and Freya believed she had won. But Heinz's body started moving. He got up, as if nothing had happened, and his injury healed instantly, as if a broken neck was no big deal. He reminded her, now, that it wasn't up to her to say when things ended. He explained that wounds like that healed fast for him, thanks to his unique power of hybrid evolution. Freya was floored. She thought to herself that there were only a handful of people besides her master who had survived her attacks. Heinz admitted to himself that she had good talent and special tricks, although there were still flaws, especially in her martial style. With those beautiful eyes, he thought, maybe he could help her become stronger, if she followed his way. He wondered aloud if she'd ever thought of joining him, but Freya bristled at the insult and determined she'd turn him into a pincushion, so full of holes he'd never rise again. Just then, before she could move, her body went rigid. She realized with horror that she couldn't control her body. She noticed there was a huge pentagram drawn with blood and layered with forbidden magic on the ground. Heinz had set it up while fighting her. He started shifting the blood all around, binding her with bloody strands around her neck. She found herself completely immobilized, surprised to realize Heinz wasn't really a fighter like her. He was more of a blood specialist, kind of like a vampire mage. Heinz then transformed his finger into a magic crystal and pushed it into her neck, beginning the next stage of the attack. She cried out from the sharp pain as the crystal's magic invaded her body and took control. The process was agonizing and overwhelming, too much to resist. Heinz figured that for someone of her rank, A tiny dose of this magic wouldn't work, so he'd had to go all out. Soon, Freya's body started to glow with an intense red energy. The transformation finished and she fell to the ground, completely drained. Even as she stared up at Heinz, furious beyond words, Heinz smugly pointed out that she felt different now. She had to admit, through her anger, that her whole body had changed. Her senses, strength, movement, and everything about her had improved. She felt faster, much more powerful, and sharper, as if every part of her evolved to a new level. Heinz thought to himself that she ought to thank him, and Freya considered, just for a second, if she actually could use this to beat him instead. She launched at him, but discovered her body stopped moving before she could land another punch. She felt a weight, as heavy as iron chains, holding her still. Heinz claimed that binding was made of blood magic. He had complete mastery here, and she had no choice but to follow his will. Freya was stunned. It shouldn't be possible for any vampire, not even one using sacred blood, to override control from another clan, but Heinz's blood domination made it real. With her at his mercy, Heinz pushed for what he'd really come for. He demanded to know where the clan master was. Freya tried to resist, but her mouth opened anyway. She blurted out the answer: the Duke Bright's mansion. In shock, she realized she was completely under his control, like some kind of mindless servant. Heinz looked pleased, saying to himself that now he had a perfect, obedient servant. He decided it was time to wrap things up and prepare for a quick, ruthless attack. With Freya unwillingly guiding him, he made his way through the night toward the Duke's mansion. Once they arrived, Freya, still under compulsion, requested to enter and report something urgent. When they entered, she complained about the darkness and wondered why the master hadn't even lit a candle. The truth was, he didn't care about human comforts like light. He then asked what she wanted and what the important news was. Well, he thought he already knew the reason. An intruder was coming after him, using her. That time, Heinz turned off his concealment skill and said, as expected, the clan master had already figured it out. Well, it would be a disgrace if he were the sort to miss a threat like that. Hearing that, the clan master lowered his book and looked at Freya with a weary disappointment, asking why she had betrayed him. The air in the room grew icy as the master let out a thick, murderous aura. He was ready to destroy them both, without mercy or hesitation. The room felt heavy when the Duke turned to Freya with a voice like thunder. He said he was disappointed in her. He couldn't believe she had betrayed him and even dared to serve another master. Freya tried to explain, saying it was all a misunderstanding and begging him to calm down, but it was clear the Duke wasn't buying it. He said that after 100 years together, did she really think he wouldn't notice the way her blood smelled different now? He saw her as a traitor and yelled at her to die. But suddenly, Heinz jumped in and blocked the Duke's attack. Heinz told him that wasn't going to happen. He smiled a bit and placed himself in front of Freya, saying that it was too bad things had come to this. He'd hoped they could talk things out without fighting. The Duke was stunned. He wasn't expecting anyone to block his attack so easily. He wondered just who this guy was and laughed, saying Heinz was talking big. The Duke threatened to rip out Heinz's tongue along with Freya for daring to stand against him. Without wasting a second, the Duke called out his spell. He shouted for the vampires of Brokislack to come to him and feast on the traitor's blood and flesh. Vampires started pouring into the room and rushed to attack Heinz and Freya. When the Duke saw how few followers appeared, though, he was confused. Only about a dozen showed up. He wondered if that was all that remained of his forces in the capital. He looked at Freya and asked what on earth she had done. What had happened to his subordinates? Freya, looking a little uneasy but trying to be brave, admitted that most of the Duke's followers now served Lord Heinz. The Duke stared at her, shocked. He couldn't believe all his subordinates had switched sides without a fight. To him, the traitor was just like eating their own kind, and that was enough to make any vampire go mad. Freya explained it was possible only because Heinz belonged to a collateral bloodline of Brokoslack. Hearing that, the Duke was furious. He said that made no sense and was the dumbest excuse he'd ever heard. He shouted that he didn't believe a word of it. Then, the Duke unleashed his blood magic. Blood mist. He formed a dark red barrier and said this was the domain of a true Brokoslack blood sorcerer. Heinz felt the heavy pressure and instinctively covered his nose, thinking that yes, this was definitely the Duke's domain. His head throbbed, and even moving felt like a struggle. The Duke's eyes glowed red with rage as he said Heinz should not be surprised so soon. He promised his loyal ones would always respond to his call, no matter where they were. He then summoned someone named Obor. Obor appeared from the blood mist, carrying a scythe that made him look like a real grim reaper. He landed in the room and wondered aloud why the Duke had called for him. But Obor saw the mess and was confused by the chaos. There wasn't much time to be confused, though. He was told to wipe out Heinz and Freya right away. Obor sighed, said he understood, and with a blink, he moved so fast that even the air couldn't keep up. Heinz watched him and realized right away, Obor was a pure-blood assassin type. He knew Obor was going to be tricky, but Heinz couldn't let himself get stuck here. He activated his acceleration skill and moved to block Obor's blow, casting his own spell. With a surge of blood magic, Heinz bound Obor with a giant bloody hand, leaving the assassin struggling. Obor shouted in frustration. Surprised someone could use blood magic inside the Duke's barrier. Just as Heinz was about to attack the Duke, Obor twisted free of the spell and shot back at him. Heinz cursed his luck. He hadn't expected Obor to break out so quickly. With no choice, Heinz activated acceleration again and threw himself into battle. The fight was wild and lightning fast, both sides moving at insane speeds. The Duke just watched, his mind spinning. He thought Obor was supposed to be one of the best fighters among vampires, yet Heinz was keeping pace with him. Suddenly, Freya stepped up and helped Heinz. She took down Obor, pinning him hard to the ground. She smiled coldly and taunted Obor, admitting she had never liked his cocky attitude. She told him not to get ahead of himself and said maybe he should have some fun with her instead. The Duke could only stare. He was freaked out that Freya, once his loyal subordinate, was matching Obor's crazy speed and even taking out more vampires by herself. He wondered where she had gotten all this power from. Just then, Heinz made his move. He jumped straight at the Duke, catching him off guard. Heinz teased the Duke, asking if his guard was down. The Duke caught himself and smiled back. He said Heinz was a fool for walking willingly into the blood barrier since he'd never dodge attacks in here. Heinz didn't care. He yelled that he never planned to dodge at all. Instead, he let his left arm get sliced off without a second thought. The Duke paused, totally thrown off, and wondered why Heinz would let himself be hurt like that on purpose. Heinz just grinned and told the Duke not to worry because he was super careful about wasting things. Almost instantly, Heinz's arm regenerated, good as new. The Duke panicked, realizing Heinz could heal that fast. Heinz looked him in the eye, grinned, and told him he didn't plan on killing him. The Duke stared, shocked and confused, and blurted out, "You don't plan to kill me? What is it you want?" Heinz's smile grew wider as he leaned in, his fangs clear. He told the Duke exactly what he planned. He was going to inherit his lordship. Without waiting another second, Heinz opened his mouth and went in to drink the Duke's blood, letting his enemies know the game had just changed. Somewhere eerie and dark, a scary-looking coffin suddenly started to shake. The lid slowly creaked open, revealing a woman with long black hair resting inside. She stretched out her arms, yawning, and grumbled about being so tired and wanting just 5 minutes more sleep. But she felt something wasn't right and guessed that something must have happened to her children for her to be woken up like this. What, new slave on the way, guys? At the same time, Heinz was busy somewhere else, handling a bunch of vampires lined up in a gloomy hall. He was injecting his blood power into each one of them using his blood crystal. He called for the next vampire to step forward, told them not to move, and then focused on giving them the injection. Those who finished had to step back quickly, looking pretty miserable. But one by one, he worked down the line. After what felt like forever, Heinz let out a deep breath. He wondered if all the subordinates in the capital were finally dealt with. Now that the Duke had become his underling, he answered that yes, that was right. All the rest of the subordinates could be summoned when needed, and this way would be more efficient. Heinz snapped at him to watch his tone, but the former Duke just nervously fixed his words and agreed it'd be more efficient that way. Heinz couldn't help grinning to himself, thinking that having a clan lord around really made things a lot smoother. When Heinz thought about it, his theory had actually worked. He knew injecting his blood power using crystal into a high-level vampire was risky, so instead he forcefully drained their blood first before injecting his power. It lowered their level at first, but it worked out. Now, he had even managed to own Brokoslak, the true blood origin. It hit him that not long ago, he was just some unlucky guy who got bitten and became a vampire by accident, but now he'd gone from the lowest bottom feeder to standing at the top. For him, the difference felt like daylight and darkness. He ordered the Duke, calling him Mullo now, to take care of gathering the remaining Brokoslaks in every region. Mullo agreed. "One last thing," Heinz said. "Gather some intel about the whole continent. Build or find a network, make deals, whatever, just make it happen." Mullo looked uncertain but said he would do it. Then Mullo admitted he'd heard from Frisia that Heinz's goal was to unite all the vampires and become king. Mullo said Heinz's abilities were clear enough, so he'd give Heinz his full support. Hearing that, Heinz couldn't help but flash a sly, evil grin. He said he was counting on Mullo. But later, as he walked out, he started to panic a little inside. Did he really say he'd unite all the vampires and become king? Maybe he just said that in the heat of the moment. But then again, he figured having more soldiers to boss around wasn't bad at all. The whole vampire king thing, maybe it was finally time to make a real plan for it. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Sung Yun was messing with his system, playing around with the new personalization feature. He worked at tweaking Hans's appearance, wanting him to look cooler, crazier, and more dangerous. He talked to himself, setting the jawline sharp, curving the orbital bones just right, and finally got a look that felt perfect. After all, if he was supposed to be the immortal king, he deserved to have some style. Next, Sung-hyun walked over to his computer, feeling pumped. He wondered to himself if the whole vampire Brocuslack deal was finally over. And, after a quick check, yes, stage cleared. That could only mean one thing. It was time for his favorite part, spending his karma in the karma shop. He opened up his karma shop, and the system flashed with a huge number. His current karma was at almost 1.4 million. The next unique skill enhancement would cost 900,000 karma. Sung-hyun was kinda proud. Taking over a whole powerful clan definitely wasn't something most people could pull off. He wondered what kind of upgrade he'd get this time. He hit the unique skill enhancement button. Suddenly, 2 windows popped up on the screen. He blinked. What, 2 upgrades? But his usual increase avatar quantity wasn't there. On the first window, it showed medium selection. It said something about his avatar's potential getting way higher and the growth rate getting even faster. Sung-hyun started to sweat a little. He just dropped a massive load of karma for this one chance. It felt like a ripoff because he didn't get a new avatar slot. Compared to how much fun he had collecting different races, this was a big L, but there was nothing he could do now. Now, he looked at the second window, something called Entity Projection. The skill info surprised him so much he was left gaping. The system explained it could be used once per day and allowed the user to project one of their avatars onto their own body. Sung-hyun almost couldn't believe it. If this was real, did that mean he could use the powers of every clone he made, directly, with his real body? His mind started to race, thinking about how wild things were going to get from here. For a second, he just stared at the screen, grinning like a mad genius, knowing his reach and power just leveled up forever. Sung-hyun opened up his system and looked proudly at the lineup of all his avatars: Hans, Heinrich, Heinz, Harley, and Harris. Seeing them all together made him feel like a total boss. He started considering a new ability, Entity Projection, that let him become one of his clones. He suddenly thought about the chaos it might cause if there were 2 immortal kings marching around at the same time. That would be super cool, but could also go sideways fast, maybe even end the world. So for now, Hans was definitely off the table. He decided the first try should belong to Heinrich. He selected Heinrich, and in the next instant, his whole body shimmered and changed. He was suddenly wearing the full-on knight armor and holding the exact same holy weapon. When he activated the divine power, he noticed it felt about half as strong as before, like how an awakened person's strength dropped when returning to Earth. There was only about 10 minutes to use this form, but that was more than enough for what he had planned. Later that day in a hospital room, Sung-hyun, borrowing Hans's sneaky skills, crept quietly into a room. Hans gave a hidden thumbs up and quietly slipped away. Sung-hyun walked up beside an old lady resting there and gently said hello. He introduced himself as Seong-hyun, Taeson's old friend, and apologized for coming so late. He promised to show up more from now on. Channeling entity projection and locking onto Heinrich, he focused all his energy and started casting the Outerika divine technique, pouring holy power into energy recovery, stamina, and detox. A warm, shining light filled the space, and when it faded, the grandma looked 100 times better. Sung-hyun knew even divine power had limits. It could never turn back time on age, but this boost should help her out a lot. The rest was up to her. He told her to stay strong and promised to come back with Taeson next time. Far away in a forest, Harris was on a journey of his own. Young Cecily looked up at him and asked if he was Harley's friend. Harris said yes and explained they'd met only briefly but became close, like family right away. Suddenly, Cecily leaned over and started sniffing him, like she was looking for something. She said no wonder Harris has a kind of familiar spell with Harley. Harris blinked and felt super awkward, realizing Diana had also commented about a weird, familiar scent before. Could they figure out he was really the same person as Harley and the others? But Cecily just laughed and said that Harris smelled like the World Tree's branch, which made sense since she'd spent all day carrying one around with Harley piggybacking her. Harris stammered, sweating a little, knowing his body was literally made from the same piece of the World Tree, so of course he would smell like that. But he kept his cool. Cecily decided they should get along since he was Harley's friend, so she would watch out for him. When Ray the High Elf suggested they take a break, everyone agreed to chill out for a bit. During the rest, Cecily returned to Harris with another question. She had heard he still wasn't bonded with a spirit, and wanted to know if he wanted to try practicing spirit magic together. Cecily showed off, summoning her own water spirit for Harris to see. Harris watched but felt a little down. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get spirit summoning to work, even though he maxed out his affinity stat. Was something wrong with him? Was it because he was only a fake elf? Ray noticed and calmly explained that for spirit mages, spirit partners and the elf needed to grow together. Instead of summoning spirits directly, It was more important to first form a bond and then release the inner nature power to reach out to the spirits. That clicked for Harris, who realized he'd been doing things backward this whole time. He tried focusing on his affinity and pulling out all his nature power, and right away, something clicked. Cecily's eyes popped open when she saw him, shocked that he pulled it off so quick for a first-timer. Ray just looked proud and said Harris had a real knack for learning fast. Suddenly, the system pinged, popping up to say he'd gained enlightenment and unlocked the new skill called spirit magic. When Harris looked down at his hand, he was holding a weird little spirit that looked kind of like a Pikachu from Temu. Both Ray and Cecily were stunned and joked that if they kept this up, Cecily and Harris would end up as equals. Cecily pouted a little, saying Harris was growing so fast it felt like a betrayal. Harris chuckled and thanked her, secretly super proud of taking another step as a spirit mage. He named the new spirit Watt. Wait, why didn't you name him Pikachu, you traitor? By late afternoon, Ray began explaining the secrets of the forest paths. He said the world tree was at the heart of every forest, and the high elves could use that connection to instantly travel anywhere with trees. Cecily was shocked to hear she could do it too later. Traveling through the shimmering blue woods, Harris's mind was blown by the idea. It was pretty much nature's original teleportation network, way smarter than the fancy magic gates humans had to set up. He realized just how epic the world tree really was. When they finally arrived, an insane sight made Harris stop in his tracks. The world tree was massive, way more enormous than he'd imagined, stretching way up into the sky. He turned to Cecily to ask if it was her first time seeing it too, but Cecily didn't answer. Her eyes were blank, and it looked like she was floating off the ground, being lifted by some invisible force. Harris panicked instantly, reaching for her and shouting out, but all he could do was watch as Cecily drifted higher and higher, completely helpless to what was happening. Ray just stood there smiling, telling Harris that this must be his first time seeing a true eye-opening ceremony. He explained it was a special event for high elves, so rare that most other elves never got to witness it. From a distance, Harris saw Cecily open her eyes, now sparkling with star-shaped marks, proving that she'd become a real high elf. Harris watched in total awe as the ceremony took place. He thought about how the world seemed to be changing all at once, nature's power coming together in one big moment. When he noticed the world tree offering Cecily a special fruit, he realized just how important this was. Cecily ate the fruit, and right then, Harris fully understood. He was witnessing Cecily become a true high elf for real. But he knew this wasn't the time to just stand there with his jaw on the floor. That crazy pure energy was swirling everywhere. He focused, reaching out with his hand and trying to soak up as much of the nature energy as possible, determined to make it his own. Ray gave Harris a curious look, noticing the way the energy around Harris was moving. At the same time, a system notice popped in front of Harris. The individual has met the conditions and achieved enlightenment. You have acquired the skill affinity with nature. Harris pumped his fist quietly, thrilled. Now he could get stronger just by chilling in nature, like a real elf. Right after that, a branch from the world tree drifted gently toward Harris. Ray grinned even bigger and said that the world tree must have taken a real interest in Harris. Normally, stuff like this was only handed out during high elf ceremonies, and these sacred relics were super rare. They could even be made into weapons or accessories. Harris perked up, all excited, and asked Ray if he had gotten his own relic back in the day. Was it really okay to accept something this rare? Ray just smiled warmly. He said he'd gotten his own sacred relic a long time ago and turned it into a ring which he used to propose to his wife. Now, he'd passed the ring down to his daughter. That left Harris a bit surprised. He thought Ray was more romantic than expected. Ray soon explained that the whole ceremony was over. Cecily, he said, would probably be asleep for a while now since she needed to settle all that new power she'd just gained. Honestly, Ray looked kind of relieved. He joked about how it was almost retirement time for him now that a new high elf had appeared. But then, Ray winked and said not to worry. He wouldn't step down right away, since there just weren't enough helpers. Harris freaked out a little at that. Just looking at Ray, he was way too young looking to retire. Bro? For real? Duh. He is literally an elf, what do you expect? In the capital city of the Elven Kingdom, Drasha, Harris ended up staying at the academy thanks to Ray's help. The vibe there was nothing like he'd pictured. He had imagined elves living all peacefully like storybook fairies, blending with nature and trees. But as soon as he got there, he realized it was a way different scene. Elf girls immediately swarmed him. They crowded around, wide-eyed, amazed to see an elf who came from the continent. They bombarded him with questions. They wanted stories about the outside world, rumors about how wild things were there, and whether the humans were as evil as they'd heard. Harris panicked on the inside. If he answered this the wrong way, he was going to get roasted from day one. So, he awkwardly explained that, yeah, things could get kind of dangerous. But he'd traveled with some good friends, so it turned out okay. The girls wanted to know if he'd really been a mercenary. And that's when the mood got interrupted. A blue-haired elf slammed her hand on a table and glared at everyone. She said it was way too noisy for her to focus. Suddenly, all the other elves got really quiet and apologized to her, calling her Lady Shapiron. They quickly wished Harris luck and said maybe they'd chat later. Harris sighed in relief, grateful for the silence. He even started to thank her, but then Lady Shapiron cut him off, calling him low class without much mercy. She said she couldn't believe the school had let some random mercenary wander in. Harris felt deflated. Of course, every school always had at least one mean upperclassman, didn't it? He wondered how he was supposed to fit in here after all. While all this was happening, Ray was meeting with a blonde elven leader back in the royal capital. He gave a full report on his meetings with the Grand Divine Order and told them they had spread news about the immortal king to all the other races on the enamel continent. The blonde elf pointed out that an immortal king who could cross space was a real problem. They might even show up on their own land. Still, Ray was relieved that Lady Cecily was now a high elf, which lifted some big worries for him and the queen. The queen then commented that the person who came with Cecily seemed special. Ray agreed, explaining that the World Tree itself had noticed Harris already. He said if Harris got the proper mentoring, he could do amazing things in the Elven Kingdom. The blonde elf thought Ray was acting more excited than usual, but Ray just smiled. They hoped Harris would do well at the academy, especially since he was such a good-natured guy. Meanwhile, Harris was chilling outside at the academy, yawning and soaking up the sunshine. He felt so relaxed thanks to the World Tree's blessing that he thought about never leaving this place. Maybe he could just live as Harris forever. But just then, Chaperon marched over and threw a book at him. She scolded him for lazing around instead of studying. Harris tried to explain, but Chaperon told him he must be drunk from the World Tree's harmony, a common problem for elves with high natural sensitivity. She looked at Harris and told him that, as a former mercenary, he probably didn't know the basics around here. She explained that this academy was the closest place to the World Tree, which meant it was surrounded by pure nature itself. Elves who had high natural sensitivity could easily get intoxicated by all the comfort and harmony they felt from being that close to nature. It made them feel good, but the problem was, it also made them lazy. Harris realized that made sense since he now had powerful affinity with nature. She explained he probably didn't know much yet, so she'd lend him her notes. Just make sure not to tank everyone's grades or else. Deep down, Harris thought she wasn't really mean, but he noticed the ring on her finger pulsing with energy just like the World Tree. Wait, could that ring be a sacred relic? Was she maybe from a noble house? He suddenly remembered Ray had said he gave his ring to his daughter. Suddenly, the truth dawned on Harris. That's why she seemed familiar. Lady Chaperon was Ray's daughter. Meanwhile, Shapiro's cheeks blushed slightly after she walked away, thinking to herself why her father had to trust that clueless guy of all people. Bro, is this new waifu for Harris? Tell me, do you like tsundere or not? Tell me in the comment. This is so important, guys. Meanwhile, Harris just sat in disbelief, thinking how wild it was that Shapiron was Ray's daughter. Their personalities were like night and day. Ray was always kind and easygoing, while Chaperon just seemed prickly and tough. Still, even if she acted cold, Harris had to admit her explanations, and that book had actually been super helpful. The book, honestly, felt more like a private tutor's lesson on spirits than anything else. Alright, he thought, let's give this a try. He followed the step-by-step directions in Chaperon's book and managed to call up a flame in one hand and water in the other, both at the same time. Success. He started giving names to his spirits. Callie for the little fire one, Pascal for the wind, and Watt also got promoted, his own Pikachu from Temu before, becoming a low-rank lightning spirit. It shocked him how fast his spirits leveled up now. No doubt, coming to the Elven Kingdom had definitely paid off. He reminded himself to keep quiet and keep his head down. As long as he didn't get tangled up with Chaperon, he'd be golden. But of course, things never went as planned. The next thing he knew, he was sitting right next to Chaperon in class. How did that even happen? 10 minutes earlier, a teacher at the front of the classroom had started a lesson on spirit bonding, explaining how important it was for elves. Tradition said that dance and song were the secret to the strongest connections, and soon there would be a big festival for Cecily, the new high elf. On that day, everyone would have to perform on a main stage for the ultimate spirit evaluation. Harris realized Cecily herself would probably be watching this event. He hadn't performed in a while, but this was his chance to look cool. Still, when the teacher announced there would be group projects, Harris was hit with a wave of nervousness when he realized he was grouped with Chaperon, a short-haired elf girl named Curie, and a brown-haired guy named Timer Coffin. Timer looked at the group like he'd just won the lottery, bragging about working with celebrities. Curie quietly introduced herself, while Chaperon just stayed icy. She wanted to know if Harris could dance or sing. If not, everyone would just adjust to match him. Everyone else just agreed. Not really excited or interested. They will just listen to her decision. Inside, Harris started getting feisty. Their low expectations fired him up. He remembered that, as long as something helped with spirit bonding, it didn't have to be a boring elven tradition. So, he thanked them, and said he remembered a hometown song his parents loved, a song from out on the continent. The others perked up at that, curious, and Chaperon asked if he was sure he could pull it off. Harris smiled with fake confidence. Even though he'd been a shut-in for most of his life, there was a time he was a karaoke king. If there was ever a moment to show off those old-school karaoke chops, this was it. Chaperon saw all this and thought to herself how ridiculous it was for a mercenary to not even know elven music. She wondered how her father or the World Tree could possibly approve of someone like this. Still, she told Harris to prove himself and said if he messed up, it was all on him. Harris grinned and threw back a condition of his own. If things went well, would Chaperon teach him more about elven culture? She blushed, looked away, and muttered that she'd agree, but only if they truly did well. Feeling pumped, Harris whipped out a guitar-looking instrument. He sang one of the most famous songs from Korea, his voice steady with the help of his new powers. While he played and sang, a message from the system flashed. The entity has gained enlightenment through repeated training. Acquired the skill, melody of harmony. Harris was stunned. The melody was holding him together so smoothly, making his voice sound stronger and more stable than ever before. Timer clapped, buzzing with excitement about music and instruments he'd never seen before. Curie just stared, speechless. Chaperon, on the other hand, ducked her head, annoyed that her own spirit seemed to like this human song more than proper elven music. Timer teased Chaperon about swaying her own shoulder to the beat, which she furiously denied. Suddenly, a wild evolution started happening. Harris's spirits, Kaylee the fire spirit and Pascal the wind spirit, started to grow big and shiny just like Watt had earlier. Harris couldn't stop smiling. He'd managed to level up all his spirits with music. Then, something strange happened. A weird glowing swirl appeared above his head. Harris blinked, super confused, wondering what was going on. Chaperon's eyes went wide. She realized they were seeing a spirit of sound, a legendary type barely anyone ever witnessed for real. Timer went into full shock mode when the swirl solidified, and a brand new spirit popped out into the real world when Harris touched it. Harris only grinned, naming the new spirit Decibel on the spot. Now, with Callie, Pascal, Watt, and his new buddy Decibel, Harris had officially scored some major style points. Even if some people didn't want to admit it, everyone in that room could feel the magic, and Harris's legend in the Elven Academy was just getting started. Harris looked down at his brand new spirit and grinned like he had just picked up a shiny rare card from Pokemon. He realized it was a rare type, called a Phenomenal Realm Spirit, supposedly a massive win for anyone into spirit magic. He remembered how Chaperon said those kinds of spirits could handle almost anything you could throw at them, so he was already feeling pretty pumped up. Timer, who was bouncing around with excitement, talked about how there was actually a song that could get the spirit's heart all worked up. He was all, "This is the one. We gotta perform it." Curie looked nervous and admitted that sound spirits, like the ones around here, only cared about really beautiful music, so maybe they had a shot. Harris shot Chaperon a cheesy grin and asked for her opinion. Chaperon, who never liked being put on the spot, got all awkward and just gave a stiff, "Sure." Harris was instantly hyped, and he announced they needed to come up with a rehearsal schedule and plan the show right through to performance day. Chaperon, trying to act cool but looking super embarrassed, admitted she also wanted to know how to play that weird new instrument Harris had shown off earlier. Harris just grinned even harder and told her, of course he would teach her. Chaperon nearly blew her top, shouting at him that his smug expression was a crime against elf-kind, and he had better knock it off before she lost it. When the festival day rolled around, Cecily sat next to Ray and asked if his daughter was actually performing with Harris's crew. Ray said yeah, all casual, but Cecily could tell he was totally freaking out and nervous. She gave him a knowing smile, then suggested they listen to Harris's mysterious new song. On the stage, Harris and his group geared up. Timer and Curie jumped behind the drums, while Chaperon and Harris each grabbed their guitars. When Chaperon started singing, everybody in the crowd was struck silent. The music totally grabbed their hearts from the first note. Cecily's eyes went wide. She said, even though it was her first time hearing the song, her heart was beating like crazy. She thought the melody was seriously beautiful too. Ray just stared at his daughter, shocked. He couldn't believe Chaperon could even make an expression like that. People in the crowd started whispering to each other, asking where this song had come from, how it was possible for something brand new to sound so amazing. Even the pickiest in the audience had to admit, the song was hitting all the right notes. Cecily nudged Ray and pointed at the group on stage, impressed at how they were using spirits as part of their performance. She said it was wild. Nobody had ever done that before. Harris, strumming along, thought to himself that Chaperon had put in so much work, from stage effects to making sure all the instruments were tuned perfectly. That's what you got from a top student, he thought. Only an elite could pull this off. He laughed to himself, since Chaperon had acted all cold at first, but she was clearly the one enjoying it the most. As soon as the song ended, the crowd went wild, cheering for an encore. Chaperon blinked, surprised. She noticed her singing was smoother than usual, and for the first time, it felt like she was totally lost in the music. Unbeknownst to her, the system told Harris that his skill, melody of harmony, was actually in play and had been aimed at Chaperon the whole time. Afterward, Harris asked her what she thought. Chaperon looked down, embarrassed, and admitted she had gotten him all wrong this whole time and was sorry for being so mean to him. She said she'd lost the bet. Meanwhile, Ray mused to himself about how just listening to the song made him feel at peace. It was super impressive that music alone could move this many people. He believed Harris was sure to make a big splash in the Elven Kingdom from then on. Far away, in the Holy Kingdom, Heinrich knocked on a big fancy door. He said it was him, and the Saintess inside told him to come in, although it was obvious she had been startled. When Heinrich stepped inside, he spotted a book nearby with the title, The Hero and the Saintess's Adventure, which made him want to act like he hadn't noticed anything. The Saintess then offered him a seat and said the reason she'd called him over was to discuss something really important. She brought up the Holy Sword, which made Heinrich think of the classic hero's weapon from every fantasy story ever. He tried to play it cool, pretending he only knew the basics about it and acted all formal. The Saintess dropped the big news. The church had come to a decision. They wanted Heinrich to try and pull off the trial of the Holy Sword. Inside, Heinrich was ready to explode from excitement. This was his jackpot. On the outside, he nodded seriously and thanked the Saintess like a true hero. You better give him an Oscar at this point for real. She explained it all happened so fast because of the immortal king showing up again, but everyone agreed Heinrich was the new true hero. His mission would be at the Pikul Grand Temple in the far west. Heinrich's brain went wild as he realized that temple sat in the ruins of the Salb Empire, a place shattered 3 centuries ago by another immortal king. Since then, 4 new nations claimed the old empire's land, and the Pikul Grand Temple stood in the southernmost kingdom, Leski, right where the villain had been defeated by the hero long ago. The Saintess kept going, explaining that when the previous hero beat the immortal king, he couldn't destroy the monster's heart. The whole area became corrupted until the holy sword was stabbed into the earth, purifying the land. On top of the spot, they built the temple, and only another true hero would ever find the sword. Heinrich, hearing all this, asked if pulling out the sword would mess with the seal and maybe cause all sorts of trouble again. The Saintess said enough time had passed, 300 years, and the land was safe now. So she told him the time had come for a new hero to inherit the weapon. Heinrich pumped his fist and told her to leave it to him, eager for his next quest. He asked when he would need to leave, expecting to have some time. The Saintess, with her innocent face, just said, "Right now." And just like that, the next big adventure for our hero avatar was about to begin. As soon as Heinrich arrived at his destination, he couldn't help but stand there with a big goofy grin. The place was massive and impressive, not at all like where he'd trained before. This place was called the Pikul Grand Temple, and you could totally feel the difference. Everything about it just screamed power. Out of nowhere, a priest ran up, calling out his name. Heinrich turned around and guessed this must be Cardinal Donovan. But when he got a good look, he was floored. The guy looked like a freaking wall, just huge and tough. Heinrich nervously wondered if this really was the priest he had heard about. Apparently, the rumors about his strength weren't a joke at all. Donovan thumped Heinrich on the back in a friendly way, showing off his power. He was super welcoming, and said, since the Saintess herself had picked Heinrich as the new hero, he just had to come greet him himself. But then, right after acting all tough, Cardinal Donovan suddenly got emotional. He confessed that he missed seeing the Saintess and worried some random guy might someday get close to her. He wanted to know if Heinrich could understand how he felt, being an old man with worries like that. Heinrich was quick to promise that if anyone shady tried anything, he'd make sure to take care of it personally. After all, he was supposed to be the hero now. Still, he wanted to get back to the reason he came, the Holy Sword. Cardinal Donovan collected himself and shared something important. He explained that only once a year could someone even try the Holy Sword challenge, and tons of people had failed before him, even super strong paladins. He wanted to know if Heinrich was sure he was up for it. Heinrich stood up straight and told Donovan not to worry, since his faith in the Divine One would get him through. Donovan, still smiling, thought to himself how rare it was to see someone so young with that much faith. He figured maybe this guy really was meant to be the next hero. Before heading in, Heinrich said a prayer, trusting that the Divine One would help him out again just like before. The group started down a long, dark passageway to where the trial would take place. Heinrich noticed how deep the hallway was, and guessed this extra depth must be for keeping something really important sealed away. Suddenly, Donovan asked if Heinrich knew what the trial really involved. Heinrich said he'd gotten the basic idea from the Saintess. Apparently, every trial was different for every challenger. Donovan confirmed this, saying some people finished fast, while others could be in there for weeks. There was no advice he could give, and the time to turn back was now. Standing before a huge door, Heinrich stared at what was called the Gate of Trials. He smiled and made up his mind. He would get the Holy Sword, no matter what. Donovan smiled with him, and said once Heinrich stepped inside, the trial would start. He wished Heinrich luck, used his power to open the big gate, and hoped the new hero would succeed. Inside, the system's voice explained that the first trial had begun. Heinrich looked around at the odd space. He remembered that every trial was supposed to be different, but this place was already a headache. The system then told him to reach the destination before time ran out. Heinrich realized the door he entered was gone. Now there were two paths, one ahead and one behind. The choice was his. He decided to use his special blessing for speed, thinking this was definitely going to be a race. He burst forward, running as fast as he could. But something was weird. Even after leaping what felt like miles, there was still no end in sight. He couldn't figure out what the destination actually was. He remembered what the Saintess had said. The trial changed for everyone, and always matched the challenger's true ability. It's a test just for me, he thought. It wasn't just about being fast, it was about facing his limits. He realized burning out his stamina was the quickest way to reach his boundary. So, with a little laugh, he started bunny hopping, the silliest but most tiring training move he knew. It felt like a military boot camp all of a sudden. Time ticked by, and after what seemed like forever, the system said he had cleared the first trial and could move forward. But Heinrich was beaten. He learned that the time in this place was moving way slower than outside. What was days for him was hardly even hours outside. In the end, it took a wild 40 days to finally find the next door. 40 whole days. For God's sake, he couldn't believe any normal person could hold out that long. Only the fact that he could check the different time flows with his avatars kept him sane. Without this mental trick, he was sure he'd have lost his mind ages ago. The trial even started to mess with his thoughts. Just quit, give up, none of this matters. It was rough. He thanked his luck for his skill mind hub, because without it, he might have given up. At the door to the second stage, Heinrich reached out, ready for whatever was next, but found all his stamina had been magically restored, like he'd just come from a spa or something. He realized the wild part. Pushing himself until he absolutely couldn't move had somehow made him stronger than before. And with all the time stretching, this was basically the best training event ever. He basically got 10 days worth of power-ups for each day. So with a big grin, he decided to stick around and do another 10 days of his silly bunny hops. Meanwhile, far away, two figures in black cloaks were huddled in a dark lab. One asked if it was ready. The other tossed aside a body and said it would be done soon. Their plan was to bring darkness to the whole world, believing now that the immortal king had returned, the only thing left was for the abyss to open again. They figured, once it did, this world would have no chance at all. They raised their magic, shouting out that all this chaos was in the name of the oath that defies the heavens, and their plan for destruction was about to get underway. Several days later, Heinrich stood at the entrance of the second trial, ready to see what kind of challenge was waiting. The second trial room looked a lot like a chapel, which made him raise an eyebrow. He figured if the trial was in a chapel, it probably had something to do with faith, prayer, or maybe testing his divine skills. Suddenly, the system explained that this was indeed the second trial of the Holy Sword. Heinrich had to pray to the Divine One. He thought, really? Just pray? He knew this was probably one of those classic tests, like the written part of a big exam, but for holy knights instead of students. He grinned, thinking his divine power was already pretty high, good enough to pass without problems. He knelt, focused, and sent his prayers up strong. But then, nothing happened. That was weird. He forced a big smile and decided to activate his special cheat-like skills, Mind Hub and Persona, letting him gather all the faith and mental power from all his avatars and channel it through Heinrich. Again, he prayed super seriously, pushing as much faith as he could. Still, it wasn't enough. He squeezed his eyes shut and focused even harder. As a last move, he combined the power of his main body, all the faith stored inside his real self, into this prayer. Suddenly, golden light exploded around him. The system told him he had reached enlightenment and gained a new skill called blessing, amplification. Heinrich blinked, feeling the new power swirling inside him. His divine energy settled and became calm and steady, but much stronger than before. He realized his maximum divine power was now almost as much as a real archbishop. That was definitely a big step up. The system announced he had passed the second trial, and the next stage would begin. The third door swung open. Heinrich pumped his fist. So far, so good. He marched right into the third trial, feeling confident. But as soon as he crossed the threshold, the atmosphere shifted and everything turned creepy and dark. The system's voice explained this trial. Eliminate the enemy. Heinrich scratched his head. So this was a fighting challenge, huh? Then, a figure in a black robe floated down from above. Heinrich took a closer look and got a chill. He now recognized that shape. The person was actually an undead, and not just any undead, but an arch-lich, apparently a servant of the old immortal king. The arch-lich looked at Heinrich and called him a hunter of the church, asking how he'd made it this far. Heinrich remembered seeing something just like this back when Hans went through his own awakening. He figured he shouldn't let his guard down. Even for a paladin, fighting an arch-lich alone and in person was no easy job. The arch-lich raised a bony hand and blasted with magic, summoning up a whole army of undead out of the ground. Heinrich sighed. Like, seriously? Fighting the lich would already be tough. Now he had to deal with a zombie mob too? But the arch-lich didn't stop. He said that if Heinrich wouldn't answer him, he might as well just die, and ordered his army to attack. Heinrich watched all the undead shoot at him but dodged every single one with ease. The arch-lich stared in shock, asking how Heinrich was even managing to avoid so many attacks. Heinrich just smirked and said he could do more than dodge. Then he drew his sword, filled it with holy energy, and sliced through the first wave of undead like it was nothing. The crowd of enemies didn't stand a chance. Seeing this, the arch-lich froze, and asked if Heinrich was really an archbishop. The power coming off the hero was that intense. But Heinrich saw the lich looking nervous and teased him a bit. What? Was an undead really shaking with fear? The arch-lich yelled that it was nonsense, and that he was actually excited to use his full strength. He lashed out, sending a huge blast of magic, and more undead flying toward Heinrich. Heinrich only smiled, and with a single, strong swing, he cut through every attack, destroying the horde and destroying the spell. The arch-lich's jaw almost hit the ground. He collapsed down, staring at Heinrich like he was seeing a monster, asking if he had somehow predicted all his techniques. Heinrich calmly walked forward, sword still pointed, and said, no, he didn't have any cheat skills like that. But he did have a pretty awesome teacher, the strongest one-hit instructor among the undead. Heinrich flashed a cocky grin, looking ready to end this with style. At the center of the trial chamber, purple energy whipped around the arch-lich as he pointed his skull-topped staff at Heinrich. That smug skeleton started running his mouth, asking if Heinrich was some kind of tutor. He said Heinrich just kept talking nonsense and challenged him to dodge his next move. Then, the lich threw up a giant magic circle above his own head. And wow, that thing looked deadly. Black magic started crackling out from the circle, then suddenly blasted down toward Heinrich like a laser of pure darkness. Everyone probably thought Heinrich would panic, but the dude just stood there, calm as ever. When the black beam smashed into him, the arch-lich busted out laughing like a maniac, saying there was no way Heinrich could survive his super-secret spell, and basically yelled adios to Heinrich. But when the smoke faded, Heinrich was still chilling, brushing his shoulder like he'd just dodged a leaf, not death. That made the lich absolutely freeze up. Was that supposed to be his final attack? He couldn't believe Heinrich actually survived. Heinrich acted like it was nothing. He even said, of course he wasn't dead, and added that the attack hadn't even touched him. The lich started freaking out, calling this impossible. No way a regular paladin could stop magic that strong. Purple magic started going wild again, but Heinrich only stared back, his face unreadable. In his mind, he thought that sure, it did sound crazy. Blocking a massive attack like that should have been impossible, even with all the right skills. But thanks to Hans's knowledge now living inside his head, Heinrich could spot weaknesses in all black magic. Then, out of nowhere, Heinrich just dashed in and closed the gap between them. The arch-lich barely had time to react before Heinrich shouted that it was game over. He brought his glowing holy sword down hard, slicing right through the lich's bones. The skeleton shattered into pieces. All that dark energy faded away. Even then, the lich's voice echoed through the chamber, getting weaker in his final breath. He said Heinrich was good, sure, but that unless he destroyed the lich's true source of life, the origin, he would just come back again and again. Heinrich stood there, blank-faced, as if this was just another Monday. Suddenly, the view switched to a hidden room. Moss covered everything, and right in the center, a purple, pulsing orb sat on a stone table. The lich's soul, his true origin. The lich's voice kept gloating, saying the Order would regret crossing him, and that he'd be back for revenge. But then Heinrich's face popped out from behind the orb with this mischievous grin. He cheerfully said, "Peekaboo." The lich panicked, wondered how Heinrich had gotten there. But Heinrich just smiled and swung his sword down, smashing the orb and blowing up the whole room with a burst of dark energy, while saying farewell. Right then, a floating system message appeared, saying the third trial was cleared, and asked him to step through the portal for the next stage. As a white, shining door formed ahead, Heinrich nodded, looking completely pleased with himself. Monster hunting, leveling up, and scoring loot. You just couldn't beat it. He shrugged and headed straight for the portal. The next place was just epic. Heinrich walked into a massive, snow-white hall lined with angel statues. Up front, a legendary sword, bright and gold, stuck out from a stone pedestal. That had to be the holy sword. Another system message popped up, telling him to pull the sword and get recognized. Heinrich took a breath, gripped the hilt, and the whole room exploded in holy light. Information, like a river, started pouring into his head, the skills, battles, and feelings of every hero who'd used the sword before. Heinrich struggled, pulling the sword with all his strength, while the other hero's emotion kept flowing into him. But well, his cheat-like skill, Mind Hub, brushing that weekly emotion into thin air. Then the system dinged again. He'd gained a special blessing, and a shiny gold stigmata appeared on his hand. That thing worked like a storage portal, letting him summon the holy sword whenever he wanted. Not only that, but two of his best skills merged, leveling him up crazy fast. The legendary combat skills of every holy sword user ever just became his new powers. He felt unstoppable. Now he can feel his movements were sharper and his power boosted like mad. This holy sword is awesome. Meanwhile, far, far away in a dark mountain range, another story was playing out. A lonely wooden lodge sat hidden in the endless forest. Inside, Hans, now rocking devilish horns as the immortal king, faced a terrified, shaking man named Victor Nolan. Hans introduced himself as Hannibal Strauss, asking for Victor's name. Victor bowed to the floor, absolutely losing it and begging for his life, swearing loyalty to the immortal king. Hans just wanted to recruit, not spook the guy, but oh well. Suddenly, his abyssal eye skill got activated. In that instant, something felt off. Dark energy rolled through the air from outside. Hans stopped and stared, trying to figure it out. Victor looked up, confused by the sudden tension. Hans explained that someone had just performed a risky ritual, one happening both in the west and south of the Resk Kingdom. Right then, Victor was furious, calling out the fools who dared act without the immortal king's permission. Hans asked what Victor planned to do next, but before the man could answer, Hans's entire body buzzed with dark blue energy, and those horned eyes flashed. He activated his power and decided he'd check things out in person. Something wicked was brewing, and he wasn't about to sit this one out. Meanwhile, in another place, the dark basement was full of shady cultists in black robes, chanting around a wild, glowing purple circle. Dark energy whipped and twisted around them, lighting up everyone's faces with a weird, creepy shadow. They were loving every minute of it. A man had his hands out and this almost crazy look in his eyes. He kept thinking how 30 years of busting his back was finally paying off, and he was about to claim his big prize. But then, out of nowhere, one of them started coughing up blood. He stumbled, looking surprised and maybe a little freaked out. The magic circle fizzed, its light flickering. One cultist shouted, wondering what was happening. Gritting his teeth, that crazy man realized he didn't have enough magic to finish the greatest spell ever. He decided to just go for broke and sacrifice himself right there. With a raw scream, the guy threw himself straight into the raging magic, and in one wild moment, purple light blasted out and swallowed him whole. Right then, in some trippy space called the Abyssal Gateway opened up. The other man smiled when he saw the dark magic pouring from it, showcasing that the ritual had worked. He said the other madman would be remembered. With an echoing yell, he promised that soon the world would fall, just like the cult had always wanted. Not too far away, well, okay, about 1,000 kilometers away, Hans, decked out with red horns as the full immortal king, stood in front of a huge storm of black energy. This thing was called the Abyss, and it looked ready to swallow the world. Hans looked at it like an old enemy, totally calm, but inside, he was rattled. That abyss hadn't opened in 1,000 years. When he finally realized what was going down, the damage was already done. He was a step behind, and the cultists were already dead when he found them. Hans sneered at the ancient group behind all this junk. The oath of reversing heaven had gone way too far this time. But suddenly he felt pain inside his heart. At that moment, a ghostly voice thundered in his head, raging for death and vengeance, saying the land should drown in darkness and destruction. Hans realized those were the old immortal king's remnants who once slept in the abbeys, still shouting even after death. Then, a ghostly knight with horns appeared before him, demanding that Hans come join him and help wipe out everything. Hans just stared, basically telling the ghost he wasn't taking orders from losers. The old king howled with laughter, pretty much blown away that Hans was so dang stubborn. He said Hans was the first one to break free and keep his own mind after all that will of the death, and become the immortal king. Hans finally figured it out. That dirty feeling in his heart all this time? It was just leftovers, a mess of old emotions from his dead predecessors. The ghosts begged for his own freedom, saying he wanted release from all that rage but couldn't have it. That's when Hans thought, well, if it all boiled down to trapped emotions, he'd just handle it himself. With a wicked grin, Hans told them to shut it and promised to erase them properly. The ghost got all hyped, saying if Hans truly killed them, he'd get a special reward, something he should have had all along. Hans shrugged to himself, figuring he'd see what that was in a minute. Activating his new skill, Hans triggered a blue window. Persona could kick out the old feelings stuck in his heart and toss them away. A huge burst of blue and purple magic blasted out as he purified and blew apart the ghostly night. The spirit screamed, finally getting real death instead of endless stuck in the abyss misery. In the chaos, weird purple symbols and glyphs rushed into Hans's hand, and he realized the scattered memories and powers of all the immortal kings were now showing up for collection. No cap, it was like a treasure drop of the highest order. The fuck, last time Heinrich and now Hans? They are becoming the real evil and light at the same time. Now, Hans remembered the ugly history. Immortal kings wiping out empires, leading armies of the undead. Sure, the church squashed most of them, but some managed to slip away and seal themselves right between the abyss and the living world. As Hans's eyes shined with a neon blue light, he said, seemed like one of those legacies was about to crawl its way out and mess his plan. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Temple, Heinrich was catching his breath in a hall that was finally quiet after all that boss-fighting madness. Out of nowhere, the ground cracked with a sharp bang. Purple light shot up, and a skeleton creature burst out. It was Dwell McCain, the big boss Archlich and one of the Immortal King's leftover generals. The floating system message coldly announced his name and title, like this was some kind of boss intro in a video game. Dwell was ticked, spitfiring insults at the church and swearing he wouldn't lose now that he was back in action. Except, He stopped cold when he saw Heinrich just standing there with his shiny sword ready. Heinrich casually reminded Dwell they'd met before. That name flipped a switch in the Lich, who suddenly clutched his head, racked with burning pain after getting hit by Heinrich's sword. Heinrich, looking sorry not sorry, talks about bad timing for Dwell to wake up. With a big swoop, he killed Dwell for real this time. Dwell fumbled with a big glowing blue gem, his source of power, moaning some kind of curse or something. Before he knew it, the crystal slipped free and zoomed into Heinrich's hand. Heinrich figured the stone had gotten stuck between the holy sword and the abyss during all the magic-fueled chaos. Normally, he'd smash the source and finish it quick, but this time, he grinned, deciding to send it over to Hans instead. He guessed it'd serve the new immortal king well. In another place, Hans drifted down to the trashed cult lair. Dark energy still sizzled in the air, making everything buzz and prickle. He took it all in with a steady stare, thinking this was definitely the spot where the evil ritual had gone off. The Oath of Reversing Heaven freaks were long gone, chickening out before he even showed up. The energy here was wild, so intense, you could taste it in the back of your throat. On the ground, something metal glinted through the dust. Hans stooped down and found a small broken chain. He turned it over in his clawed fingers, thinking the cult had probably dropped it. He could barely sense the magic trail anymore, but hey, you never knew when a piece of weird loot might come in handy. He let the chain drop into his pocket and focused on the raw, humming madness flowing out of the abyss. Everything shook from the unstable gate, and even this mess would be enough to mess up the continent's good days for a long time. Hans closed his eyes, calling up his Eye of the Abyss skill, and the world snapped into crystal-clear focus. He soaked up all that thick black magic, feeling it pulse cold and crazy. The stuff was the reason the Immortal King's heart pumped dark energy instead of blood. Getting a wild idea, Hans wondered if maybe he could take control of this power for himself. He pointed at the swirling vortex, then tensed up, focusing hard, and yanked the energy into himself, purple sparks zigzagging up his arm and through his bones. The feeling was a rush, a boost making him stronger, sharper, more monstrous. His power is almost doubled. Suddenly, the earth cracked at his feet, splitting wide open. Hans barely had time to blink before a gigantic bony claw broke through the rock. The skeletal true dragon, Entrasio, burst from the ground, eyes blazing purple and jaws blazing with power. The whole wasteland shook. Hans just grinned like he was at the carnival. He shouted to the dragon, asking if it recognized its new boss. Entrasio paused, then slowly lowered its skull in front of Hans, a definite, "you're the boss now" moment. Hans chuckled, thinking the giant bone dragon was actually pretty cute. For a monster, that is. It felt like adopting a pet, with a serious bite. It's a king bulldog, I would say. Well, this isn't the end of the immortal king legacy. There are more minions of the darkness in other places. Suddenly, he felt a bunch of people coming to him, that probably the Grand Divine Order. Damn, Hans feels the timing isn't right. He hasn't learned enough about the abbeys yet. But hey, with the abbeys opened and a new bone dragon pet, he felt this was an opportunity to gain a lot of karma. Hans climbed onto Entrasio's head and told him to let loose, to fly free for once and show off his power. With a thunderous roar, Entrasio unfurled those massive skeletal wings and blasted up into the sky. Pretty cool, honestly. Elsewhere, knights from the Divine Church raced forward, led by the serious-looking Archbishop Ladius. The air was tense, and their horses were getting spooked by the shifting black clouds. According to the scouts, the abyss's evil power was spreading through the land, and everyone was on edge. Suddenly, the sky went pitch black overhead. No stars, no moon, nothing. Someone yelled, spotting movement. Intrazio descended, scales and bones gleaming, with the infamous immortal king riding on top like it was a parade float. The knights gawked, some cursing and others just panicking. Archbishop Latius barked orders and prepared for battle, and Hans just eyed the knights from above, cool as ice. Latius called him out, demanding what the heck Hans was planning now that thousands of innocents had been sacrificed to open the gate. Hans blinked, realizing this plot was deeper than he even guessed. Those crazy cultists had gone way beyond what anyone expected. Latius wouldn't let up, accusing Hans of being the mastermind behind the disaster, and the knights started shouting for justice. Sun Hyun, still in his home, watched the drama unfold. A little lost, wasn't he also trying to figure out who opened the abyss? But Hans kept up his act. If he was going to be the villain, he had to play it up. He stood tall and wouldn't deny it, claiming only someone like him could pull off a stunt this wild. With his somehow convincing villainous act, Hans stated he only came here to give them a warning. But the knights bristled and moved to attack, yet Latius suddenly threw up a hand, telling everyone to chill. He stated none of these holy warriors had noticed Hans keeping his distance, and Latius was the only one paranoid enough to realize this. He stated the immortal king never chatted without a reason. He must have been waiting to spring something nasty. With a 100% confidence, Latius said this is surely a trap. The fuck? Hans felt a bead of sweat roll down his cheek. What the hell is this guy talking about? Things were about to go absolutely bananas. Hans continued his Oscar acting, grinning down at Archbishop Latius and the Holy Knights as if he was at a rock concert. The Archbishop demanded to know exactly what kind of warning this crazy immortal king was offering. Hans made it clear. The warning was for Heinrich specifically, the guy who once pierced his heart. That left the church crew totally confused, especially when he repeated that this warning was for their star paladin. Some knights started getting salty, thinking Hans was talking blasphemy against their ultimate hero. Hans couldn't help but laugh his head off, feeling like luck was on his side for once. Heinrich's crazy faith and the church's presence made the drama even bigger, and Hans took the chance to shout out his own name, Hannibal Strauss, so nobody would forget the main villain in this show. He promised that if he ever met Heinrich again, he'd take that holy knight down and even make him his undead minion. Of course, this sent the knights into a frenzy. One tried to charge, but Latius put on the brakes, and everyone stopped, tension thick in the air. For the grand finale, Hans signaled Intrazio. The bone dragon's glowing blue eyes narrowed as it built up a swirling mass of purple and black energy in its jaws. The church squad quickly threw up their biggest, fanciest cross-shaped shield, throwing all their faith and energy into holding it together. Intrazio let loose with a wild attack. Death Breath, the move only a bone dragon could pull off. The purple-black blast slammed the holy barrier so hard it cracked and shimmered, but somehow, the churchies actually managed to tank it. There was a big sigh of relief from the knights. They were still breathing. Archbishop Latius barked orders to keep cool and hold formation, but just as everyone focused again, a knight noticed Hans and his dragon had vanished. Latius cursed, knowing the immortal king had played them. They were tough, but clearly, they'd been underestimated. Deep down, Latius knew Hans's true plan was still hidden somewhere out in the dark. Up in the sky, Hans gave Intrazio a few playful pats, complimenting the dragon for its top-notch acting. He was glad the dragon didn't actually barf death all over the knights, just made some noise and freaked them out without any real casualties. It was perfect, spreading the legend of the immortal king and the bone dragon without leaving innocent bodies stacked up. Hans was hyped, already thinking this villain stunt was a massive win. Before he could chill, he suddenly got a big signal. Something big was happening again. He could feel another part of the immortal king's legacy waking up out there. Far away, deep inside a thick, overgrown forest, darkness stirred. A hulking suit of headless armor, the infamous Dullahan Knight, started moving, putting its own body back together while a gang of skeleton soldiers rose up all around. The Dullahan Knight could sense its pals reawakening across the whole continent. It ordered all troops to move out, and the ground quaked as the undead army began its march. Out in a peaceful estate, a jagged black beam of energy tore down from the sky, busting open a new rift to the abyss right by a noble's mansion. Soldiers started running for their lives as the undead army swarmed out, trapping everyone in a deadly circle. One by one, terrified soldiers realized there was no escape and that the Death Knight had come back for real. Back in his fancy, old-school office, Heinz, looking totally like an aristocratic vampire boss now, was deep in thought, going over news from all corners of Outerica. His blonde, sharp-dressed vampire assistant rushed in, pale face full of worry. The whole continent was on high alert. Rifts were kicking open, and armies of undead were crawling out everywhere. Heinz asked about Thalia, their home turf, and the assistant said it was mostly quiet. No armies of skeletons or rampaging ghouls tearing up the streets. Heinz watched everything unfold with pride, knowing Hans had been dealing with all the local undead so far. Still, the vampire assistant wasn't happy. While the undead were obvious, there was also this weird madness creeping through every open rift. People were getting more aggressive, hot-headed, maybe even a little crazy. The assistant thought that maybe this was due to the influence of madness. Heinz, never one to stress over rumors, tried to write it off as folks just being twitchy after all the chaos. But his sharp-eyed right-hand man wasn't buying it, even with a vampire's cool. He could tell the whole world was feeling a pressure that nobody understood yet. It wasn't just people either. Even the monsters in the wilds were acting differently. Heinz is now deep in thought. If even monsters were going off the rails now, this meant that this madness was hitting every living thing around. It wasn't just a little chaos anymore. From this point on, digging up any dirt about the madness was the #1 priority. The subordinate nodded and dashed off, ready to spread the word. In his mind, Heinz knew Hans was already busy wrangling the Immortal King's shady army out in the wild, and there was no way Heinz himself could leave the clan's base right then. Honestly, the place with the best info was the Grand Divine Order, no contest. At the end of the day, all eyes would be on Heinrich to get stuff done. Over at the giant, marble-sparkly main hall of the Grand Divine Order, Saintess Rystar stood in front of Heinrich, who was still catching his breath after finishing the crazy trial of the Holy Sword. The Saintess bounced with excitement, saying she'd always believed Heinrich could do it. Heinrich thanked her for the trust but said he'd heard a lot had happened while he was out getting the Holy Sword. The Saintess got serious and said the rumors were true. Some nasty thing had crawled out of the abyss this time. Something they called madness. Worse still, nobody really understood what it was, and whenever it showed up, things just went wild. Heinrich volunteered to check it out himself, thinking now was the perfect time to finally use the Grand Divine Order's giant information network. The Saintess suggested he take a break after the trial, but Heinrich was on a roll and wanted to do his duty, especially now that he'd earned the Holy Sword's blessing. The Saintess sighed, almost giving up, then decided to let Heinrich handle it. But first, she said, there was a fancy ritual he had to do now that he had the sword. Heinrich looked a little lost as the scene shifted to a massive ceremony. Knights and priests lined a red carpet, everything decked out in gold and holy decorations. Heinrich strode down the aisle, holding his sword way up high and calling for it to show its true form. The blade blazed so bright it almost blinded everyone. The knights were in awe, whispering about just how powerful this sword felt. Next, the Saintess placed a shining circlet on Heinrich's head and declared him High Paladin of the Grand Divine Order. Heinrich knelt, a medallion in the shape of the sun now hanging around his neck. Suddenly, divine golden light blasted around him, so intense it made his whole body shake. He felt like his mind was about to explode from pure magic overload. Even his hair changed from black to glowing white in the storm of light. Someone cried out that such a blessing was legendary. It was a great blessing, and the Saintess was over the moon. The system chimed in that Heinrich had just picked up a new skill, Great Blessing, Night of Light, and attained enlightenment. Heinrich blinked at his white hair, realizing he was giving off saint vibes now, just like Saintess Rystar. The Saintess stepped forward and greeted him with a super formal bow, calling him not just Saint Heinrich, but even Holy One. It hit Heinrich like a brick. Apparently, he was now on the same status as the Saintess herself. After the Saintess had given them orders, the Archbishop and priests brought out polished, blinding white and gold armor and announced it was Guardian of Glory, the best they had. The armor was built tough, with rare silver blue mithril, shining orichalcum, and a ton of protective spells. The thing practically counted as a walking relic, definitely top-tier loot. Just putting it on, Heinrich could feel how strong the armor really was. With the holy sword in one hand and the epic armor on his back, he was finally at max level, ready for anything. The Saintess shot him a bright smile, saying it looked like they'd be partners from now on. Heinrich returned the smile, trying to play it cool. In his head, Heinrich started daydreaming about all kinds of dramatic scenes. He and the Saintess side by side, fighting darkness together. Out loud, the Saintess admitted she'd been up every single night as the only one in charge, so she was stoked to finally have backup. Heinrich got a bit nervous, guessing his days would now be filled with even more work than before. He pictured himself drowning under an endless mountain of paperwork. Work, work, and more work, such was the paladin life. The Saintess snapped him out of it, reminding Heinrich that the big continental summit was happening again soon. That meant world leaders would gather to talk about blasting the undead off the map and dealing with the Immortal King. She announced she'd be counting on Heinrich big time. He told her he'd give it everything he had, inwardly prepping himself for non-stop action. Somewhere in the background, Hans even chimed in, knowing both of them were in for a wild ride until the summit arrived. Meanwhile, in another place, Karam, the Death Knight Lord, was a whole new level of scary. Dude towered over a battlefield, armor black as midnight, purple lines glowing, and a giant horned helmet that screamed, "Boss fight." In his hand, he held this spooky sword crackling with death vibes. And let's just say the ground around him was looking like a zombie buffet. Karam thought the humans fighting him were weak as hell, but he figured once the kingdoms finally got their act together, they might be a problem. Until then, though, he needed to power up. He yelled at the fallen, cackled about his new undead kingdom, and dropped a wave of purple energy that made every dead soldier pop back up as his shiny new minion. Suddenly, someone came there and stated he was a bit late. Here came Hans, the immortal king, dropping from above like some god of death. Karam instantly recognized that monstrous aura. This was the new boss, no question. With zero hesitation, Karam knelt, pledging loyalty. Hans looked at him and could tell right away this guy was the real deal. Powerful, smart, able to command an army, and even capable of raising whole squads of undead in one go. No doubt about it, Karam was one of the OG commanders of the Immortal Army, the legendary Death Knight Lord. Karam sounded genuinely honored to meet the new king, but Hans couldn't ignore the mess Karam had just made. Karam fumbled for an excuse, saying it wasn't really his fault, he just woke up next to a village full of humans and things kinda got out of hand. Hans shrugged it off. What's done was done. What mattered now was getting strong, organizing the army, and preparing for the next big move. They needed to disappear before trouble showed up. Hans, scanning the burning ruins, felt uneasy. The destruction here was too much, and any survivors would rat out their location fast. If the good guys acted smarter, they could snuff out his army while it was still scattered. Hans remembered the saint warning Heinrich about the summit of all the continent's leaders. He knew he had to pull every trick out of his hat. While he hated to do it, he decided to use a super risky spell to rally his troops all at once. With eyes blazing blue, Hans broadcasted his presence to every last undead commander out there. He let out his monstrous darkness and declared his existence, promising the undying one true king was finally here in the flesh. Sure, it meant anyone tracking dark magic would spot his location, but he was banking on moving fast before they could react. All over the continent, generals of the undead popped up like gophers, answering the call in creepy voices. Each one promised to lead their squads to Hans's side, as soon as possible. With his whole undead crew now rushing to regroup, Hans let out the wildest villain laugh you've ever heard, sounded like he was ready to win a boss battle montage. While all this chaos played out, a couple of regular dudes named Mike and his friend were lost in a forest, just trying to deliver supplies. Rumors about the undead had everyone on edge, but Mike's buddy figured it was just the usual spooky campfire nonsense. That is, until something started rustling in the bushes, making Mike jump out of his skin. His buddy was still acting cool, but the next second, a massive orc with glowing purple eyes popped out and pancaked him with one punch. No more acting tough for that guy. Mike stared, frozen. From the woods, a ton of monsters showed up. Goblins, orcs, all sorts of weird things, every one of them with that same creepy purple glow in their eyes. He realized all too late that these weren't just any monster, they weren't fighting each other for once. They were all working together, and Mike had never seen anything like it. He dropped his torch, realizing the whole world just got a lot more dangerous, and it was no fairy tale anymore.
In the next part, we start with Hubert. He liked wearing nice clothes and even had a monocle, so you already knew he was serious about business. He sat at his desk, reading the newspaper, and his face did not look happy at all. He read about monsters attacking a caravan near the northern mountains. He thought to himself that all this chaos was probably because of the madness. Man, the situation was not looking good, even for Tarek, which was nearby. Hubert said that his company already got food and supplies ready in advance, but he realized it was not the right time to make money. He stood up all dramatic and decided that real merchants should help people, not just chase after coins. Bro, Sung Hyun is the real goat. Hubert then stared at a big map, trying to figure out where he could really help. Suddenly, he remembered something. The Fortress of Steel was asking for mercenaries. That made him smile, bro. Hubert knew this was just the kind of news he needed. Meanwhile, there was a crazy scene going down at a lively tavern. It was full of mercenaries talking about the same news. One guy said that the Fortress of Steel was probably in trouble if they needed so many fighters. Another said the northern monsters were moving south, and a third dude pointed out that these monsters didn't act normal. They were acting wild, almost like they were super angry or something. Then, one of Harley's lackeys asked their boss what to do. Harley slammed down his mug and pretty much yelled that, of course he was going to join the fight. There was no way he was going to miss a big chance like this. Everyone thought, yeah, that was classic Harley. The next question was when they would leave. Harley acted all mysterious, but then he just crashed out of the tavern, laughing like a crazy person. The others were left confused but got nervous when Harley yelled, "They are going now," and stormed out of there. One of his lackeys asked who the fuck was going to pay for the drinks. Damn, Harley is a trash boss. Instantly, the whole squad started chasing Harley down the street, yelling that he had to pay this time. After all that running, Harley and his 3 lackeys showed up at the Turok Mercenary Guild, looking absolutely wiped. Harley stomped up to the front desk. The clerk, who worked there, was super happy to see him. Apparently, in that area, if someone didn't know Harley, they were probably from another planet. Harley said he wanted to sign up for the big mercenary job at the fortress, but the clerk looked really nervous all of a sudden. The clerk told him that Harley won't be accepted for this mission because his application was kind of special. His lackeys was like, "What the heck? Did they not want to hire him?" He even threatened that he and his buddies might get rough, but the clerk said, "No, that's not the problem." Instead, Harley had a special nomination request. It was even in a fancy envelope. Harley didn't care at first. He said he just wanted to go to the fortress, but the clerk told him he couldn't say no to this job. The client was a pretty big deal, Lord Talmine Aeonia. That got everyone's attention. The clerk explained that this was the lord of the entire Aeonia territory. Soon after, a super well-dressed butler led Harley down some super fancy hallways in a big mansion. They stopped outside a big room. The butler called out that the lord was here and that Harley had arrived. When Harley burst inside, though, the only person there was a knight in shiny armor. He was confused because he expected a big, important lord, but the knight introduced himself as Knight Robin. He explained that the lord didn't usually talk to regular mercenaries. Robin said he had heard rumors about Harley and that Harley was pretty famous and kind of weird-looking, bro, with his wolf ears and everything. Robin got to the point. There was only one reason they wanted Harley. They needed someone to lead a big assault up in the northern mountains. Yeah, the same place with all the monster trouble. The main goal was to rescue a VIP named Jaonic Steelstone. He was a dwarf and a super important blacksmith from their lands. For a moment, Harley pictured this little bearded dwarf mining blue crystals in a dark cave, probably having a rough time. But wait, the story wasn't done. Now the scene switched to modern-day Seoul, in a hospital room. Taesun was visiting his grandma, and Sung Hyun was with them. Taesun told his grandma they would leave, but she insisted she was fine and told them not to worry. As Sung Hyun and Taesun walked down the hallway, Sung Hyun said he was happy she was better, and Taesun talked about how even the doctors were surprised. The doctors acted like her healing was some kind of miracle, like she had been healed by a fancy priest for days. But Sung Hyun was just acting innocent, even though, in his head, he knew it was actually his doing. Nobody had any clue, bro. Taesun said that their grandma deserved something good for her life of helping others. Then, they talked about Sung Hyun's plan to move out to the suburbs for a quieter life. Taesun teased that having a big house was pretty awesome, but wasn't it hard to live so far from Seoul? Sung Hyun said he was willing to do it. But secretly, he admitted to himself that he was doing it partly because he had more power now, and he needed a bigger place. It looked like he would need room for lots of clones in the future. As Sung Hyun walked down a white hallway, his shadow stretched out behind him. If you looked closely, you could see the scary shapes of all his avatars connected to him. Bro, talk about living a double life. This guy was on a whole other level. But hey, I can see like a martial artist and some kind of demon girl. Is this a teaser or something? I really want to see Sung Hyun's female avatar, to be honest. The next day, Harley, Knight Robin, and a crew of tough mercenaries and soldiers were hiking through some super snowy mountains. Ice everywhere. Harley was thinking that people were taking this mission extra seriously, probably because it came directly from the Lord. Even the Knight, Robin, was getting his hands dirty, and not just giving orders from behind a desk. That was kinda cool. Robin told the team they were close to where they last heard from Jaonic, the dwarf they needed to rescue. He said that Jaonic hid in a cave and used a magic device to send a message when he saw the monsters acting weird. The female mercenary started complaining, wondering why Jaonic had to climb the mountain now, but Robin just said that dwarves loved searching for special minerals, so go figure. But looking at how many mercenaries come here to rescue the dwarf, Harley could only wonder how famous this dwarf is. Suddenly, Harley's eyes started glowing blue. Dude, that meant only one thing: trouble. He yelled for everyone to watch out, because monsters were coming. And boom, right then, a mob of giant blue-skinned ogres came charging and yelling. It got wild fast. The mercenaries were ready to fight. 2 girls shot fire arrows that exploded on the ogres. But those ogres just shrugged it off. In fact, they seemed even tougher than before. Everyone realized these were not normal monsters at all. Harley cracked his fingers and got this totally crazy grin. His tattoos started to shine orange as he rushed into the brawl. He was dodging punches and tossing giant ogres like they were stuffed animals. He even picked up 2 and smashed them together, bro. It was insane. Just when he thought things were done, more ogres jumped down from above. Harley noticed there were 3 at once. He figured bare hands weren't enough for this, but he couldn't use his full wild instinct power and change into half monster, or people might think he was a monster too. That would be awkward, man. So, Harley jumped into the air and, bam, hit all 3 at the same time with these crazy fast invisible punches. All the ogres splattered on the ground. Even the super brave mercenaries had to stop and ask, was this guy really human or some kind of monster? Knight Robin also started to wonder about that. This barbarian is OP. After all the dust and blood faded, Harley picked something up from the ogre's leftovers and tried to eat it. Robin freaked out and asked Harley what he was doing. Harley just shrugged and said his tribe got power from eating magic stones. He said it was normal for him. The others thought that had to be dangerous and weird, but Harley just kept grinning. Suddenly, he stopped smiling. He spat out black blood! Bro, not a good sign. Robin yelled that he was definitely not fine. Harley's mind went wild. He felt super gross and wanted to trash everything. His head filled with violent, angry ideas, and his body got all hyped up. He realized this must be the madness. The same sickness hitting the whole forest. So eating the ogre's magic stone was not a smart snack. He was in big trouble now. But that's not all, bro. Far away, in a dark camp filled with undead, Hans, who wore the crown and armor of the immortal king, stood in front of a bunch of spooky ghost soldiers. A lady with dark blue hair and a veil knelt down before him. This was Banshee Queen Olivia, a leader of ghostly troops. Hans thought to himself that Olivia was a fantastic addition to his army. She normally kept things under control and had gathered a lot of ghost warriors for him. She said she did everything the king asked, avoiding trouble with humans and just collecting their children, which sounded creepy, but hey, she was a banshee. Hans had a special job for Olivia. He pointed at a pile of dead people in black robes. He wanted Olivia to use her spooky powers to pull every last secret out of them. He wanted to know everything about their group, called the Oath of Reversing Heaven. Hans wanted total and absolute control, dude. Like, no rebellion allowed. Olivia agreed and stood up, her hands glowing blue with scary power. She called to all her ghost friends, telling them to hunt down the bad guys, drain their souls, and give everything to the king. Bro, she is a baddie! Meanwhile, Heinz was sitting in his fancy mansion office, thinking hard. He looked at some documents and realized that Hans got loads of secret info from the Banshee Queen, with him learning about the country from the vampires, and Hans getting all the information from the ghost stuff from Banshees, and Harley handling the madness mess. Heinz should have felt chill, but for some reason, he still felt a little scared deep down, and that was not a good sign. Like something was missing. Suddenly, Mulo, his vampire assistant, came in with urgent news. Mulo said there was trouble in the Forest of Fiends. The monsters had started attacking. Heinz just shrugged it off, saying that he already sent 2 of his top vampires over there, so it would be fine. But Mulo was not finished. He dropped another bomb. Monsters from the northern mountains were moving south in a huge wave. Now, this was getting serious. Meanwhile, way up in the snowy mountains, Harley and his team were surrounded by fields of beaten monsters. But the snow was now covered by a weird purple energy. Harley could feel it in the air. It was the madness, fast and deadly. It spread everywhere in a flash, and just breathing meant you could get infected. Harley checked on his friends. They looked a bit off, but humans didn't catch the madness as hard as monsters did. Lucky for them. One of the female mercenaries said they were almost at their goal, so everyone tried to hurry. Harley could feel himself getting stronger and stronger from the madness inside his veins, almost insanely strong, but it made him worry. He kept using his body control skills so he wouldn't lose his mind like some wild orc. Thankfully, his mutation skill could suppress the killing intent from the madness. Suddenly, some of the mercenaries yelled for everyone to stop. The girl mercenaries thought it was more monsters, but Robin said no. It was their VIP target. 2 people, who were covered in leaves and branches, looked kind of ridiculous, yelled happily that the rescuer had finally arrived. They all joked about it, never thought the VIP was hiding in the bushes. Jaunik Steelstone, the dwarf they came to rescue, rushed to them. Jaunik proudly said he dug a secret cave, then offered to guide them there to rest a bit before leaving. But somehow, Harley said no. Just then, things got wild all over again. A massive horde of monsters with angry red eyes came rushing downhill. Robin ordered everyone to fall back and protect their escape route. As they tried to retreat, a giant monster grabbed Jaunik. Harley didn't waste any time and smacked the monster away with a huge slice. Jaunik was dizzy, but Harley just picked him up like a sack of potatoes. Robin started to panic and said they couldn't keep running like this. It was only a matter of time before they got overrun. One of the mercenaries freaked out and asked if there was a better plan. That's when Harley decided it was time to charge up again. He asked for his share of magic stones, the ones he liked to eat for power. It sounded weird, but Robin just tossed him a heavy pouch of them. Harley handed Jaunik over to the others, then started munching on magic stones like they were popcorn. A crazy red energy exploded all around him, even stronger than before. This time, the madness inside each stone was different. The bigger the stone, the more madness inside. But Harley realized that if he could eat all that madness and control it with his skills, there was basically no limit to how strong he could get. Suddenly, the system voice announced he was ready to level up. Harley let out a wild scream as he powered up, and his tattoos flashed like neon lights. His main skill, Wildness, even got a new upgrade called Frenzied Beast. Now Harley was more beast than man, and his body now fully red. Well, has he become Hulk now? Harley started laughing. ready to dive into the biggest monster brawl ever. He said it was time to begin the slaughter, and judging by the insane look in his eyes, bro, things were about to get super messy for everyone in his way. Now he was swinging around a giant axe he stole from one of the monsters. He tore through the monster army like it was nothing, laughing and yelling about his new power. Frenzied beast. The guy moved so fast that the soldiers could barely keep track. One soldier said he finally believed the rumors. Harley wasn't just Tarek's strongest mercenary, but probably the strongest on the whole continent. Even Robin agreed. The monsters kept charging, but Harley didn't slow down. He caught an axe coming at him with his bare hands and smashed his own axe through a monster's head. That was pretty much the end of the monster army. This time, Harley also uses his Jewel Eye, Severe Winter skill. Finally, he used that skill again. Everybody was staring at Harley like he was some kind of legend. Robin and Jaunic started joking with Harley. Jaunic said Harley was brave like a dwarf, but Harley mocked him a bit, saying that a minute ago, the dwarf was begging for his life and hiding. Jaunic actually looked pretty shy about it. But just as the team tried to relax, Harley felt something scary creeping closer. This feeling made every cell in his body want to run far, far away. He told the others, and they realized something huge was about to show up. Harley even said if this monster found them, it might wipe out the whole group, except for him because he was just that strong. Jaunic tried to look brave again. He started talking about how he'd hidden in the mountain with his digging skills. Harley had an idea. Maybe Jaunic could just dig another hiding hole, but this time for everyone, and do it fast. Jaunic got all serious and said he could do it in 5 minutes, thanks to his precious magic tool, a glowing pickaxe named Elin. Harley was shocked because Elin sparkled with crazy magic energy. Jaunic warned everyone to get ready, then slammed the pickaxe into the ground. The earth started shaking like crazy, and before anyone could react, they all dropped straight down into a brand new cave. Everyone landed in a pile, but Jaunic was super proud of his work and called the new cave pretty cozy. Sitting around the campfire, the team realized that Jaunic was some next-level dwarf. Harley checked his system and got a message. He now had something called a medium for skill customization for another avatar. Guys, dwarf avatar is coming over. Turns out, Elin wasn't just a pickaxe, it was a legendary item, powered up by 20 years of Jaunic's hard work and even containing a piece of his soul. No wonder the thing was awesome. Harley decided he had to somehow get this pickaxe for himself. But just then, a loud thump sounded from above. The group realized the huge scary monster was right above the cave, maybe eating the bodies of the other monsters. Robin said they could try to sneak away, but the beast would probably catch them easily. But Harley suddenly got a wild idea. He said the best plan was to lure the big monster far away so everyone else could escape. Of course, Robin thought that was super dangerous, but Harley didn't care. He was all in. He has his wild card after all. To make this insane plan work, Harley suddenly pointed the pickaxe Elin from Jaunic. He said the only way to win is by using that OP weapon. Jaunic freaked out, not wanting to give his precious tool away, but Harley insisted it was for the mission. Jaunic hesitated, but in the end, he let Harley take the pickaxe. Life was more important than tools, after all. Even though Jaunic tried to snatch it back, Harley was way too strong. He kind of joked that he'd use it like a small shovel anyway, since it was so tiny in his giant hands. When the dwarf urged him to give it back after the mission, Harley said he'd use it and maybe give it back. Or maybe not. When Harley started to run and fight the monster, Jaunic were really worried about Elin, but Harley was like, "Hey, I did just save your lives, so let's call it even." In his head, Harley thought that now he didn't just get the cool pickaxe, he basically acquired a dwarf avatar too. Not a bad deal. After that, Harley came out to the surface, and he looked like an absolute beast. He laughed like a crazy dude and said the fresh outdoor air was awesome after all. Then he wondered out loud if he should introduce himself to the ugly monsters in front of him. There, a giant two-headed ogre came stomping out of the trees. This thing was even gnarlier than the others, and both heads were glowing with that freaky purple madness. Harley figured the ogre must have eaten a ton of magic stones because its belly looked stuffed. The ogre roared and started sniffing around, and Harley realized it had probably followed the trail of power from all the magic stones he ate earlier. Pretty smart for a monster. But Harley had a plan, bro. He said that if he wanted his dwarf buddy Jaunic to get home safe and to hide his real power, so he needed to pull the monster far away from the group. He started to run, and thankfully, the ugly monster started chasing after him. After running for a while, Harley ended up in a new part of the forest where nobody could see them. It was time for a boss battle. Monster versus monster. Harley got pumped, using his special body skills to go full beast mode, and went at the ogre with his bare hands. He was having the time of his life, tearing and smashing with his monster hand while the ogre screamed back. Harley told the ogre that just because it got fat from madness didn't mean it was the only one who powered up. When the ogre realized it was losing, it tried to run, but Harley was like, "No way, bro. and straight up ripped off one of its heads. Yikes! The other ogre head tried to threaten Harley, saying its buddies would come help. But, bad luck, the ogre looked around and saw all its backup was already dead. And then, just like that, Heinz showed up, ready for action, surrounded by a cool red blood aura. Bro, all the avatar is aura farming. To finish things off, he just condensed his red power and blasted it at the ogre. One hit, one kill. With the monster dead, Harley was happy to see Heinz. He said fighting was way easier with two people. Harley flashed Jaonic's magic pickaxe, Eileen, saying it was going to make him even stronger. Heinz agreed, saying the pickaxe would be super useful. Then, Harley decided he wanted to eat this two-headed ogre. This monster would boost up his power. He could feel it. As soon as Harley ate it, Heinz got hit with a weird sensation, just like he had felt around the super powerful undead dragon, Antrasio. But bro, the craziest boss of all was about to join the party. In the background, a huge volcano started erupting, lava everywhere, fire everywhere, and from inside the volcano, a freaking massive red dragon burst out, roaring like crazy. This dragon's name was Heratos, and it was super hungry and totally taken over by madness. It basically screamed that it was going to eat everything in one bite. Harley got super hyped for the fight. Imagine, a real dragon. Not just any lizard, but one of the legends. But Heinz noted that this dragon was way too far engrossed in madness, so there was no hope of talking or discussion. Heratos looked at Harley and Heinz, called them snacks, and tried to eat them both. The fight was on. The dragon lunged, but Heinz just blocked the attack with one hand. Like it was no big deal, dude was so cool about it. Harley pointed out the dragon already healed its wounds, which meant it was going to be a pain to beat. The dragon said that in all its long life, it only lost once. Heinz asked who defeated it, and the dragon said it was beaten by the King of Death, the Immortal King. That made Harley and Heinz stop and look at each other, with a super creepy and mocking face. Hans was apparently famous even with dragons. Heratos explained that after the Immortal King died, its curse disappeared. But he didn't appreciate the way Harley and Heinz reacted. They just kind of laughed, because they had one last surprise. Heinz told the dragon, "Sorry, we called a friend, since just the two of us might not be enough." The dragon was confused, until Hans, the Immortal King himself, came flying down from the sky, wrapped in a scary, dark aura. Hans landed behind them, looking like the biggest boss of all. He told the dragon that a madness-cursed dragon would make a perfect experiment. Honestly, it's kind of savage. Bro, talk about bad luck for that dragon. It was about to go up against the wildest trio the world had ever seen. Heratos realized the Undying King was back and almost couldn't believe it. The dragon remembered the old Undying King, but Hans said he had all those memories too. He pretty much told the dragon that if Heratos could come back from being almost dead, then so could he. Heratos got upset and wanted to get away, but Hans was a real boss. He created a giant purple energy barrier all around the forest, so there was nowhere for the dragon to fly or run. Meanwhile, the voices of madness in the air started hissing at the dragon to kill the Undying King. With that, the dragon that already burned in madness cursed he will definitely kill Hans, and started to suck the madness there. Harley watched all this, amazed. He realized the dragon was sucking up all the madness in the area, kind of like a dragon air purifier, but way scarier. Even Heratos felt the crazy power building up. He said it started to feel like pure revenge from nature itself. Heratos went all out and tried to blast Hans, but Hans laughed it off and dodged the attack like it was nothing. Hans said he planned to kill the dragon quickly, but now he was interested in using the condensed madness for something even better. Then, Hans made things even spookier. He summoned a giant skeletal dragon called Antrasio, his very own undead dragon pet. Heratos basically freaked out. He could tell Antrasio was the real deal, a true dragon. Hans told Antrasio to strip away all the curses and rot from Heratos' body before fighting, so they could get a clean experiment. Then Antrasio and Heratos started brawling hard, roaring, tail-smashing, pure dragon battle. While Hans was busy analyzing how to break down the dragon, he also cast a bunch of powerful spells. Chains of purple light zipped around Heratos and held him tight. Heinz saw his chance. He was getting really hungry looking at all that dragon meat. Both Heinz and Harley got super excited. Not everyone gets a chance to snack on a legendary dragon, bro. While Harley started to eat the dragon, Heinz was also feeling hungry for some cool power, so he decided to taste the dragon's blood. He was hoping for some serious upgrades. Imagine, all-you-can-eat dragon meat and endless energy. But when he tasted it, he made a face and pulled back. The blood itself was awesome, but all that madness mixed in made it gross and messed everything up. Heinz got annoyed for a second, but then realized that the madness might be the key to something bigger. Suddenly, Heratos, the dragon, roared at everyone. He shouted that he wasn't just going to stand there and watch, he was about to attack. Harley saw what was coming next. The dragon's dreaded breath attack. At this close range, dodge or not, no one would escape. But Hans, always 5 steps ahead, pointed out that Heratos wasn't the only one with breath powers. Right when Heratos blasted out his attack, Hans's own undead dragon, Entracio, fired its own breath right back. The two dragon attacks smashed into each other in an epic blast, fire and magic swirling everywhere. Heratos was super annoyed that these guys just wouldn't quit. He shouted at Entracio, complaining about being burned by another dragon, right in the middle of his own attack roll. Man, this fight was just getting hotter and crazier by the minute. Meanwhile, Heinz, got an idea, and formed a giant sword from his own blood, seriously gnarly stuff, and used a speed skill to slice the dragon's chest wide open. Heratos just laughed it off. Since normal attacks didn't bother him, he healed right away. But Heinz said he wasn't really trying to kill him with that swing. That's when Heratos began to realize something felt wrong. He had a weird pain inside his stomach. Heinz let him know that he slipped a parasite in there, something even medicine couldn't get rid of. But when the camera zoomed in, that parasite turned out to be Harley. The absolute madman had crawled inside the dragon and was ripping up his guts with wild glee, like he was at some all-you-can-eat monster buffet. Harley, from inside, joked that the dragon's texture was actually pretty good and wondered how much restaurant he could tear up before the dragon noticed. Absolute madness. Literally. Now, Harley was deep inside the dragon Heratos' belly, chowing down on dragon guts like it was some sort of candy. As he chewed his way through the organs, he could feel himself getting stronger and stronger. He thought to himself that the deeper he went, the richer the power got. But suddenly the dragon started contracting its muscles all around him, trying to crush him flat like a pancake. Even when his bones and organs were about to pop, Harley refused to quit. He decided that he would just keep munching until his jaws stopped working, no matter what. All of a sudden, his system flashed with a message. Harley's own healing power, known as regeneration, had evolved into ultra-regeneration. It shocked Harley. Isn't that skill that made this dragon regenerate so fast? And now, somehow, Harley had that too. He was like, wait, how did I just get that? Usually he needed to feed a magic stone to do this, but here it was anyway. On the outside, Heratos shouted that any wounds could heal instantly. But inside, Harley's skills continued to change. His own move, Devour, evolved and upgraded, changing into an even crazier skill called Gluttony. Bro become Rimuru right now. Then, with just a bite, Harley realized he could start absorbing special traits from what he ate. With that power, he was ready to chow down on everything in sight. Heratos tried one last time to get Harley out. He roared and tried to drag Harley out of his body with force. But Hans and Entracio were waiting. The dragon tried to escape, but there was no way. Entracio and Heinz blocked the path. Meanwhile, Heinz realized this gluttony skill was working for him too. Because of this gluttony, Harley can suppress the madness and make the dragon's blood calmed down. By tasting a little of the dragon's blood, he felt a crazy surge of power in his body. His special vampire skill, Clan of Blood, True Blood, got even stronger than before. He figured out that to reach the highest vampire level, Sacred Blood, you needed to drink from someone way stronger than you. A dragon totally fit the bill for that. Back inside, Harley was looking for the ultimate prize, the dragon heart. He found it and got ready to chomp down. Heinz said, checkmate, because once Harley bit that heart, it was game over for Heratos. Harley bit into the magical dragon heart, and Heratos let out a painful scream. The huge dragon crashed to the ground, totally dead this time. Hans congratulated everyone. He said they passed all the big boss fights today. The twin-headed ogre, the dragon raid, the works. Don't forget about the dwarf avatar coming soon. With his last breath, Heratos realized that, once again, the immortal king had beaten him. Hans, though, told the dragon to rest in peace and promised that if he used his bones, it wouldn't be for something evil. He called the dragon's body a true treasure chest, full of rare and magical pieces. But still, the one leveling up the most is our goat, Harley. Harley, meanwhile, was lying on the ground and shaking all over. The red energy from the dragon heart was wild, swirling everywhere. He said it was almost impossible to control all the madness he sucked up. It felt like his insides were being ripped apart. But then Harley remembered the secret trick hidden in the dragon heart and started to use it to tie all the power together. Suddenly, Harley's whole body exploded with new power. The system announced he had changed races. He was now a dragonkin hybrid, half dragon and half whatever he was before. He got a brand new skill, Heart of the Mad Dragon. With that, he could suppress all the power twisting inside his body. Harley realized he wasn't just a berserker beast anymore. He had reached a whole new level. He descended. Bro, now we had a dragon-powered maniac on the team, and the world was really, seriously, out of luck. Harley talked to himself and decided that his new dragon power, combined with mutation, was awesome because he could turn it on or off whenever. But bro, there was a problem. If he made his body super strong, he'd get really heavy. He knew if he lost control, things would get wild fast. So he thought he'd better practice more before seeing his friends. But, at that same time, Hans was doing a giant ritual over a newly huge dragon skeleton. He thought it was time for his special raid closing ceremony party. He then raised his hands, and blue magic started flying everywhere. The ground shook, and holy crap, that skeleton now turned into an undead monster. Hans wanted to talk to this monster, so he told the giant bones to say its name. Suddenly, the whole bone dragon lit up with red energy, and it started to say its name. It called itself Heratos. Hans nodded and told Heratos that he would give it a new life, and now he was the boss. Hans put his hand on Heratos' big dragon nose, and the dragon bowed. A new servant acquired, guys! Back on Earth, our main character was standing on his balcony with a big smile. He had finished moving into this new awesome house, and he was living the dream. The place had an indoor gym, an arcade, and even a comic cafe, all made just how he wanted. He thought about how, unlike before, he could now go outside anytime, but honestly, chilling at home felt way better. Maybe he wouldn't leave very much after all. Yeah, bro. Same. Introvert gang here. Then, Sung Hyun wanted to do something cool with the garden. So, he just jumped off the balcony. While he was flying through the air, a blue aura appeared around him. He was casting a skill called Entity Projection. Bro basically Power Ranger himself into an elf. He then used some nature magic, and in an instant, the empty garden turned into a beautiful green paradise, full of big trees and bright flowers. Dang, having magic is just unfair sometimes. Even though most people said taking care of a big house was hard, Sung Hyun thought that didn't count for him. Next, called his vampire avatar, Heinz. Our boy had a plan. He wanted Heinz, who was already ready to roll, to put up a magic barrier around the house. That was just the start too. Once the skill cooled down, he would bring in Hans and Heinrich to stack more barriers on top. With all that, he thought no house could be safer than his. Regular housework would be super easy. He decided it was time to check his account. He called out, Karma Shop, and saw a big system window pop up. Dang, he had over 1.6 million karma now. It hadn't even been a week yet. After enhancing his avatar skill, the system said he could have more avatars. Not only that, but his avatars were also getting smarter and learning faster. For a moment, he worried that if all his clones got all his brain power, maybe his main body would get dumber. But then he laughed and decided, whatever. They were all him anyway. Wait, there was more. The system said he learned a new special skill called Avatar Cloud. This meant he could share his avatar's items in some secret space. It was kind of insane. Now he could send stuff across dimensions without even having to walk over. He immediately wanted to try it, so his vampire avatar put an item into the Item Cloud system. Sung Hyun felt pretty amazed. With this, he thought he could trade a ton more stuff and become richer, or even send special things between his different avatars instantly. But that was just for warm-up. Sung Hyun was getting ready for the main event. He picked up a glowing blue pickaxe and thought about Zaunic. He said sorry in his head, but come on, this was just business. He was saving that dwarf ass anyway, so this is his payment. The system then told him he was using the Customize skill. Blue light exploded everywhere, and a new avatar got summoned. Sung Hyun became really excited because he needed a blacksmith to make cool gear for all his clones. He really hoped to get a tough muscle dwarf, just like Zaunic. But guess what? The smoke cleared, and instead of a big, tough dwarf, there was this kid-sized little dude with a giant beard walking like a Labubu doll. Our protagonist freaked out inside. He started shouting, "What the heck happened? This adorable little kid? What is he supposed to do now?" Sung Hyun started to panic a bit. This was not what he wanted for his new blacksmith. So, he got straight to work with a special customization menu. He changed the dwarf's height to the tallest a dwarf could be. He made the face look younger and cooler. He grew the beard so it looked super stylish and made the body big and strong. After all that, he looked at his work and thought, now that's a real dwarf. Now, this new dwarf was ready. Yeah, he changed a cute avatar into this old man dwarf. I don't know what I should feel right now. Anyway, Sung Hyun said his name would be Howard. He was happy to meet Howard, the perfect blacksmith for his team of avatars. The system gave some facts about Howard. He was Sung Hyun's 8th avatar, born as a dwarf by using a magic tool called the Artisan's Pickaxe. Howard also had a trait called the Artisan's Spirit, which meant he got special power-ups when making things. Looking at this OP new fella, our boy felt proud. Howard was just what he needed. The first skill Howard got was all about crafting, exactly as he wanted. But, bro, there was one small problem. Howard did not know much about the world. It was just like with Harris, the elf avatars. Sung Hyun realized he would have to teach Howard, but that might take some help from Harley. Too bad the place in the isekai world, especially the north, was super crazy right now, so Sung Hyun decided to send for Heinrich to help with this mess. After that, Heinrich turned on his phone and talked to Sora. He told her it was nice to hear from her, but he had a big ask. Heinrich wanted tons of stuff about blacksmithing books, videos, whatever. He said it was important and told her to prepare a mountain of information about making things from metal. Howard nodded and explained he could learn how to make things using info from Earth. He also thought that he needed a workshop in Tarak. He then got pumped up, saying that practical, hands-on training would be the fastest in the other world. Meanwhile, the Lich avatar Hans was deep in a dark forest. He got a glowing blue crystal using the Avatar Cloud, the magic shared storage for avatars. Man, that power was handy. Hans felt amazed that he could get gifts from Heinrich with just a few clicks. Now, Hans was ready to use that blue crystal for something big. He then called up a skeleton from underground. The skeleton's name was Dwell McCain, the undead that got beaten by Heinrich a couple of chapters before, and that undead was pretty cranky at first. He wanted to know who was calling for him. Hans told Dwell that it was him, and Dwell realized that Hans was the immortal king. Dwell suddenly became super respectful and started crying, happy to see his old boss. He said that he thought the hero got him for good, but now he was ready to work for the immortal king again. Hans remembered that Dwell was a really smart leader in the past, so having him on the team could only help. Suddenly, Olivia popped up in a swirl of blue energy. Hans asked Olivia why she was there, so Olivia started her report. Hans had told her to follow something called the Oath of Reversal and find out everything about them. She said she had looked west, even all the way to the middle of the big empire. And finally, she had found a place that looked like their major base. Hearing that, Hans was super happy. Finally, he could crush those bastards. He then thanks Olivia for her work, and Olivia states she will devote her body and soul only to the king. But Dwell got confused and started to ask how Olivia, a girl with no bones, could really devote her body to the king. Olivia freaked out a bit. And sure, she looked spooky as hell. But Hans got serious and told Dwell to help Olivia right away. Olivia gave Dwell a scary smile again, probably thinking to prank him up real bad. Having no way to refuse, Dwell quickly said he would follow any order now. Hans then told Olivia to force the enemies to cooperate, even make them into submission, and she could call in Karam if she needed. Olivia nodded, and Hans felt like everything was going exactly like he planned. He thought the enemy was finally in sight, and he told himself to wait just a little bit longer before going after them for real. At the same time, in a shiny castle far away, a woman with pink hair was looking out a fancy window in the Atarian Empire. She thought she smelled Olivia, but guessed she was just imagining stuff. Then, the woman began to transform. Suddenly, her outfit changed into a wild succubus costume, and big, black horns came out of her head. This woman was actually the leader of the Oath of Reversal, and in her mind, she was not going to be the immortal king's slave again. Not Hans's, not anyone's, not this time, and not ever again. Wow. So all this time, this bitch is the one messing with our boy when she was supposed to be his underling? Yes. Yes. A new slave acquired. Suddenly, she heard a voice from outside her room, so she changed back into a human. Then she told someone to come in, and that's when a man named Andrew Weaver walked in. This dude came in with a big smile and a bottle in his hand, acting all flirty and dramatic. He called her Lady Sienna and praised her beauty and tried to charm her, but she wasn't having any of it. She stopped him right away and asked if he knew who the new leader of the Varkaslak clan was. Andrew acted all confident and said that of course he knew. The opponent was a true blood vampire, and his name was Heinz. Sienna wondered how someone like Heinz could take over a whole vampire clan, but Andrew didn't really have a good answer. That's when she got mad. Her face twisted, and her horns grew out. Uh-oh, Andrew was in trouble now. He nervously told her that her horns were showing, but tried to act like he already explained everything. He explained that his power, something called trajectory observation, was kind of like looking at CCTV, but he needed to upgrade it with karma to get better info. Still, Sienna didn't care about his excuses, she just wanted the data. Anyway, she thought it was actually good that Heinz wasn't a sacred blood, because that made him easier to defeat. Andrew asked if she was going to take care of it herself, but Sienna acted annoyed and said, no way. Instead, she had a better idea. She held a magic golden pocket watch and said the strongest vampire clan called Yupersia would start a conquest war. Yes, bro, vampire war is coming. Meanwhile, in another place, Heinz was sitting at his desk looking at some papers. Soran stood next to him and looked super excited. Heinz noticed she brought the information about blacksmithing fast, and she said she used all her resources. Heinz thought about his new avatar, and once the teleportation cooldown was done, he would send Howard to Hubert's workshop. Then, Soren said there was something else to report. She said the Vanchon Society was talking to other groups. Heinz got interested and told her to look into it. He thought to himself that there was no need to hurry, and as long as they were careful, everything would be fine. He was feeling pretty confident, thinking that time was on his side. Thank God, while his avatars were training for 10 months, only 1 month had passed on Earth. How crazy is that? Now, at the big mansion of the Varkaslak clan, a vampire guard with a mustache was standing at the door. He saw a small, hooded kid coming closer. The guard asked what the kid wanted, and the kid just smiled with sharp fangs and red eyes. She said she wanted to see Mullo. The guard was shocked because the kid spoke so casually. He tried to send her away, but suddenly, Mullo himself appeared and knelt down right away. Turns out she was no regular kid. She was Birki, the real Lord Varkaslak, the founder of the clan. The guard totally freaked out, realizing this was the real deal, a sacred blood vampire. Inside, Mullo poured tea for Briki and apologized for not welcoming her properly. Briki looked annoyed and told him the name Varkoslak. To call her was way too formal. She wanted to be called just Briki. Mullo was secretly super stressed because Briki wasn't supposed to visit for another 20 years. She then sipped her tea and noticed something was weird. She thought the guard at the door hadn't changed, but something about him was off. She also noticed Mullo was different too, and she didn't want any excuses. Mullo was definitely scared. He couldn't fight against her. She is one of the strongest vampires in the world, and honestly, he didn't even want to. He wished Heinz was here to handle the situation. Briki sat there thinking hard. She believed Mullo had her blood, but now things seemed like they had changed a lot. She wanted to know where the person was who made him this way. Mullo got even more terrified, thinking Briki was just testing them all along. In the end, she decided she would stay and wait, even though Mullo hadn't prepared a place for her. They stared at each other in silence, and she kept getting fascinated. She once dreamed about evolving the vampire bloodline and creating even stronger descendants. Even after becoming the sacred blood, that dream was too far away. But now, she wondered if this dream was finally coming true. As she watched, she smiled with her fangs showing, thinking about her bold descendant, and whoever dared defy her blood. Yeah, she would be a new enemy or new ally, guys? Drop in the comment, I want to hear your thoughts. Anyway, at the same time, Harley was out in the snowy mountains, feeling all hyped up and grinning like a maniac. Suddenly, he yelled out for his friends to come out. This scared the heck out of people hiding in a snow cave. Jaunik, Night Robin, and all the mercenaries. They all jumped out, totally shocked, probably thinking some monster had found them. Jaunik told Harley that he scared him, and Robin looked Harley up and down, noticing he was in especially good shape after the hard fight. Robin also spotted something weird, red glowing scales on Harley's arm. When he pointed it out, Harley just acted chill and said he didn't know, make his hand normal again, then tried to change the subject, telling everyone to head back to the Iron Fortress fast in case more monsters appeared. So the crew started running through the snow, with Harley carrying Jaunik on his back like it was nothing. Jaunik was kind of worried, saying Harley was super strong but asking why he couldn't sense his pickaxe, Ellen's presence. He wondered if Harley had failed to protect it, or if something bad had happened, and Harley started to sweat a bit. He realized this was the moment he had to explain, since he had plans for Jaunik later and didn't want things to get awkward. So he put on a sad, serious face and hugged Jaunik, saying there was a really sad story behind what happened to Elin. Jaunik was shocked and ready for a tale. Then, Harley started a dramatic story about his big fight. Everything was going well at first, but then monsters surrounded him in so many layers, even he couldn't believe it. He started fighting like crazy, smashing monsters left and right, but he was getting overwhelmed. At the last moment, when a spear was flying at his back and he thought it was over, the pickaxe Eleni flew through the air, blocked the attack, and shattered into pieces. Harley was stunned. He realized Ellen had saved him, but now she was broken, and he was holding the crystal pieces, feeling totally crushed. He swore he'd never forget what Ellen did for him. Then, he got so mad that a red aura exploded around him, and he fought back even harder, shouting that it was revenge for Ellen. The flashback ended, and Jaunik was bawling his eyes out over the sad story. Yeah, don't let this dwarf meet an older man. He could get kidnapped easily. Anyway, Harley said that in that wild moment, he realized he had dragon blood in him. The kind of thing you only discover when you're about to go berserk, apparently, all thanks to Ellen's last chance. The green-haired mercenary thought about it and explained that Harley must have had a dragonkin ancestor from about 300 years ago, but people forgot about it after a big war. Harley was super pumped to have an answer for his new power, and he decided he loved that kind of backstory, so he was totally going to use it. Everyone in the group started hyping Harley up, saying it was a heroic story, and even the male companion said he always thought Harley was special. Harley was eating up the attention, grinning like a boss. Night Robin, though, wasn't really impressed. He told everyone to look ahead. Just then, he pointed out that the Iron Fortress was right on the other side of the ridge, but something was seriously wrong. Monsters were swarming all over the fortress walls, and he spotted the worst of them. A huge mutant minotaur with tons of glowing eyes, smashing everything in its path. The female mercenary said they needed to hurry, or everyone inside would be toast. Harley felt super hungry and wanted to eat that thing and got ready to charge in. Down at the Iron Fortress, things looked bad. 2 soldiers were already down, and they said the Minotaur had blown away all the priests and mages like they were nothing. Even the best mercenaries couldn't get close to it. But then Harley arrived, landing so hard he cracked the ground. The Minotaur roared at him, and the soldiers called Harley the Monster of Tarak. Harley just grinned even wider, thinking to himself that if they wanted to see a real monster, he was going to show them. Harley transformed, his hands turning into giant claws, his body glowing with red energy. Well, he decided since he got the perfect alibi to be a dragon descendant, he was glad to be able to use this power in public. He then caught the Minotaur's horn with one hand and stopped its attack cold, then threw down a challenge for a contest of strength. His eyes lit up with crazy colors as he went full berserk mode. The 2 monsters clashed, but Harley easily threw the Minotaur high up into the air like it was nothing. The Minotaur crashed down hard, totally beaten and died, and just lay in a crater. Everyone was surprised to see how Harley easily killed the monster. Harley himself stood over the defeated Minotaur and told it that it was pretty intense, but just not on his level. The soldiers in the fortress started cheering like mad. Harley checked out his loot and saw he'd gotten the Minotaur's horn, which he figured Howard could turn into something useful later. And now, after eating the Minotaur, he decided the best part about getting its genes was definitely the awesome lower body power. Bro, Harley is so unstoppable for real. Anyway, Night Robin walked up and talked to him, saying that the fight was amazing and that they only won because of him. Of course, Harley tried to act cool and said that it was nothing. Robin also told him that Lord Tarman Aonia was there and wanted to see him in person. Harley thought to himself that this time, the Lord really did call for him. Robin made a gesture for Harley to follow and told him to take a break since he just finished fighting. But, surprise! Before Robin could turn around, Harley had already sprinted halfway across the courtyard, super excited. Robin was so shocked he just stood there like, what the heck? Harley was already gone, running off like an over-caffeinated squirrel. Now, Harley stood in front of a big fancy door inside Lord Aonia's castle. He was about to open it when Robin caught up and stopped him. He said that he had already talked a lot about Harley to the Lord, but maybe our boy should try to be a bit more careful with his behavior. Harley was a little confused and wondered if there was something wrong with him. Bro, you are barbaric. Robin saw this and just face-palmed. He was probably thinking that guy should at least try to be polite. Harley puffed out his chest and told him there was nothing to worry about. He said that when it came to manners, he was the best. Robin just told him to go in already. Inside, Lord Tarman Aonia was sitting at a huge desk with 2 guards next to him. The Lord looked super chill and smiled at Harley. Harley walked into the room with a huge, kind of silly grin on his face. Robin followed behind, looking like he wanted to disappear from embarrassment. He shouted a big hello and added a quick, "Sir," at the end. Lord Aonia laughed and said he had heard so many good things about him, but it was totally different to see him in person. Harley got all hyped and told him he didn't even know what to do with himself. But really, he was just doing his job. The Lord laughed again, and Harley kept bragging about how amazing he was. The Lord expressed that besides the job Harley already did, he played a huge part in their victory, so he should get a reward. Harley got excited but tried to act chill and told the Lord he didn't need to do that. Then Lord Aonia got serious and offered him a real, official knight position in the county. And guess what? Harley's face totally changed. He looked bored and just flat out refused the offer. The Lord and the guards were shocked. One guard freaked out and said he was rude for saying no to the Lord. Harley didn't care at all. He leaned back, acting like he was just chilling at home. The Lord told everyone to calm down. Harley said he didn't want the fancy stuff, he just wanted a cool axe he could use. The Lord replied that he would get a special axe made just for him. He then thanked him and said the Lord was very generous, just like someone who ruled a big place should be. The Lord agreed and said he was not stingy. But both of these guys were thinking sneaky things. The Lord was planning to get Harley to join him for real, someday. While Harley was secretly laughing to himself too, thinking he could keep taking rewards without joining for real. They both laughed together, but both were actually trying to trick each other. Robin, meanwhile, felt a chill go down his back. Dude was getting some bad vibes. Meanwhile, out in the streets of Tarak, Hubert was walking through the city. 3 of Harley's mercenary friends were following him. One of them told Hubert that the workshop for Mr. Howard, the new blacksmith avatar, was ready. Hubert was happy and said he trusted they did a good job. He also told them that if Howard needed anything, the Merchant Guild would take care of it. As he was walking with his escorts, he suddenly stopped and looked confused. He started thinking to himself, wondering why there were 4 escorts instead of 3. The mercenaries looked back at him, also confused, asking if something was wrong. Among them, there was a mysterious figure wearing a dark cloak. The figure turned his head and said that Hubert had good instincts, but he also said it was already too late. The mysterious guy smirked, and bro, he had vampire fangs. Suddenly he attacked, and blood splattered across Hubert's face. Hubert got hit with a super bad wound and collapsed instantly. All the mercenaries started panicking and shouting for the merchant lord. One was trying to get Hubert to wake up. Lying there, Hubert was in shock and pain. In his head, he wondered what was happening and why a vampire was after him. Then, a system window popped up, saying he had received a fatal injury in one blow. He could only gasp for air, barely holding on. One of the mercenaries held his body and asked if he was okay. Another told the others to get Hubert to safety. Then, another system window appeared. Instant death immunity had activated, so Hubert's fatal injury was turned into just a critical wound. But it also said this immunity would not work again for one day. Thank God we have this skill, bro. Hubert realized in his mind that if it wasn't for this skill, he'd be dead. The attacker was definitely a vampire, probably a pureblood, which meant he was seriously strong. He couldn't believe someone like that came after a regular merchant like him. He figured if the enemy found out he was alive, they would come to finish the job. So, he decided he would let Hans find out who the attacker was, but right now, he needed to escape. He then clutched his chest and coughed up blood. He told the mercenaries that he had his own way to contact Howard, so he would give work orders through him. One mercenary asked how he could do that while he was so hurt, but Hubert knew he needed treatment first. So, Sung Hyun activated recall and unsummoned him as the avatar. A moment later, Hubert's body disappeared, just leaving blood on the street. The mercenaries freaked out. Where the fuck is their boss? Far away, in the Yupersia clan hall at night, a big hall was filled with vampire knights in blue uniforms. The clan lord, Visk Yupersia, sat on his throne, looking super elegant and a bit scary with his white hair. Theodore Yupersia, who was a true-blood vampire with glasses, was kneeling before him. He made a report, saying that the job in Tarak was finished. Visk asked about Tarak. Theodore then explained that by killing the merchant who was secretly working with the Brokosla clan, they could trick and distract their enemies. Visk gave a scary, fangy smile and said that Klein had done well. Klein, the guy who killed Hubert before, just smiled. Visk also said that now, the gates of war were open. Klein acted humble and said that the job was easy for him. Visk said the timing was perfect, because they had just finished checking the information from something called the Pledge of Defiance. Theodore nodded, added that there was more good news. The Blood Gate was finally ready. The boss checked to make sure he set the Blood Gate to the right place. Theodore said yes and explained the plan. They were going to stop at Rapella City first, and after that, they would head to Talaria. He said it should only take half a day to get there from Rapella. Hearing the plan, Visk thought for a moment, looking pretty deep in thought. In his mind, he was thinking about some mysterious vampire who had taken over Brokosla. He seemed a little excited, because he looked forward to fighting this unknown person. After that, he told everyone to get ready. He said they were going to Talaria now. It's time for hunting. Meanwhile, somewhere out in a dark forest, the Banshee Queen Olivia was floating along with a bunch of her ghostly minions, and she looked totally stressed out. In her head, she was complaining about having too much work. She had to follow the Pledge of Defiance and also find the vampire who attacked Hubert. She said her banshees were searching everywhere, but they couldn't find any clues. She then decided she would check Rapella City just this once today. Suddenly, she stopped and looked shocked. In the land, a blood portal opened, and a whole group of vampires in capes flew out of it. Olivia got excited in her mind and thought that maybe these were the children her boss was looking for. She knew she had to tell the undead king about this right away. Elsewhere, in a quiet forest clearing, Hans, as the immortal king, was standing alone under the stars. He was thinking deeply about the situation. He believed that another vampire clan was invading, and the attack on Hubert was probably a trick to split their forces. He thought about the three big vampire clans: their vampire clan, the Obaipo from the east, and the Yupersia clan from the central region, which was the strongest of them all. Olivia had also guessed the same thing: the enemy must be Yupersia. Hans figured that Brokosla wasn't strong enough to fight back right now, so he decided to send help. Back at the Brokosla mansion, Mullah was at his desk, dealing with a mountain of paperwork and looking pretty tired. Suddenly, Briki came in, looking pretty urgent. She just waltzed in without knocking and said she needed to gather all the clan members. Mullah greeted her and asked if something was wrong. Briki said she didn't know, but they should take it seriously and prepare for battle right away. Mullah was confused and asked what was going on. She just snapped and told him to stop asking questions and just be ready when she said so. Does he think she, with the sacred blood, would just spout nonsense? Inside, Mullah was thinking it was hard to just get told to prepare for battle out of nowhere, but he also knew that the sacred blood's instincts were never wrong. Briki's face suddenly looked scary, with her eyes glowing red. Mullah knew something must be coming, but thinking to himself that Heinz wasn't there, He looked out the window and decided secretly that it couldn't be helped. They had to get their defenses ready, fast. Then, in another part of the forest near Talaria, Persia finally came to their target location, looking super confident. Theodore and all the clan members reported that they had 4 true blood vampires and 44 purebloods all ready to go. These were their best fighters, and Theodore bragged that Brokosla would be wiped out in no time. Visk said there was no need for big speeches. He wanted to move to Talaria right now, before anyone could figure out what was happening. He wanted a bloody war right now. All the vampires yelled their agreement. Visk then raised his hand and started gathering blue energy, but then he stopped suddenly and looked suspicious. Klein noticed and asked if something was wrong. Visk looked up at the moon, thinking that maybe he was just imagining things. He believed they were only fighting weaklings this time, nobody with sacred blood. But why was his instinct screaming a while ago? He shook it off and told them it was nothing, and then stepped forward with a big, fangy grin, ready to crush Brokosla by the end of the day. Up in the sky, Hans was watching all of this from way above. He used his special skill called Eye of the Abyss to spy on the Eupersia clan as they walked by. He realized that things had started for real. He knew Visk Eupersia was a powerful sacred blood, and that this was going to be tough. Plus, Heinz couldn't be summoned yet, and Heinrich couldn't leave his holy place. Yeah, he decided that the best choice was Harley, who was already mad at the vampires for what happened to Hubert. The storyline is matched perfectly. Hans looked super determined and said in his mind that Harley needed to get there as fast as possible. At the fortress gate, 2 armored guards were on duty. Suddenly, they saw Harley coming and started freaking out. One guard yelled for the other to catch the suspicious ogre. The other guard said that something that big couldn't be human. Harley, who heard all the bullshit, got really mad and tried to explain that he wasn't an ogre. He even showed them his ID from the order, but the guards didn't care. They just told him to be quiet and called him an ogre again. Harley lost his temper and started yelling, wondering how many times he had to deal with this nonsense. He needs to move fast to Talaria. Back in the forest near Talaria, Visk Persia had finally come to the enemy base with his group. He looked really excited, saying that things were finally getting interesting. Theodore asked if something was wrong. Visk's face turned dark and creepy, and said he could feel something unpleasant, like an old ghost from Brokosla had come back. Theodore started to panic, asking if the sacred blood of Brokosla was really there, and wondered how bad things could get. Visk said he was already there himself. Why should he be afraid? Theodore quickly said that wasn't what he meant. He was just worried about what could happen. The boss cut him off and told everyone to remember that Eupersia had no equal. Then he led his whole clan as they charged forward, ready for battle. Yes, please! Finally, a vampire war. I bet Heinz, if he could come tonight, would be a sacred blood and be a vampire god. Anyway, inside the Brokoslak fortress office, the boss lady Briki was just chilling at her big desk, looking over some papers like it was any normal night. She asked Mullo about the other preparations, and Mullo answered that he had already checked the magic barrier and decided everything looked fine. But he also dropped the bad news that they'd put together every fighter they could, but honestly, it was nowhere near enough. Briki just stretched in her chair, all dramatic, saying there wasn't much else they could do since the enemy was basically right at their door. Mullo wanted to know if she could sense where the bad guys were. Of course, she said she could, and flashed this cocky, thorny crown grin. At that exact moment, outside, Visk Persia and his whole team were flying through the air, straight at the fortress. Visk was all smug, making it super clear he thought Brokoslak was basically dead already. He and his squad didn't even bother with the door. They straight up crashed through a giant window like they owned the place, landing right in Briki's office. Visk started trash-talking, saying he was surprised Briki was still alive and hadn't croaked in a ditch somewhere. Briki just gave him a nasty glare and said something about the Eupersia clan always being rude, then called him a self-obsessed kid who needed to shut up. These two had some real beef. Trust me. While they were busy throwing sass, Mullo was sweating bullets inside. He realized that even with both him and Briki, they were up against 4 high-blood vampires, which was basically a death sentence. But he had a trick. As long as they fought inside his special magic barrier, their power would get a boost. So, with a look of total focus, Mullo fired up the red energy and threw up a massive blood barrier over the whole fortress. Then Mullo summoned Pritia, this super pretty, white-haired vampire lady. She strolled out of the magic looking all calm, even though the place was about to explode. Mullo told her he could only summon one person because he had to keep the barrier up, so, yeah, she needed to go full beast mode to protect the clan. But Visk just laughed at that. He called it all useless, then immediately tried to take Mullo out, saying that if he killed Mullo, the whole shield would drop. Visk's attack was like a bomb going off, but Briki wasn't having any of it. She zoomed in lightning fast to intercept his servant and basically told Visk he needed to get smacked around. So, the two vampire clans lined up and charged at each other, ready for a big brawl. Then, out of nowhere, some of the Eupersia vampires started freaking out. There was something behind them, and it was actually breaking through Mullo's magic barrier. What the hell? Who does that with just their own hands? Now enter the goat Harley. Our boy Harley, with his eccentric wolf pelt hat, just ripped open the barrier like it was made of paper. He was staring straight at Klein and looked hungry for payback because he was the one who hurt Hubert. Klein nearly peed himself right then and there, bro. He told Klein he'd finally found him while looked like a villain from a serial killer series. Theodore, watching all this, started wondering if Harley actually knew that merchant. He turned to ask Klein what the hell he had done, but Klein was just blubbering that he'd erased every trace. Theodore wasn't buying it, saying if that was true, then why was Harley here? Klein was toast either way. Suddenly, Prettia showed up behind him and just slashed him for being so distracted. He got pissed, telling his team to summon the rest of the High Bloods. Harley, meanwhile, just grinned even wider, super hyped about the idea. He wanted to see how strong these high blood vampires really were. His eyes started glowing red and green, and this crazy fire-like aura erupted around him. Bro, the system message was basically screaming, Harley's bio-aura and madness had activated. Dragon scales started popping out on his skin, mixing with some weird magical tattoos. The whole place just stared in horror. Many vampires were stunned, looking at Harley and thinking, what kind of monster is this guy? Harley was acting like he was so pissed about Hubert that he yelled that he'd make them all regret ever touching his friend. He charged in, moving so fast he was basically a blur, and started beating the brakes off the Eupersia vampires. Even Briki was watching with an entertained smile, like, damn, that's impressive. Vis got all mad, asking her who the hell she brought, but Briki just shrugged, saying she didn't know and honestly didn't care. Visk acted all big, saying that unlike Briki's crew, his own subordinates were actually good. Even at this moment, he was sure the win was still for him. Mullo, watching from the sidelines, couldn't even see how fast Visk and Briki were fighting. They were just flashes of red and blinding light. Deep down, Visk was loving it, calling it a real high blood battle, and then spotted an opening. He landed a massive hit on Briki and cut her arm. Briki just smiled, admitting she was way past her prime, and looking at Harley, whoever he is, she really appreciated a bit of help right now. While fighting, the heart of the mad dragon inside Harley was straight up screaming that Briki was about to get wrecked, and Heinz would never make it in time. So, our boy decided to throw everything he had into the fight. Then, one after another, Harley started activating basically every skill he owned. Mutation, Beast of Frenzy, Special Fighting Style, that wild bio-aura, and the Gem Eye, Coercion for good measure. The dude let out a roar so loud the whole fortress probably shook. The energy around him exploded into a pillar of fire. He tried his best to combine all the power to make him complete. And when the flames died down, what stood there was not even human anymore. Harley had turned into this massive, demon-looking beast with horns, hooves, and a body made of magma and fire. Everyone just stared, mouths hanging open, thinking, bro, what is this monster? The poor Eupersia vampires probably wanted to run home crying. One vampire just stared up and asked what the hell that monster was. Another guessed maybe Harley had turned into some kind of chimera, but honestly, nobody had a clue. Harley just stood there in all his beast mode glory, blood everywhere and grinning like a psycho. Inside, he was loving it. So this was what it felt like to use all the Mad Dragon's power. He thought this felt awesome, and decided he was ready to go nuts on these vamps. Suddenly, Harley, with his wings, gets ready and yells, "This gonna be fun." The Eupersia vampires totally lost it when they saw Harley charging straight toward Lord Visk. They started freaking out, screaming that somebody needed to stop him, but honestly, not one of them had the guts to get in his way. Also, look at Visk and Briki fight. They are on ultra speed mode. Visk didn't back down though. He had this wild purple energy swirling around him like a barrier, a crazy vampire boss move if there ever was one. Harley barreled right into that domain, but his red scale started cracking and breaking off. Our MC just clicked his tongue, thinking this must be Visk's holy blood domain or whatever. But he was not about to give up. He decided to smash through by linking his Mad Dragon heart with his super-powered Gem Eye. That thing started glowing so bright, looking for a tiny crack in the barrier. He let out this beastly roar and just straight up shattered Visk's energy field like it was nothing. He then leapt right in front of Visk, who actually looked kind of surprised for once. Briki, the Brocaslack boss lady, just stared with her mouth hanging open, thinking, how the hell can this crazy bastard even break a sacred blood domain? Harley, not missing a beat, laughed like a maniac and told Visk he was the victim's representative. Visk had no idea what that meant, but Harley didn't care. He decided if the bad guy didn't know who the victim was, Then it was time for the bad guy to become a victim himself. Then, bam! Harley's fist, glowing with red energy, smashed him right in the face with a punch that could probably knock out a dragon. Visk went flying, while Harley just stood there and started trash-talking about his serious punch. But here's the thing. Visk somehow stood behind him and didn't even have a scratch. He just gave Harley a smirk like none of it mattered and said something about Harley seeing hallucinations inside the domain of causality. Harley was like, no way. He totally felt that punch, but Visk insisted that a sacred blood like him couldn't be taken out by some weak attack. But Harley just grinned, saying, sure, maybe the attack didn't work, but at least Visk got distracted by it. That's when Briki, the queen herself, suddenly showed up out of nowhere and clocked Visk from the side, making him spit blood and stumble back. Briki flashed Harley a tiny smile and said thanks, calling him a dashing young man and saying he'd helped restore the balance. Harley just laughed and said he was off to go fight somewhere else, like this was no big deal. He turned to two terrified Yuperzia vampires who tried to act tough, saying they'd stop him. Harley basically told them to relax, since there was someone else who would finish off their boss. He just wanted to play with them for now. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the fortress, things were getting bloody. A whole bunch of Yuperzia vampires were lying dead on the ground, and Mulo stood over the bodies with a glowing red orb, looking all cold and serious. Klein on the side, even he was surprised, thinking Brokislak had never been this strong before. He was supposed to sneak around, but now he was losing badly. As he freaked out about not having a way out, a bunch of dark, shadowy tendrils suddenly shot out from the ground and wrapped around him, cutting him off from the rest of the world. He realized he was totally isolated, and then, bam! Heinz appeared behind him, looking scarier than ever. Heinz was not here for games. He told Klein that he was the guy who dared to mess with Hubert. The assassin freaked out, stuttering Hubert's name. Why was everyone so crazy about that brat merchant anyway? But Heinz didn't waste time. He just slammed a hand on the guy's face and stabbed it deep into his body, sucking his blood in a wild red energy vortex. Klein thought his whole life was flashing before his eyes. He remembered his dumb mission, the time he hurt Hubert, Harley turning into a monster, and this creepy vampire dude. He realized too late he never should have taken this job. These people were actual monsters. He collapsed and turned into black ash, totally erased. Heinz wiped the blood from his mouth, looking cool and calm as always. With a smile, he explained that Hubert would be a big shot who would rule the entire continent with money someday. Now that's confidence. The system started spamming messages in front of him, telling him he'd collected some new vampire factor and gotten a boost to his physical abilities from his special mixed blood skill. Heinz felt pumped, thinking this was his first time this skill had been activated in Auterica. Maybe because this was also the first time he was drinking a different clan's blood other than Brokislak. He then activated all his concealment and invisibility skills, so Heinz just slipped away, totally ready to win this war. Back at the main fight, Theodore was getting annoyed as he deflected attacks from Pridia. He was sweating buckets, thinking everything was spiraling out of control. He was sure Brokislak was supposed to be weak, but now it was the opposite. How the hell does nobody like Pridia become so strong right now? All of a sudden, a voice boomed behind him, asking if he was the number 2 guy in the Yuperzia clan. Before he could answer, Pridia lit up with excitement, saying her lord had finally arrived. And just like that, Heinz showed up on the battlefield, hands in his pockets like he owned the place. Theodore just stared, totally scared that this was supposed to be Brokislak's new boss. And even weirder, why? This vampire was just staring right back at him. Heinz checked Theodore out and got this hungry, ambitious look on his face. He started thinking, if this guy was really Yuperzia's number 2, that means he had the same role as Mullo. So he decided he absolutely had to recruit this dude, since Mullo had been super useful. He couldn't hide his interest, and honestly, things were about to get even crazier. We all know another slave would be acquired. Our boy Heinz was getting ready to collect even more talent. Looking at Heinz's perverted eyes, you could tell Theodore was about to lose it. He looked totally shocked and freaked out. He's not gay, bruh. Theodore tried to act tough and asked what Heinz gonna do to him. But Heinz didn't even flinch. He turned, all calm and cocky, and introduced himself like some boss, saying he was the new lord of the Brokislak clan, Heinz. Theodore shouted back that he already knew that much, but Heinz wasn't done flexing. Our hero pointed at Theodore and said he would soon be his lord too. Theodore just lost it, shouting that this was nonsense. But Heinz was dead serious. He called out to Frisia, who just smirked and grabbed Theodore from behind, locking his arms so he couldn't run. Theodore started struggling like crazy, yelling out, "No!" over and over, but Heinz just grabbed his face with one hand, looking extra dark and scary. Bro, I don't know why, but this chapter is super mega sus. Anyway, the poor guy started screaming as red energy began swirling around him. In his head, he was freaking out, while Heinz suddenly bit him. Oof, not a good day for Theodore. Nearby, Breeky and Visk's fight is almost over too. Visk watched everything with a grim look, wondering how life got so messed up. How the fuck did he get pushed so hard with this low-level clan? And where are those losers from the Oath of Reversal who said they'd send backup in a worst-case scenario? Nowhere to be found. He cursed under his breath, wondering where they'd all gone. Turns out, Hans, yep, the real immortal king himself, had shown up somewhere else, surrounded by a bunch of dead Oath of Reversal guys. He was busy flexing his own skill, his skeleton hand all glowy and evil. He was actually happy about these high-quality reinforcements that had been sent to help Visk, and he joked that he'd love to meet the executive who arranged it, maybe even offer them a new job. Our MC Hans really had that villain energy going. Back at the main fight, Breeky kept watching Heinz, who was now glowing with this intense red aura as he knocked off Theodore. Heinz even commented that it felt different since this guy was around true blood level. Pretty tasty, I guess. Breeky walked over, finally curious about what kind of kid this new Lord Heinz actually was. She said he was amazing in more ways than one, and Heinz, being all polite, thanked her for the compliment. But then he called her out as Holy Blood Brokeslack, which surprised Breeky for a second, but she liked the name Breeky better anyway. But suddenly, Harley, with his demon-like transformation, laughed, reminding him that introductions were cool and all, but they were maybe forgetting someone. That's when Lord Visk Eupersia, looking like some red demon, just exploded with rage. He couldn't believe Heinz and Breeky were ignoring him right in front of his face. Visk started shouting that he wouldn't let this slide, and suddenly blasted out a wave of blood magic at Heinz. But our boy Heinz just deflected it with a burst of his own blood energy. Not even breaking a sweat, Heinz launched a counterattack, a blood blade that cut Lord Visk and made him bleed. They fought fiercely, but suddenly Harley teased him, asking if he'd forgotten about him. Lord Visk, bleeding and pissed off, yelled that the Brokeslack clan was nothing by themselves and asked if they weren't embarrassed. Breeky also joined the fun fight with another attack and threw shade back, saying maybe those vampires on his side who like sneak attacks had already run away. Visk finally collapsed to his knees, super dramatic, crying about how he was supposed to become king of all vampires and couldn't believe he was losing like this. Heinz wasn't even sorry. He grabbed the defeated Lord Visk, eyes full of dark ambition, and told him he would carry on his legacy. Then he started absorbing him, and Lord Visk could only scream in pain. He was horrified, basically calling Heinz a crazy, arrogant kid for stealing holy blood from another clan through cannibalism. He warned that he'd be cursed and destroyed for it, but Heinz just shrugged and said, who knows, maybe not. Feeling the power leaving his body, Visk faded away, still in total disbelief that someone could really inherit the holy blood of another clan. But Heinz, now holding the last bit of Visk, told him not to worry about the clan. He was going to let them keep their bloodline going under him. In his final breath, Visk remembered how he'd always dreamed of uniting all the clans, making one big, powerful family to lead vampires into the light as a true king. Bro had ambition for days. But now, looking at Heinz in front of him, he smiled for the last time. Is this the birth of a king of vampires that he always dreamed of? Ah, if only he could serve that master. After Visk's death, Heinz just stood in the middle of all the destruction, smirking quietly. He looked at his hand, which was glowing hard with red energy. His eyes snapped open, shining purple red, and a wild red aura started swirling around him, so dramatic it even reached for the sky. Like some kind of final boss cutscene. Breeky only smiled. She said that in Otterica, a new holy blood was being born. Yeah, she was loving this mess. Suddenly, Heinz was completely surrounded by that powerful red aura, and his whole look was changing. Longer hair, eyes glowing fierce, and even become more handsome. The system was popping up messages everywhere, announcing that he'd met all the conditions to evolve. His Bloodkin True Blood skill had upgraded to Bloodkin Holy Blood, and his concealment skills had fused into something called Existence Negation. Basically, dude just got a massive upgrade. The system explained he'd forced an evolution, could control the Yupershia bloodline, and even mess with causality a little. So, not only could he boss around a whole clan, but he was basically messing with fate itself now. This was on a whole other level. Heinz started feeling all kinds of weird, trippy stuff. He felt like his senses were going wild, and he could almost reach out and touch space and time itself after having this transcendent perceptual. He said he could actually feel the flow of causality, whatever that meant. Our MC was now a straight-up cosmic vampire king. After the transformation, he wondered out loud if this was the power of holy blood, feeling seriously pumped. But even royalty needs backup. He thought to himself that if Breeky hadn't been there, he couldn't have won. Suddenly, Harley busted in, laughing like crazy and saying he'd just seen something super rare. He told Heinz that now his revenge was done, He was heading back to his job. He'd even skipped out on work to join the fight. Heinz just smiled and told Harley he'd been a big help. Harley just waved him off, like it was nothing. He said that Visk bastard is the one messing with his friend first, and they were already on the same boat with Hubert in the Merchant Guild. Now, he said goodbye for the last time and flew toward the sky. Breaky somehow asks if it's okay to let Harley go just like that, because he feels suspicious in many ways. But Heinz only nods. Harley is trustworthy. In the end, Heinz looked at those knocked-out vampires and smiled. Yes, he got a bunch of new strong servants now. Meanwhile, at the Tolku Kingdom, in the Pledge of Defiance hideout, a giant, bright blue explosion bursts out. 3 dudes in hooded robes, members of the Pledge of Defiance, are just standing there, totally stunned, looking like they just saw a ghost. One guy couldn't believe his eyes. Another dude was shaking and whispering that it was Karam. Yeah, the Death Knight Lord. Bro, you do not want to see that guy in the dark. Behind Karam, there's a whole army of undead soldiers marching forward, and those hooded dudes just look ready to run for their lives. One of them was thinking, what the hell is a Legion commander from the undead army doing here? With more of their branches losing contact, he had thought maybe the Holy Order was doing it. But his buddy replied, so it was the undead army's fault all along? Oof, these guys really had no idea how much trouble they were in. Then, we get a close-up of Dwell. He just stood there with his skeleton face grinning and basically laughed at them. He said they were only figuring it out now, and called them stupid. Seriously, he was not even pretending to be polite. Hans's voice ringing in the back. His eyes started glowing this scary, freezing blue, and he told them not to let anyone escape. Karam and Dwell bowed like a super loyal knight and said the king's command would be obeyed. At this point, bro, if you were one of those robed dudes, you might as well start planning your funeral. Now let's jump to Hans. Suddenly Olivia, the Banshee Queen, came. She asked if the king had called for her. Hans waved his hand at 2 prisoners, both tied up tight with glowing purple chains. He called them scum from the Pledge of Defiance, and said they tried sneaking into Taria this time. These 2 prisoners looked completely terrified, and Hans said it was obvious one of them was some kind of executive, so he wanted Olivia to interrogate them and find out where their boss was hiding. Olivia bowed and got ready to work, looking scary as fuck. The prisoners started crying and screaming, begging her to stay away. But Olivia got right in the green-haired guy's face, fangs out, hand glowing, and he just lost it, screaming and begging for mercy. Yeah, he was probably about to spill everything. Switching scenes again. Now we're in a village in Auterica, nice and sunny, with people working and the sound of hammering everywhere. Inside a blacksmith shop, our boy Howard, the dwarf, was smashing away at some red-hot metal, totally focused. He was sweating, and thinking to himself that the feeling was way different from when he was a human. Dwarves really were a race made for this kind of work, and our guy was loving it. In the other world, Howard could practice with way more efficiency than on Earth. It started slow and steady, but then things got blazing hot. Yeah, you had to pump air from underneath to make the forge burn hotter. He looked fierce and determined. He just knew he would become the greatest artisan out there. You gotta respect the hustle. Back to Sung Hyun's apartment on Earth, he was sitting beside his bed, using some glowing, magical healing on Hubert, who was knocked out sleeping. Sung Hyun thought that recovery was going even faster than he expected, and the mix between holy powers from Auterica and Harley's self-recovery skill was just insane. He could use the skill from his avatar freely now, thanks to the new skill he got earlier. He literally could send Hubert back when the cooldown finished. But then, our MC had a moment. If he sent Hubert away, who was going to read all those boring metallurgy books? When Hubert came here, besides healing, our boy gave him a new job to learn about forging stuff. Guess who would have to do it now? Yeah, the poor guy realized it would be him. He just stood over Hubert with a long silence, looking like he was regretting everything. After that, our boy stood in his apartment, looking deep in thought. He checked a system screen, the karma shop. He had like 1 million karma now. Thanks to Heinz eating that sacred blood, his karma points were stacked up again. He noticed the prices went up, but told himself he had to save his own butt, no matter what. So he hit unique skill enhancement. The screen flashed bright blue. The system told him his avatar's potential had increased, and now he could choose some basic traits for new avatars. That got our MC excited. He realized he could now pick starting skills. He checked out the avatar creation menu. There were 3 options for a new avatar: clairvoyance, ice resistance, and this thing called bond of connection. He understood the first 2, but what the hell was bond of connection? The system explained it gave extra bonuses for making contracts. Our boy figured it would be awesome for Harris, the elf spirit mage, since that skill would be useful if you had a contract target to summon. Then, boom! Sung Hyun got an idea. He grinned like a mad scientist. He started picturing summoning unicorns, phoenixes, even crazy demonic beasts. He thought, damn, being a summoner sounded insane. He realized he could even change the new avatar to a mage if he wanted. And just like that, he decided, this is the one. He picked Bond of Connection, and the generic avatar model on his screen exploded with blue light. When the light faded, a brand new avatar appeared. Sung Hyun was loving it. He named the new guy Hesperon, telling him he was going to be the greatest summoner ever. No pressure, buddy. Bro. The avatar is way more handsome than Sung Hyun, though. Now, let's switch back to the other world. Now, Heinrich stood next to the Saintess and said all the big shots were coming to today's Continental Summit. Nobody was missing. The Saintess said it was only after the madness problem got really bad that people finally decided to show up. Before, everyone was just lazy and didn't want to deal with it. Heinrich looked determined and said things would change after today. The Saintess looked out at the sky, hoping the continent would finally head in a good direction. Meanwhile, at the summit grounds, the whole place was chaos. People were running around, the chef was yelling about being short on food, and the maids were scrambling to clean up. In the middle of all that, a glowing blue portal was just chilling, looking super impressive. Finally, the Continental Summit was opening up, a place where all the heroes who protected the land were supposed to meet. The Central Azarian Empire and the Rohan Duchy were both coming, but only because their own lands got wrecked by the madness. Guess you only care when it's your house burning, huh? Heinrich watched everything, looking serious, and admitted that this was not going to be an easy meeting. Suddenly, a giant beam of blue light shot up from the portal, swirling into a full-on gateway. Heinrich smiled a little and said, they were here. From inside the glowing portal, tons of different people started coming out, and the first one coming out was the elf gang. And among them, there was Harris. Before all of this, a couple of hours earlier, Harris was just straight vibing in the sun. Dude was flat out on the grass, eyes closed, looking like he was having the best nap of his life. He said the wind felt good, the sunlight was great, and this was real healing. Our boy just wanted some peace. But then he opened his eyes and reached for his bow, hugging it close like it was his favorite thing in the world. And honestly, it probably was. He said just holding the bow made him feel like he was part of nature. Bro was blushing, looking like he was about to marry that thing. I mean, not gonna lie, that bow looked sick. Fancy wood, glowing green stuff, the whole deal. This bow was called Themis. It was made from a branch of the actual world tree, which was a huge deal for elves. Plus, it could get even stronger with spirit power and fairy archery. Basically, it was a top-tier weapon and looked awesome too. Harris was loving it. He said it was cool that this bow was only for elves. Then suddenly, a system message popped up, telling him that his nature affinity skill had just leveled up into nature assimilation. So our boy was getting even stronger just by chilling out there. He looked like he just won the lottery, talking about how he felt the power of nature just by resting. The truth is, he was now resting beside the world tree and straight up wanted to stay there forever. But of course, good things never last. Harris suddenly woke up, confused, rubbing his eye because something had disturbed his peace. He noticed his little spirit buddy, Decibel, glowing and floating next to him. He told Decibel someone was coming, so the little dude should drop the soundproof barrier. Decibel nodded, and suddenly the area felt way more open. Since Decibel became an intermediate spirit, he got a new soundproof skill, which was pretty convenient. That's when Lady Chaperon showed up. She called out to Harris, a little amazed he wasn't sleeping for once. Harris looked surprised, like he'd just been caught slacking off, which, let's be real, he was. When he looked at her, he could tell something was different about her today. She was blushing and seemed awkward. She barked at him, asking why he was staring, so he said she looked different from normal. That just made her more flustered. She said, of course she was different. Today was the day they had to go to the Continental Summit as a delegation. She explained she'd prepared her outfit and stuff, based on the stories Harris told her about the Ion continent. Then she got worried, asking if maybe she went too far with it. Harris was actually touched by that. He thought it was sweet that she listened to his stories and prepared so much. Well, Chaperon had definitely changed. She often checked up on him, peeked at him behind trees, and was always super polite now. Dude, she is literally falling in love with you, stupid shit. Anyway, she suddenly asked how everything looked. Chaperon, trying to play it cool, showed off this mountain of bags she had packed, apparently, 2 of everything, even for Harris. Bro, she was ready for an apocalypse, but Harris was just thinking that this wasn't supposed to be a vacation. Well, they didn't really need much because they were using the portal, but whatever, let her enjoy it. Still, he didn't want to ruin her mood, so he told her it was perfect. Chaperon lit up, super happy. Then she said they should hurry, or they'd be late. Chaperon ran ahead, all excited, and Harris just smiled, watching her go. Bro, our MC has a soft spot for her, no question. Now, we're back to the fancy temple, Rosalia. The elf delegation showed up: Ray Fury, Harris, Chaperon, Cecily Greenwood, and 2 more elves, all looking stylish. The Saintess greeted them, looking all holy and important. Ray just thanked her for the welcome, but the Saintess said it was a shame they all had to meet for such a serious reason. She wished things would get better soon. While this was happening, a new blue portal spun open, and Heinrich noticed that more and more people were arriving. Like, this was about to be the party of the year. First came the Magic Tower Wizards, with their old dude and his apprentice. Then the Azarian Empire squad showed up, looking all royal. After that, the Mercenary Guild came in, led by a guy with a creepy smile. Bro, everybody was rolling up. Heinrich mentioned that basically everyone important in Outerica was there. Harris agreed. They got this greedy, hungry look in their eyes, like Sung Hyun inside was thinking about how much karma he could get from making a big impression today. Our boy was basically drooling at the thought. Ray moved the convo forward, telling Heinrich he heard the news. Apparently, Heinrich became a saint. Heinrich just said it was a blessing from the main god, and Ray was super impressed, saying he looked forward to working with him. Heinrich told him to leave it to him, then pointed to a fancy building, saying that's where the elves would stay. Ray just thanked him, and Heinrich reminded them that the meeting would start soon, so don't be late. Harris and Chaperon walked together after that. Chaperon looked a bit bummed, fiddling with her clothes. He asked her what was wrong, and she quickly went all tsundere, saying she wasn't disappointed or anything, and she knew things would turn out this way. Harris just laughed and decided to ignore her little act. Bro, he knew what was up. She was disappointed because all her stuff was useless because they got here in no time. She was cute, not gonna lie. Now it was time for the big summit. The hall was crazy fancy, with banners and a huge round table. All the different delegations were sitting down. The elves, the empire, the wild land folks, the swamp guys, the Rohan dukedom, Crown Prince Dennis, who looked super stressed, and more. Dennis was having a little crisis in his mind. He thought about how his dukedom was in danger. Monsters were pouring out from the mountains, but everyone else looked way too chill. He clenched his fist, thinking he had to get something out of this meeting, no matter what. Suddenly, sunlight streamed in as the Saintess and Heinrich walked in, looking like actual angels. Everyone stared, pretty much starstruck. Some delegates said they really looked like they were loved by God, and others whispered about the new saint, Heinrich, who looked so handsome. After that, the Grand Priestess stood up and gave a big speech, thanking everyone for coming from so far away, saying it was rare to have a meeting like this. Then she announced that the Continental Summit would finally begin. All the biggest names in Outerica, sitting together. This was going to be wild. The Grand Priestess got things started, but she didn't waste time with small talk. She reminded everyone that the Immortal King had shown himself to the world again. It was not good news. She said the guy lured the church, destroyed a vampire clan, ran freaky science experiments out in the monster woods, and even stormed the Grand Temple, killing a lot of people. Yeah, Hans was making a name for himself, but not in a good way. Now, hearing all of that even made Heinrich nervous. He never knew he'd done too much and baited everyone. Anyway, the Grand Priestess said the real problem wasn't just the Immortal King. She explained that all over the world, something called madness from the abyss was spreading, and it was getting out of control. She said their investigation showed the only way to fix things was to hunt down and seal the core of this madness stuff. One guy was shocked. He didn't even know a core like that really existed. Another one asked what their plan was to seal it. The Grand Priestess looked super serious and told everyone that if the core existed, the Immortal King probably had it. She just straight up said that the madness was his fault, and she needed help to stop him. That's when Simon Carte Azarion, the prince from the Azarion Empire, jumped in with a big fat smirk. He said it was pretty convenient the church was asking for help now, basically calling them out, saying they only wanted help because things got out of hand. Simon made it clear he was not here to let the church off easy. The Grand Priestess looked all sad and guilty, while the Saintess could barely squeak out a sound. So Simon kept pushing, thinking to himself that this was his big chance to cut down the church's power and make the empire stronger. The dude was ready to crush anyone that stood in his way. That's when Heinrich stood up, and man, he wasn't about to let Simon talk trash. He said he knew exactly what Simon was trying to do, but he made it clear, the church never ran away from its problems. He started talking about all the blood the church spilled in the last 1,000 years, how they never hid and were always on the front lines. Well, he admitted the church messed up, but promised to stand in front during the fight against the Immortal King. That was their job. Basically, he pretended to be the real saint, and this cracked me up. But bro, the Saintess looked like she was about to melt from how awesome Heinrich sounded. Even the Mercenary Guild leader and the Magic Tower leader were impressed, saying they trusted the church. In the end, Simon looked salty, realizing he almost had the upper hand, but now he was stuck. He just grumbled to himself, saying they'd see how things turned out. Meanwhile, Sung Hyun, pulling the strings as always, was loving it. He saw his karma points were going through the roof. The guy basically hit the jackpot, all because Heinrich put on a good show. The Saintess blushed, looking at Heinrich like he was the world's best hero. She even said it was magnificent, honestly acting a little shy for someone so holy. Bro, she was totally into him. But Simon was not the one causing trouble. Dennis cut in, trying to change the subject. He lost his cool, shouting that his kingdom needed help right now. And another delegate started complaining about their alliance being in even worse shape. He said their people were surrounded by a desert on 3 sides. Everyone was panicking, basically. The Grand Priestess told everyone to chill out. She said these were the times when all the nations had to come together. Dennis, still upset, asked if she actually had a plan or if this was just wishful thinking. She told him she wouldn't have called everyone together if she didn't have something in mind. Then she dropped the bomb. She wanted to create a Heroes Death Squad to go after the Immortal King. This was a special team made up of the strongest people from each nation, led by the Saint, to take down Hans head-on. When she said it, a dramatic silence hit the room. Some delegates thought it sounded like a total suicide mission, and the mercenary guild leader pointed out that every country would have to send their best fighters. Dennis looked like he was going to pass out from the stress. Even Ray was thinking about how risky this was. But Simon from the Empire was quick to jump on the idea. He said the Empire had a candidate, Viscount Isia Priston, a young archmage who was apparently a genius. The Magic Tower leader agreed, saying Isia was the real deal. Our boy Heinrich heard of Isia and how that mage had earned his rank all on his own, a true elite. But he kept eyeing Simon, a little suspicious. Why would that prince recommend such capable talent for this dangerous mission? Did he have another hidden agenda? Or what? People start recommending their strongest people, like that another kingdom had a martial arts master, Marquis Sabrington, and another one said his people would pick their own champions. The other also mentioned that the Empire had a great technician. To be honest, Heinrich looked annoyed, realizing everyone was just nominating people from other nations. He accused everyone of turning his team into a mass grave, but he promised he'd make sure every single person in the squad came home as a hero. He then smirked, saying he couldn't wait to see what happened next. What would all this trash reaction be when all the people they hate become heroes by then?